Alright, everybody, hello. It is time for LO Day 2. Are we excited? I'm here with Mima today. Say hi, Mima.
Hi everyone. Hi Sam. And
Hi.
so happy you get to comment for logging off.
Oh my god, it has been so long. I'm so happy to be back.
Glad to have you back. And it's going to be great to start off the brackets today with our day 2. And we are going to be having CH4 versus I'm really excited to see both of I do recall CH4 in the first season of vlogging, so it's great to see them winning.
Yes, we actually haven't seen them in quite a bit of time now. Being the reigning champs of our OG LO1, making their return. We can always expect to see exciting gameplay from them.
Absolutely. And considering yesterday alone, we had so many really fun as well as character a little closer. Sorry for any technical difficulties. We're still working in whatever is going on, but um, yeah, really appreciate your patience always, and feel free to let us know if anything is a little bit wonky.
Yeah, so starting out today, we are gonna have CH4 versus CPDD. We are gonna be starting out with CH4 hunting today. So we're immediately gonna get into. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm wrong. Wait. Hey.
I just update live. I'm sorry, but right before we swapped, um, we were having an issue with my PNG, and
Oh my
before
gosh.
before it changed, I literally told everyone in the staff chat, no one say anything. No one say anything. Let's just gaslight everyone and pretend I just only had pink hair this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely that type of person who finished stuff at the last. I will admit I was
No,
the
what?
last.
No, no, never, never.
My PNG. But you know what? Speaking of gaslighting, I do believe we are going to be having GSL uh later on
We
today.
are.
Yes, after our bracket.
Yeah, we're gonna have.
GSL is going up against G.
Yes. We're gonna be seeing Bones and Juliet come back one more time for this week. So
Right, before
I
we
will give
head
everyone a warning before we start. Get your drinks, get your food, get your snacks. It's gonna be a long day. We're gonna see lots of epic games. We're gonna see so much happening. Go to the
definitely, I've got
bathroom.
my water bottle. I did that right before the stream too. No, unironically, I was squeezing in as many rank matches as possible before before getting here. I wanted to get my mind um and now I'm kind of relieved off for playing. Now I get to see the pros. It's like watching spectate the pros. We're getting to commentate alongside Sam and getting to comment for everyone in the audience. Makes it all the more fun, and it's definitely an honor to be here. Yeah. Does that sound any better? Quiet.
Oh, here, I can turn myself up if everyone's having a hard time hearing me. Okay. Maybe that fixed it?
You sound good.
Okay, that's good.
Nope, I do too. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see what bands and we're going having. Um, it definitely sets the stage for the matches we're going to be having. And yesterday we saw some really fun picks, especially considering that we are operating on latest patch of 5. So all of the
Yes.
adjustments from maps, characters are going to.
I will say I've been so excited to see more of that Ripper gameplay, especially after his buff, considering
Mhm.
how strong it made him. Like
Oh,
being
absolutely.
able to being able to chip. I played against a few in some of my quick matches today,
Mhm.
and oh my gosh. Listen, I'm gonna confess something about myself. I can't kite Ripper. I've never have been able to.
You're so
I
real.
this buff has been horrible for me. It's been fun to play him though.
Good, good.
I
I
just can't kite him.
I think that's valid. Everyone has those hunters where it just doesn't click, and that's okay. I think it's just a testament to the variety of characters we have. There's all sorts of games that are similar to the format of IDV, the asymmetrical one four,
Yes,
but
definitely.
I think this is what sets identity aside. Fast paced well, but it does look like we are going to be heading Banner stage, and we are going to ever start off.
Yeah. So we are starting out. Every Sleeping Town, as Mima said. We got our first few bands here with the I think that's the Gravekeeper and Mechanic.
That's right, definitely two characters who have been adjusted. Gatekeeper did get a nice buff for the shovel instead of having monsters hits take away the shovel. It just drops forces it. As for Mechanic, we did see a slight move with that cowardly buff, but we are going to be opting for the officer as our rescuer pick alongside the psychologist.
Starting out with a very tanky team, which honestly, against our really strong first round hunters like Goatman and Hullabaloo, it's a very solid team comp that you want to pick out because you just gotta last as long as you can.
And speaking of T, it does look like we are taking Seer off as well as the Seer, but in turn we are going to be having the Professor. This is going to be the first time we are seeing the Professor in logging off, so I'm really excited, especially since he has been adjusted, not quite as recent as the latest patch, but he definitely did receive a
Still
buff.
a relative, I'd say still a relatively big buff for him, being able to basically flywheel a lot of Hunter's abilities. And it looks like our last pick is going to be Acrobat here. Also, a really strong pick on Ever Sleeping. Lots of spots that he can jump from, especially from those second stories. You can jump up the railing. You're able to cut off areas super easily, especially in graveyard.
Definitely. Yeah, what Acrobat except for in lieu of the rest reverse on their own without any additional support from their the bomb and roll is really useful. There's quite a bit of open space. And of course there is the unique terrain feature in of the tram. I will admit we did see some tram action last day one. So I'm not manifesting it, but rather I'm trying to lay out a warning. Maybe knock on wood. Time I In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up, but it is worth noting.
Yeah, starting off that round one here, we do have a really strong team comp. You got really good synergy between that first officer and psychologist, and we are looking like a Goatman round one pick.
Really when it comes to traversing the map, I definitely Goatman those hunters who maximize with his resources those cages to get from one point. Going to be quite a threat again on such an open map. We are shortly going to over area selection.
Definitely looking like we're gonna just do our generic ever sleeping spawn, except we're gonna have that first officer spawning mid. Psychologist might be their first chase here. It's a really risky spot for her, but also keeping that professor safe for late game is going to be really important against that Goatman. Acrobat being able to rotate the corner house is a really good kiting spot, so we probably won't expect Acrobat first chase here.
Whoever does, and especially if it's to be between this Acrobat, or definitely have be mindful of their routine. When it comes to both, I guess it's called the Asia House, according to the.
Oh yeah, according to the new map.
Overhaul, yes.
Oh, I can't.
The corner house is going to be the old. So we'll try our best to wrap our heads around the newer labels, but definitely do excuse us for referring them as we have throughout the. But of course, this is going to be round one, first half, with the CH4 Hunter up against the CPDD Survivors. My name is Mima, and I am joined by Sam today. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, good luck. Alright, we're starting out strong. Oh, Goatman deciding to head for that Acrobat. Might be trying to cut off his rotation to the old Geisha house.
It does look like Acrobat is in the old Geisha house, but he does have to watch out for his here. We are gonna low vault.
Slow vault. Yep, no notification. That's really important. Because he could have just caged and got out. Oh, we gotta play mind games around this pallet here. Oh, very good hit. Oh.
Actually, Acrobat in that bit of a chokehold, not able to
Unfortunately, blocked over those pallets. He couldn't vault over them. Albeit, we got the first officer coming in for a very early rescue. Can't quite spot him. Oh, gets the hit off. First officer's able to rescue before half though. We're gonna see. Ooh, nice mind game from the Acrobat.
just at the nick of time, the first officer was able to get through. So far this has been the rescue route, but Acrobat is going to commit hiding around this inner house here. We are going to transition over towards the center of
Uses the bomb to vault to take over the. Oh, but mistimes the scale dropped by the professor.
Yes, unfortunately, this is going to put Acrobat on a long cooldown for picking up the scales, but he is going to this time closer towards center. I believe it's called the shopping district, but first officer is not far behind. He was able to get out of the stage range just in the nick of.
That's looking like. Ooh, we might have psychologist coming in for the next rescue here.
And our psychologist does be bringing tide, activating now as we have Acrobat right on Goatman. We are going to Acrobat go to last. So after this tide run, our
Acrobat just gotta pull as much distance as he can here, as he's gonna be dead on chair. Oh, Tram just stopping in the nick of time for Goatman here. Round one, we almost would have saw some Tram action. That would have been very funny. We got looks like first officer is getting healed over here, but he was just on bar. Oh, not borrowed time. Wanted order. Goatman heading over as fast as he can. However, first officer does get healed by the professor. We got abnormal coming out.
This definitely there's a lot we done. We are going to Goatman to the professor here, who does not land a scale and instead is.
That was very good timing on the Goatman. Oh,
beautiful
huge flywheel from the professor. Doing a good job mind gaming.
Able to get on the tram, so that was a good call on the Goatman's part for blocking it off, and we are going to see the professor for a second.
Looking like Goatman's not opting to chair near graveyard to pressure that cipher, so we're just going to be chairing outside of Geisha House here. However, we do have Psychologist finishing her cipher, which means the first officer is up to either finishing the last cipher, or we have. Oh, we have Psychologist giving tinnitus. We're starting a new cipher. Oh, is that? Oh no, that is the first officer. Never mind.
Giving. Yes, no worries. Silhouettes tells, but do have a healthy amount of progress. But it's just.
We're backing off.
Towards.
It's going to be an after half rescue, but we just have to stall as long as we can for that psychologist to decode her side. Gets hit in the watch. Survivors just have to stall as long as they can for that psychologist to finish her cipher. First officer does manage to get the body block off her professor here, but he did use his scale, so now it's going to be put on a cooldown here. Oh, messes up the cage.
Are going to. Oh, are we going to be seeing?
Are we going to have that cipher pop in time?
Yes.
Oh, we are. Yes. Oh, but the professor just gets downed. His flywheel almost ready off cooldown. We are going to be seeing the professor sent back to the manor, but we do have psychologist on gate with no trump card for Goatman. Oh, wait, no, actually, trump card is still on the table. He started with abnormal. We're seeing a teleport to the gate. Is psychologist able to get on trip? No.
Could be any minute now, so just have to watch out. Oh, good call on the psychologist part.
Oh,
buying a little time.
Barely missed by the tram.
It does look like a first officer is just about to open this gate, and we aren't quite going to get the Goatman over in time, so this is looking like a one-man escape. Survivors.
Very well played from both CPDD survivors and CH Force Hunter. Moving on to the next half, we got CH4 surviving and CPDD hunting.
What a way to start off our bracket today. It's always intense
Yes.
to watch a Goatman match. It's really reminiscent of Poa, I feel. He's Ever Sleeping. I do believe Ever Sleeping was the most apt according to
According to this year,
the
yes, actually, Ever Sleeping was one of our more popular maps.
and we definitely did see Goatman in general. So it's nice to see Goatman, even if they're
Yes, yesterday
ranked due to bans.
we didn't get to see much of Goatman, but I'm so happy today we get to start out today with fun Goatman game. Unfortunately, that was just it was just a hard team for Goatman to counter. Anything tanky or like anything that can prevent that Goatman from getting people down as fast as possible, it just wastes a lot of time.
Absolutely. Honestly, it is a shame that we are going to Goatman global bans word CH4, but it definitely leaves room to pick. Yesterday, we definitely saw off. I wonder how
Yes.
PD is respond to this first if we're going to be going as Bones likes to call them, the Fantastic Four. So our Goatman, our Hullabaloo, our Opera, or if we're gonna go anyone else. Yesterday we even Embalmer
Yes, we
and
did see the
Barmaid
Hellum
playing.
around one.
Yeah. So the the possibilities are really endless. I think that's definitely something I admire about where the meta, of course, is taken into consideration, but there's definitely some leeway and there's room for differences and special, and you never really know.
Yeah, especially since we don't get to see the professor come out a lot. It's really interesting seeing some of these survivor picks because you have your general meta characters, your ones that are like solid for countering,
Mhm. Okay,
but then
Sam,
you also
see a
yeah.
trick. See a trick.
Oh, oh, Mima, Mima, come back, Mima, where'd you go? Oh no, oh I gotta get her back here. Oh, Mima, come back. Well, I guess I guess we wait until Mima comes back. But yeah. Anyways, that was a very fun match to watch, especially because we didn't get to see a lot of the Goatman come out. We did get to see we did get to see Professor come out. Unfortunately, it's just really hard when the hunter knows how to mind game those scales. But it's looking like we are. Oh, oh my
Hi.
God! Mima is back. Mima is
Did
back.
you like my trick?
I got really scared.
I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Yes. Thank you so much to anyone who pointed out anything wrong. I do believe I fixed the issue or figured out what it was at the very least. It turns out that my input was unfortunately coming from my headset as opposed to my mic. I'm not sure how much better
Oh
I sound at the
no!
moment, but
You sound much better.
um
You sound much
okay,
better,
perfect.
Tori.
Yeah, sorry for having to put you all through that. But thank you very much again for your feedback, and thank you so much, staff, for working with me and working with us in general to try and get things as smooth as possible.
Yes. Hopefully, we're going to be moving on to our band picks here soon. We're going to be same thing on Ever Sleeping. You know, we're starting out with we are going to have CPDD hunting this time with CH4 surviving. Honestly, on Ever Sleeping, we can expect to see a lot of cool picks. I mean, we can always see the Hullabaloo come out, but I know we can also see something like we could always see the Ripper come out, especially after his new buff. He's been really he's been really hard to counter for a lot of players I know.
Oh, absolutely. I have a confession to make. I've been using my third ban on the Ripper.
Oh no.
No,
That's a,
but at a certain point, it just gets to a point where it's not, it's more targeted, you know?
it
Maybe it's out
is
of respect, actually.
absolutely.
Because earlier, I was squeezing in my matches, I went up against four in a row. So I felt like it was warranted at that point. But it does look like we are getting our bans and picks here. We are going to be taking the Priestess, of course, and Mechanic off the table.
Yes. Priest is a honestly very strong pick, hard to deal with. Especially in Eversleeping, you got so many areas you can use to kite that hunter. But it is looking like we're going to be seeing the Seer and the Journalist coming out today. Exciting to see Journalist, considering she's honestly not too strong, not too popular of a pick that comes out all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. But with the versatility of the little orifice, I think it's definitely not so bad of a choice. And when you have the Seer as well, these are both characters who can tank a lot of damage when you use their skills wisely. And speaking of which, we are going to be having the Gravekeeper as our third pick. We did see a Puppeteer and a Coordinator ban in turn, but once again, this is also looking like a tanky team that also completely differs from our first half.
Yes, looking like they want to try and counter that Goatman again in case he comes out, but it is looking like we're gonna be seeing an Aeroplanist coming out.
Oh my goodness, it's always great to see the Aeroplanist. Actually, uh, I do believe that he was the most chosen survivor for the group stage in terms
Yes.
of our COA this year. And that's always really exciting. Aeroplanist is another character who we can vouch for that versatility in gameplay. And especially on a map like Ever Sleeping, you can definitely cover a lot of ground. Likewise with the Gravekeeper as well, you have the shovel where you are able to just transition to areas a little faster and more protected as well. Same could be said for journalists and Seer's abilities as well. Even with the journalist using those cameras, you are able to get a speed boost, especially if the hunter ends up
Yes.
hitting that Orpheus as well.
Yeah, I think you and Juliet were actually mentioning this yesterday, like with a lot of characters just having multiple roles that we're gonna be seeing. Like we have journalists, like she's your standard rescuer, but you also can use her to kite. Honestly, you can use her to harass. And it looks like we're gonna be
Ah!
seeing the Ripper come out for round one.
Yes, very exciting to get to witness Ripper in his new state and form. Once again, since we are operating off of the most recent patch of IDV, we are able to get to have all of the most recent adjustments. So we are going to be seeing Boggies like you've never seen before.
Oh Lord. I haven't been prepared for his chips. When they said he was gonna become a chip hunter, no one believed in this guy. But I swear as soon as his buff came out, everyone has been going crazy over playing him.
Yeah, like some people have mentioned, it's reminiscent of 2018. I don't think I was playing at that point, but I've definitely heard the tales. And it's nice to see older characters resurface. And now we are going to be heading into our area selection. It is going to mirror our first half.
Yes, we're starting out with that Seer going Old Geisha House. We're starting off with that Gravekeeper in mid. Very strong spots, honestly. Keeping that journalist away because you want to have her prepared to kite or rescue later in the game.
Oh, it does look like we are going to be seeing some interesting builds for this match. I wonder how that's going to work out for them, especially with half of them are definitely bringing flywheel. I think the trickiest thing about the Ripper's adjustment is that it's harder to time your flywheels or use them accordingly.
Yes.
Everyone's still getting adjusted, so the idea of using your flywheel on a chip hit in as opposed to using it on like a basic hit or like a full foggy definitely hurts. But we are heading into our second half here with our CPDD Hunter up against our CH4 survivors. My name is Mima and I am joined with Sam. Good luck to both teams. We're having a moment again with our Eve loading screen.
No.
I love it. It just takes a bit.
Nice. Looks like we're starting out. Let's see. Ripper's gonna be heading towards that old geisha house, throwing out a foggy for the speed boost. Thankfully, he doesn't have to waste it anymore.
We just have to watch out for the tram here. But it does look like our first target is going to be that Seer who has rotated away from the old geisha house. Yes.
Using those chip foggies for speed boost because you get them up every 7 seconds. It's gonna be way harder to pull distance from that Ripper now. We're gonna be seeing the broken windows coming out from Seer. Oh, and landing the chip. Nice. Very well played from the Ripper.
Yeah, these foggies are really
oh, wow.
Yeah, they're really pulling their weight here, and we are going to be carrying. Oh, we are going to be having the Ripper land, and oh, not quite.
Very close.
Very close.
We do have the Seer Owls come back. Unfortunately, he didn't plan for it. Oh, gets chipped the owl away, and then gets normal hit. Very well played from the Ripper there.
Really well done. We didn't quite see the flywheel yet, so there is still that to work with, but it does look like we have a decent amount of progress on our 3 ciphers here. Now, our Gravekeeper is going to... Oh, it does look like we're going to have the Journalist move in for the first rescue.
Yes, thankfully, Journalist did bring Tide along with the kiting build, so it is looking like we're going to be... Unfortunately, couldn't bait out the pallet decoy. Oh, we're double rescuing. That's not too bad of an idea, especially with how strong Ripper's new camp is. You can't let him roam, or otherwise he's just gonna get you before you reach chair.
Absolutely, and it does look like we were able to... Oh, unfortunately, run into the Hunter right here, but the flywheel does negate that little... Oh, we are going to be seeing a drop-down hit.
Oh, no. We do, however, have about 2 ciphers finished here, one by the aeroplanist.
Our Gravekeeper does have to watch out here, getting forced off of the middle cipher due to just being a chip. Oh, we are gonna finish that cipher, thankfully. But we are going to be having Journalist take over our second rescue using that rescue Orphe. Oh, but unfortunately, the Foggy gets the Seer.
However, it looks like Seer is just going to pull as much distance as he can from those ciphers, which is honestly the most you could do against someone like Ripper, considering his strongest trait is either Peepers or Warp, and a lot of high healers just tend to bring Warp more at the time. We got a Gravekeeper healed up.
We still have to watch out for that Foggy, but we do still have 2 shovels. Oh! Unfortunate tram moment. We had the Warp kind of canceled out there due to the tram, but we are going to see the Ripper lock sight on the Gravekeeper.
Thankfully, Gravekeeper got in his shovel early. Oh, misses the Foggy Blade, unfortunately. Hits the Gravekeeper out of his shovels. Unfortunately, manages to just get out of that pallet on time.
Yeah, that was a nice pivot out to avoid that, but Gravekeeper did a good response by transitioning away. We are going to be seeing Gravekeeper transition to an area with the Journalist, but
it's the shovel canceled, but however, making use of that new Gravekeeper buff, he did not fully lose his shovel.
Yeah, good call. It is going to put him at half health though, and another chip Foggy from the Ripper here. But we are able to get into the shovel in time. Ooh, and so... What was that? Was it a chip?
I believe that was a chip, because he would have gotten forced out of shovel. Might be seeing another chip. Ooh, dodges the Foggy. Really well played from the Gravekeeper. We're going to be seeing that chip for the shorter attack cooldown here. Looks like we got our warp up in about 20 seconds here. Ripper's got to change targets to pressure these ciphers. We are changing to Peeper now. However, our journalist is at a 90% cipher now. So we're going to be putting a Peeper down to hinder that decoding. Baiting out the pallet clone. Misses the fog.
Excellent.
Oh, wait, hits that chip.
I think it went through. Yes, so we are going to see the journalist chip twice and forced off of the cipher.
However, we do have Aeroplanist on that other cipher at about.
Watch out for the tram!
Oh, unfortunately, the decoy is not able to come out in time, but we do have nearly 2 prime ciphers here.
Watch out for the tram. Okay, we are not going to see a struggle-free, but we are going to be seeing the Ripper place down another Peeper, and it does put the survivors in a tight position because the Gravekeeper is unable to help out with the rescue. It looks like we're going to opt for the Aeroplanist to...
Using his hover, we got him on the... But nice, very well played from the Aeroplanist.
This journalist cannot take another hit. Oh, we are going to go for the pop due to the lack of borrowed time, but unfortunately, the Ripper is going to get a hit on the journalist, so she will be going down once Tide is off effect.
It looks like our Ripper he's just gotta leave that journalist just to pressure these gates. Gravekeeper doesn't have an item, but he is in a fairly strong kiting area. We're gonna be waiting for him to throw that pallet down, gets chipped through it. Nice.
Beautiful dodge.
Very dodge. Throwing down a Peeper here to slow that interaction speed down. Gravekeeper knows he goes down here, so he's just pulling as much distance as he can, which gives journalists near enough time to self-heal and enough time for the Aeroplanist to open the gate. However, we do have that foggy trail that's letting the Ripper get very close to that gate.
Really great understanding of how the Ripper works, even with his adjustment. We are going to be having the Aeroplanist move away from our open gate, the main entrance, giving off that tinnitus, which does keep the Ripper camping here along with the Peepers.
Yes, and our Ripper doesn't have detention, but considering Aeroplanist does still have a chip on him, it is very risky to go in and rescue. Aeroplanist gets the rescue off, but Gravekeeper goes down, unfortunately. We do have our journalist at the gate.
We're gonna buy as much time as possible.
Forcing the journalist out. We do have Aeroplanist waiting on dungeon.
But it does look like we are going to be seeing
gives
the
vision on
Ripper.
the Aeroplanist.
Yes, and unfortunately the Gravekeeper's healing is hindered due to the Peepers, but we are going to be having Aeroplanist use one of those jetpacks, but still taking a chip. Good dodge on that last one, but we are going to have the Ripper put down another Peeper, which does put them in a little bit of a...
Unfortunately, no flywheel coming out. We do have the Gravekeeper at 80% healing, so he might be able to get up in time. Now we do have that Aeroplanist. That Aeroplanist does have stickers, so in case the Gravekeeper is able to stall long enough. Gravekeeper manages to escape.
And our Ripper is just going to opt for chairing our Aeroplanist here.
Well, unfortunately, does not get the self-heal off in time, so it is a tie for our CH4 survivors. Very well played from everyone.
Yeah, well done, and congratulations to CH4 for taking this round. They did get a 3-man elimination in the first half, so it does put them at a point advantage. But of course, since this is round 1, we still have a lot of opportunities in store for us.
Still got plenty of games to go, still got plenty of hunters and survivors to go. Excited to see how we're going to be moving on here to round 2. And this time, since we had CH4 hunting first, we're going to be having CPDD hunting again. And being able to see that Ripper come out again, it's very interesting to see how people have just kind of adapted to him already, considering how recent his adjustment is. it's really changed up how like how you've had to play him as of late.
Mhm. Definitely. It reminds me ever so slightly about opera singer and her shadow realm,
Yes.
being able to utilize those foggies for a speed boost. I know they've definitely nerfed the opera singer's speed a considerable amount ever since
Oh
her
my
release,
gosh. Yes.
but in the similar vein of survivors getting adjusted, so some end up doing a different survivor's job better after adjustments. Uh, I guess it works that way for hunters as well. And it's always nice to see how uh, the game gets up to date and kind of moves things along and keeps things fresh. So it's really nice to see a different batch of characters, and it's going to be really fun to see how Ripper is going to be entering the global bans. And the strength about not opting for the hunters that dominate the hunter meta is that when we move into round two, they're only able to ban one hunter and take into the global ban consideration. So if that global ban does end up being used for hunters who, uh, aren't as commonly used, there's room for the ones who are commonly relied upon later on.
Yes. Especially considering we didn't see a single hullabaloo that first round, but we might just being seeing him banned. So honestly, we might even see a hullabaloo come out at all this matchup.
Which is a welcome point. I do feel as though these hunters that we're seeing um, have a really good pool to choose from, and
Yes.
especially taking into consideration the survivor picks as well. Uh, it's nice to see characters that we haven't seen even just yesterday alone, but uh, characters in their newer state and characters you don't always see played. I'm happy that we got to see Professor, even though he is going to be entering the global bans as well. It does make room for other characters. I mean, yesterday I didn't expect to see a Mind's Eye, but we did see one in round
Oh,
two. So
yes.
there's still so much room on the table. We have so many characters at this point as well. I think Juliet mentioned it yesterday when we were casting together. We have about 70 now altogether, both factions,
Actually,
but that's
I just
still.
when you
Hmm.
mentioned that, when Juliet mentioned that, I checked yesterday. Peddler was our 80th character.
Oh my goodness. You know what? That makes sense. I did get her as my 80th character. Math. Numbers are beyond me, but yeah. I think, Sam, you and I, we collect all the characters too,
I do. I do. I
right?
I I had started out collecting all, being like, I want to collect all the hunters, and
Hmm.
then I was just like, well, I'm only missing like 3 survivors, so like,
You might
I,
as well.
I might as well just try to unlock everyone else.
Right? It does work out. I feel like it works out well for RNG, which is always fun when we do it and whenever we do it with friends. But yeah, um, I think when I started doing it, it was back in ye old days when we
Ye
didn't
olde
have
days.
these fancy interfaces where we could show off our collections.
Oh
You just
yeah.
had the mirror, and you could select which characters skins you had, but you had to own the character as well. So I just
Yeah.
started saving up my
Yes.
clues for all of the characters I had at least an A tier skin for, so I could have an accurate representation of my collection. But
I did
then,
the same thing. I
yes.
I I think Wildling was actually the last survivor I bought, at least from
Hmm.
when I started collecting all the survivors, because he was just the one character I didn't have a skin for. Because he didn't start getting character or skins, and like he didn't get a whole lot of skins back then.
No, unfortunately. But I do enjoy his skins. I'm really glad he did get the Duke Bluebeard skin. I think that one's really cute.
Yes.
And I always find that the blue skins have such a nice vividness to them, uh no matter what graphics level you're playing on.
Yeah,
But
they
maybe I
always.
just enjoy blue.
No, I think I agree with you because a lot of blue skins, they just have like a charm to them. Honestly,
Hmm.
like I know personally one of my favorites from the same essence is actually Judith.
Oh yes.
I do very much enjoy the blue they used for her.
Yeah, same here. It's kind of like a royal blue, which I do really love when they
It
feature
fits
in
her
skins.
so well.
Mm-hmm. I really like the approach we're seeing to skins as of late. I think we're getting a lot more vivid colors. I'm thinking of the upcoming Essence, which good luck for
Oh
everyone
yes! Oh
who
my god,
is
I'm so
saving up.
excited!
Yes, don't forget to save up your dice. We only have a few days left of the season. Um,
Yes.
Definitely roll your dice if you happen to have over 100. Um, I'm thinking of the Logic Path skin too. I think this season alone, like the Galatea skin,
Oh
just fantastic.
yes, and I know I've seen a lot of people excited for that new Dream Witch costume for the next
Yes,
season's Logic Path.
I
Honestly,
really like the themes.
it's a very good Logic Path, especially considering just recently they've been giving skins a lot more like attention to detail and like quality. Like even the
Hmm.
A tiers have surpassed some of the old S tiers.
Yeah, definitely. And I like it when they play around with these effects and the translucent seas. It just really makes for a lot more to admire visually. Of course, the only thing to worry about is practicality, but not everyone does that. When you're hiding in rank or when it comes to
Of
your
course,
matches in general.
can't be too bright.
Yeah, me and my hot pink skin trying to hide up against a rock. Hey, sometimes it works.
It does
You
sometimes
do you
work.
can't know until can't you can't know until you try. But yeah, I'm also really glad that they have taken down the previous pity and now it's going to be
Yes.
200 instead of 250. I was not
I know I
liking
was
the
happy.
results. Yeah. Oh, oh, I'm sure. No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry.
Everyone knows I'm a whale. Everyone knows I it's too little too much on this game. But
Just a bit. It's okay. This means you can skin share with us, audience.
yes.
Like
But yeah,
intermission.
I'm super excited for the next lessons. If you can't tell that I'm a bit of a Haster fan. But
Oh yes, I'm so happy for you. You know what? I don't know if we should jinx it, but I definitely hope we see some of Hester for you. I
I
think.
would love to. I was in chat yesterday actually. I
Mhm.
was like manifesting some Haster gameplay. It's okay. We didn't get to see any, but that doesn't reflect today. We might get to see him today, and I'm excited for that. I'm ready.
Yeah, we are heading into round two. With this possibility on the line as well, we'll definitely have to have a look at those bands, especially because when it comes to bands, it can definitely be indicative of who we might be seeing as our hunter pick. I think yesterday we did see a lack of a priestess band on Moonlit River Park, and it did end up being a breaking wheel. So that's definitely a good example in
Yes.
terms of that. But um, yeah, when we come to Red Church, it's definitely an even playing field. There's no uh, difference in terrain, no second story necessarily, but we do also have the unique feature of the breakable walls on our left side.
Yes. Yes. Like we get to. I love seeing people play with those top breakable walls because I do
Hmm.
not. We do not often see people play around with the top breakable walls, considering everyone always breaks those two. You know the very strong looping spot in those bottom breakable walls.
Absolutely.
Yeah, looking like we're gonna have that Goatman global ban. We're gonna honestly keeping that Goatman for round one was a very solid pick. Just get those strong hunters out of the way so you can play whoever you're most comfortable with in those later rounds.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I do hope that when it comes to the Red Church as well, uh, we have to be mindful of our ciphers. I don't think it was much of a problem yesterday. We did see some Red Church, but when it comes to Red Church especially, the ciphers can always vary in terms of where they spawn, but they do end up clustering up. So if you do end up decoding just on one side, it might put strain on the survivors in the
Oh,
later half of
yeah.
the round if the hunter and their targets end up being on that half.
Yeah, especially if you get those really close ciphers, it's really dangerous. Because I know red carpet is a very easy cipher to pressure for hunters, especially considering how
Hmm.
close it is to both that bottom breakable cipher and graveyard cipher.
Yeah, definitely. And there's quite a number of chairs there as well. Um, they'll definitely have to be mindful of one another. And considering we did take out a couple of tanky characters in our first round, just in the global bans, of course, there's also going to be the hunter pick bans um, to take into consideration as well. This puts these survivors at a possibly more vulnerable situation in terms of opportunities because there's really more pressure on having to keep yourself healthy to be able to combat whatever the hunter has in store for you. But we are going to be heading into our picks here. First, banning the Seer and the Mechanic. Definitely a solid choice when it comes to this map. I'm thinking of that Mechanic especially. We
Yes.
talked about the ciphers. If you are able to let her decode freely, there's so much room for um, a cipher rush, really. And not just decoding her own cipher, both on the main body but the bot, but there's room to uh, take over other people's ciphers and then some. Like you can do healing, you can do gate opening, and of course you could even do some sneaky rescues. But
Yes.
um,
We're gonna be seeing that puppeteer coming out. Very honestly, very strong pick. There's a reason he's banned so often. And the knight coming out. Honestly, we haven't I don't believe we've seen too much of Knight now because he's very strong. Good kiting, good rescue. Honestly, very solid pick, especially with that puppeteer.
yes, definitely. I do wonder if they are going to be opting for a character that helps out with healing more. I'm thinking Barmaid, especially with the puppeteer into consideration,
Ooh,
since
yes.
psychologist has also been global banned.
Yeah, we're gonna be needing a lot of healing for that puppeteer, but fortunately, just a lot. It's just the way his healing works is so. I guess weird would be the right word, but it just you got to be injured to heal him, and so having that barmaid or psychologist with a puppeteer is just it allows him to just keep tanking all that damage.
Yeah, and speaking of tanks, it does look like we are going to be having Gravekeeper as our third lock-in. We're looking at a double rescue comp, and we do have Coordinator banned, but that's okay because we do have like what this team lacks in Coordinator's 5 second stun with the gun. They have in the Knight's helmet, which you can use to predict and kind of
Yes.
like tank some hits, the puppeteer, puppet, and the shovel for the Gravekeeper as well. We saw it even just in our previous round alone. The Gravekeeper was able to tank some of those ship hits, and of course, with that recent adjustment, um, not having your shovel canceled out and instead forced into a cooldown is a huge buff.
Yes, especially just because it's able to let gravekeepers just keep their item for so much longer. It gives them more opportunities. Seeing the novelist come out for the first time for this round.
I think for the season too, very exciting and exactly what we're looking for in terms of exciting picks. And since the novelist is going to be the last pick, um, he isn't going to be entering the global bans like the rest of them. I do believe Orpheus is one of those characters who was recently adjusted in the latest patch, so they'll definitely have to play things a little bit more cautiously. But this team definitely has a lot of potential. All of them are definitely pesky targets for the hunter to chase.
Definitely. And considering we get that Hullabaloo and Goatman global band, we're gonna be seeing like we could be seeing something like Shadow coming out, especially considering this is a very strong map for her. And it
Yep, and
looks
it
like we
looks
are
like
seeing the Shadow come out. Yes.
yes, great manifestation from Sam. I am excited to see Ivy back, regardless of all of the adjustments they have made for her. I think it might have also been in their recent patch as well. I'm not sure why they keep adjusting the Ostracon, but uh,
Yeah.
especially in lieu of the Dream Witch, Ivy gameplay is always really intense with the amount of pressure
Yeah.
that she can put on the survivors. So I'm really excited to see how that pans out, especially on a map as small as the Red Church.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of the team here just has some decoding debuffs. Now the
Hmm.
novelist does have an early decoding buff, but after that cipher reaches 50%, his decoding is going to be slowing down. So any pressure from that shadow is going to make it really hard for these survivors to pop ciphers.
Yeah, definitely. Um, they're gonna really have to be mindful of their ciphers as well as just um, keeping that communication up. It's so crucial, especially when it comes to a hunter with so much coverage. Um, though, thankfully, they are working with VC, which is why we aren't seeing as much of the newer pings. But oh, it
Yeah.
does look like we are going to be seeing a bit of a pause here. But yeah, like I said, when it comes to the newer pings, that's definitely been one of the latest overhauls, if not possibly the biggest overhaul in my opinion. I know it's been in the
That's
works for
true.
quite a while. It did enter the test server quite a few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. But
Actually, I believe you're right. It was about 3 weeks ago now, but
mm,
yeah. And for anyone curious, the Ivy adjustment was that after a survivor has been eliminated, it reduces the amount of time it takes to destroy the obstacle and how long it takes for it to come off that like cooldown to destroy it.
okay, thank you, Sam. Now, it does look like we are going to be heading into the match shortly. This is going to be the round two, first half. We are going to be having our CH4 Hunter up against our CPDD survivors. My name is Mima, and I am joined by Sam. Best of luck to both teams.
Good luck, everybody. Now
I'm
I gotta
fascinated
ask
by
Mima.
the standard spawn because it's an Ivy. But yes, sorry, what was your
No,
question?
I was just about to ask, who do you think is gonna be our first chase here? After all, Novelist is very strong, but after he uses that book, he's just gonna be shut down by the Ivy very quickly.
I honestly want it to be the novelist. It definitely will put him at a disadvantage having to go up against the uh, Ivy because it's definitely hard to accumulate that next metaphor once you've used it. But of course, we could be seeing the knight as well, especially to get those helmets out of the way. But as we are getting into this match, it looks like we are going to deploy that Yith and put it straight towards the Gravekeeper.
Oh, honestly, getting that pressure on the Gravekeeper is slow decoding already. It's gonna be moving away from the cipher. Unfortunately, not far enough. The Obstracon is still gonna be blocking that cipher.
Now Ivy has deployed the Yith now in the vicinity of the knight. It does look like we are going to get a scare on him and switch to him as our first target.
Right? It looks like our knight is gonna be using Church to the best extent. We got Gravekeeper destroying his Obstracon down a red carpet there. Oh, unfortunately, it gets the helmet cancelled using the ability to cancel the attack animation.
Ooh, and the
Ooh.
Orpheus is going to be using the metaphor to buy some more distance for the knight here, who has since then transitioned over to the reception area.
Ooh, the Gravekeeper's still close by. Unfortunately, gets leached onto by that Yithian, putting a bit of more stacks on that knight. Seeing the blink come out beautiful down for the shadow.
We are going to deploy that Yith before picking up the knight. And we are going to be seeing him chaired over by the reception. I think it's called like Wedding Garden now. But
Wedding Garden? Oh, God.
yeah. Something like that. But we are going to be having the Ivy move the Yith into the church with our Gravekeeper on standby. Unfortunately, it does hinder his decoding progress at this garden here.
Beautiful rescue. We're going to get that 4/2. We do still, however, have the... Oh, we're moving the Yithian. We're going to be maybe looking for a scare here.
Yeah, with 66 level, it's a good chance of getting that stun on the knight, but it does look like, yeah, we're just going to see the Ivy move the Yithian away, anticipating that transition as well as the decoding over here by the Puppeteer.
We've seen that pallet thrown down just to buy that knight a little bit more time. Got Puppeteer already rotating off his Cypher, giving the knight the area to kite. Oh, it looks like we are going to be seeing the scare pull off, though, getting the knight down.
And unfortunately, the knight is going to get chaired right in front of the Graveyard Cypher, which was Puppeteer's previous one. And Ivy is wasting no time getting that Gravekeeper infected once more.
Looks like we got our Puppeteer coming in. We're going to be having that Ivy try to bait out a puppet, trying to get as much damage on him as she can before he reaches chair.
If we can see a bit of stalling with the stairs here, that could be big. But it does look like we're going to wait things out, and we are going to see a rescue, but the knight is unfortunately going to get hit out of chair. Once tide is over, he is going to be going down.
Puppeteer just barely escaping that stun from the Ivy. Too many Obstricons like over here. That's 3 actually.
Yeah, that's right. At this point, it does look like they are going to be having to open up a new cipher, and it does look like most of those ciphers happen to be on the opposite side of the map in between the breakables. And oh, unfortunately, the Gravekeeper is going to get caught at the graveyard here as our next target, but
oh, doesn't get the scare off though. Just gonna have him be avoiding an Obstricon. Oh, scares out of the shovel.
Really impressive work from our Ivy here. Gravekeeper is going to get chaired. It looks like we are going to be having the Gravekeeper chaired at the Wedding Garden. And we're continuing the cipher decoding at the graveyard. But Ivy isn't letting this Puppeteer get away with that, and instead going to scare and down the Puppeteer before the puppet is in effect.
Yeah, unfortunately our ciphers are just... Oh, we do get a great rescue on the Gravekeeper from the Novelist over here. Unfortunately, ciphers, we just don't have enough progress on him. Ivy's gonna keep pressuring that Gravekeeper.
That's right, and previously the Novelist used his metaphor to buy some distance for the knight, so we don't have one to work with here. But Novelist is going to get this rescue in, but we are going to be having the Ivy pincer the Novelist with both the main body and the Yithian.
Oh, very well scared. Fortunately, the Gravekeeper did move to Shack to start a new cipher here.
Ooh, Ivy's having a lot of coverage with these Ostracons. Now moving the Yithian over to the graveyard where Gravekeeper has been decoding. Ooh, and we're just going to opt to switch for that Gravekeeper. Now, if the Puppeteer does pick up the Novelist, it is going to give him a little bit more of health to recover, but of course, it does put Novelist at a chip hit. Oh, we're going to see a blink to down the Gravekeeper.
Now, we do still have Trump card in play for this Ivy, but she opted for Trump card in detention instead of that normal insolence we see.
Now this is going to be Gravekeeper's second chair.
And it's looking like that puppeteer picked up our novelist, so that means he gets an extra hit he gets to use.
Good call on the puppeteer for making moves to get to this chair. It's a bit risky since our novelist is really close to getting down, but it does look like our cipher is nearly primed. Our puppeteer is making ways over, but we might be seeing some of that scare stalling, so we have to watch out here. Oh, and we're gonna
the
get
breakable wall
hit.
coming in!
Oh,
It's the chair!
a chair hit!
Oh
This
my
is huge! Yes, especially because our puppeteer isn't bringing borrowed time.
No
We are
borrowed
just
time
gonna
for
go
the
for a
puppeteer.
pop, but are we gonna see? Oh, unfortunately, no flywheel from the novelist, but this is going to be the novelist's first chair since we had the Ivy slug him earlier. Now, the Yithian is going to move to the side gate, which the Gravekeeper does seem to be moving towards.
And thankfully, he does have a shovel left over from his kite earlier. It is looking like we're gonna have that Yithian go over, and we're gonna be seeing the. Now she doesn't have blink, but oh, she does use the scare, so he can throw down the pallet.
Yes, and he unfortunately wasn't able to get into the shovel in time. But in the meantime, Puppeteer was able to rescue the novelist.
We're gonna be moving that Yithian over. We do have, I believe that is the novelist on gate. Puppeteer looks like he's gonna be rotating back around to that back gate just in case.
The dungeon does happen to be... Oh, it's actually at the graveyard here. So, Ivy is going to go for the Ostracon in the graveyard and then to the wedding.
Just barely missing that novelist who uses his flywheel to get that window. Looks like we are gonna have that Yithian waiting at that back gate for that puppeteer.
Yeah, and unfortunately the puppeteer doesn't have any health left to work with to use the Lewis, but novelist is going to go down. This is going to be the second chair for the novelist, so good call for moving away from the dungeon. It definitely gives Puppeteer an opportunity to push for that dungeon escape. It's really crucial to make sure that you get at least one out because of 4 elimination
Trail
results in 5
spotted.
points. Oh, the Yithian is close in tail for the Puppeteer, and there is no flywheel to work with, so unfortunately the Puppeteer is going to go down. Well done by the CH4 Hunter here, getting a 4K to start off our second round.
Yes, super well done cipher pressure on like just that. Oh my gosh, that wall hit to the chair hit.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
that was so exciting.
It was they could have really had such a dire situation there, especially since the puppeteer wasn't bringing that borrowed time. But I really applaud CPDD for staying on top of things and working uh, as fast as they can to combat the
Yes.
effectiveness of the multitasking this Ivy had in store for them. Of course, I do think that when it comes to Red Church, it's really difficult to make your distance from the Ivy due to having such a
Definitely.
small range, and there was just so many Ostracons all over the place.
Yeah, once she has her set up, it's just very hard when it comes to getting those ciphers pressure or getting those ciphers decoded. As we saw, we had about 3 ciphers that she was pressuring all at once.
Yeah, definitely. Especially just even in the middle of the match, or I'd say the earlier half of the match when the knight was still active.
Mhm.
It was really tough to get that graveyard cipher going, though they did eventually get to pop it as their last one. Definitely
Yeah,
was a good call to pop that cipher then and there, um, before anything happened. And of course, since the novelist hadn't been chaired prior, it was a good call earlier then as well to pick up the novelist from the puppeteer's end, giving him a little bit more of that health.
yeah. Unfortunately, it was just unfortunate for the novelist just getting countered by that shadow being able to not farm his item. He definitely,
Hmm.
if it was any other hunter, he definitely could have harassed a bit more to help out that knight. But the cipher pressure was just too much for the survivors there, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, it's always tough when it comes to trying to get that metaphor in general, but when it comes to Ivy, there's such a small window to accumulate it without putting yourself at risk of getting that corruption accumulated as well. I think Eve had Evening Skies had sent a TikTok about it. I was
Oh,
fascinated, but I think it was about how Painter accumulates
yes.
enough to get the
I
painting
was,
from the shadow. And then I think Sam, you mentioned a bunch too. You mentioned novelist as well as seer, I think, with it. But it's
yeah.
such a small window having to kind of stare at the corner of your screen too and adjust accordingly. I know everyone has different play styles. Some of you might be more accustomed to just looking directly backwards, or maybe not at all, somewhere in between. But regardless, when it comes to a hunter like the Shadow, it's just really hard to get a good look. Sometimes you have to rely on that, the red light.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Novelist is just one of those characters that you need to be more precise with how you look at the hunter. Because with the Painter and Seer, as long as as long as they're on your screen and you're close enough, you can get an owl. With
Hmm.
Painter, it's a little more precise than Seer, but you can still slowly gather their face as Painter. But Novelist, you need to be directly looking at them to gather that
Yeah.
metaphor.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of audacity, I feel. It's it's so funny to see the Ripper in the global bands here as opposed to our Goatman or Hullabaloo. But with that into consideration, it leaves room for either of them to be chosen. You ban one, you get the other, that type of deal. Um, but we could be seeing something else, especially since we saw a round one Ripper. I'm definitely manifesting. I'm manifesting that Hastur for you, Sam. I'm also manifesting any hunters who have been adjusted recently. I will say, I think some mentioned Fool's Gold, and he was one of the characters to receive an adjustment, especially in terms of the collision when you are going to retrieve your pickaxe.
Yes.
Definitely huge. There's so much interruption. It requires so much precision in general, especially when you're in motion. That's the thing about characters where you have to aim things. Once, like, aiming to get to a certain place or to get it on a certain part that you want is one thing, but it's another thing when you're in motion. And sometimes you can just get caught, maybe by a
The
sliver of a pixel.
smallest little thing. It's it's he has such a weird hitbox because I believe they take his normal standing hitbox,
Hmm.
but they make it while he's just moved. So unfortunately, his hitbox it just gets caught on like the smallest things. Like I know there's a couple polls on Chinatown, especially that have caught me off guard whenever I decide to play Fool's Gold.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely unfortunate, but I'm glad that Fool's Gold and I believe Smiley Face as well were able to
Yes,
receive an adjustment to their collision. I remember seeing an example of Smiley Face on Red Shirt specifically. So, I mean, the chances of that are not zero. Yesterday we saw around two Smiley Face, so uh, we have to leave our cards up. I don't even think that makes sense. Excuse my English, but the possibilities are low, but never zero. I wouldn't even say they're low, um, considering it
honestly,
has
yeah,
happened.
he is Smiley Face is a strong hunter, but unfortunately, just with the Fantastic Four we got here,
Yes,
it's just
I,
there hasn't been much of a incentive for people to pick him.
right. I do think we've seen some smiley face red church even in season 2 of Logging Off League, um, and I think when we take the small range of the map into consideration, as well as the possible team compositions. We've seen quite a number of tanky team lineups, like you've said, Sam, um, and that can definitely be used against them in terms of hunters like the smiley face. In terms of their build, you can bring, I think, impact. The one that stops you from healing past 60 once you've exerted your exit path, as well as just the decrease in healing from getting hit by that Smiley's rocket.
Oh
It can
gosh.
definitely cause a hindrance, especially on such a small map where the hunter can cover so much ground in a fast amount of time. It's hard to heal one another.
Yeah, unfortunately that rocket is just a huge issue for a lot of survivors, especially if you don't have sticker. Even with
Hmm.
sticker, it takes so long to heal with that rocket on you. It is looking like we're going to be seeing that coordinator and priest is being banned. Wait, that is coordinator.
Hmm.
Yeah, that is coordinator,
Yep.
right? Oh my gosh, I have to
Yes.
like lean into my screen, get it closely. But either way, yeah, both very strong contenders. That coordinator always is kind of a struggle. Even if she has that one gun, she still has the ability to kite for a fairly decent amount of time if you know how to use her gun properly.
Yeah, absolutely. They make for really great supports. But speaking of supports, we are going to be having the psychologist and novelist locked in as our first two survivors. It's going to be really great to see the novelist back to back. And of course, when we have that psychologist, there's always room for tankier characters to be selected. And with that into consideration, it does look like we are going to be taking Puppeteer out of the equation. But in turn, we are going to be seeing the professor. Glad to see him from our CH4 survivors, especially since CPDD was able to utilize him in the first round. Again, it's always
Yes.
nice to see characters you don't typically see, but yeah, they have a lot of support potential, even from afar. Professor being able to put down scales and having a scale out in the open. I do hope that we get to see more of those scales. We just have to be mindful of when these survivors pick them up. And of course, timing them once they have it equipped.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's really hard when hunters know how to mind game those scales out, putting them, especially considering for Professor, even they have a really long cooldown, and for survivors, even longer. But either way, it looks like we're going to be seeing that mechanic come out, finally getting to see that strong
Yes.
pick. Honestly, I I don't blame the survivors for picking mechanic, considering it is again like you said first half
Hmm.
mechanic on red church is just a very strong pick with the proximity to those ciphers.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's definitely room to do all else, really. You can heal your teammates, you can decode the gate, you can go for a cheeky little rescue, you can also tinnitus bait. That's definitely another plus for the bot here. There's quite a number of places you can end up hiding it, especially if you opt for a more subtle version of the bot. Red Church, I feel, is the grayest map, so I find that um, even just the default bot is really useful to have and hide.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially like all the walls that George blends right in.
Hmm.
Aside from White Sand, but I don't think we need to talk about that map. That's
No,
very
thank
evil.
you.
That evil map.
That evil map. No, I don't even want to think about it, especially because I really doubted that they were going to have Dark Woods, but lo and behold, here it is
Oh,
in my rank matches.
I don't know. I'm looking forward for the day that we eventually see White Sand reworked, but
And Golden Cave, yay!
oh, and Golden Cave, yeah, that map too.
Just kidding. We are not manifesting this, but you know what? We are going to be seeing a clerk. I am so happy to
Oh
see the clerk.
yes.
This is going to be Clerk's first pick in our season 3. Definitely a solid choice. You know, a really great way to combat this mechanic as well. The tough thing about the clerk is that when you are um kind of spectating these ciphers, the mechanics doll has no indication like other
That's
survivors do.
true.
So you really have to stay watch on your bot to prevent the clerk from having this recording of, or yeah, this recording of your bot possibly decoding.
Especially if that mechanic gets caught off guard, doesn't notice that her bot's being recorded. That could be a very long recording for that clerk.
Yeah, definitely. And it does look like we are going to be hopping into our area selection here. We are going to have another mirror of our spawn selects with the T formation turning into a plus with the hunter spawning in between the breakables. Uh, this definitely gives room for the mechanic to drop her bot either at the reception or the wedding garden,
Yes,
as
or
well as
give
the
it.
graveyard.
Yes, the graveyard. It's a very strong spot, honestly. Giving that mechanic graveyard. It's a very if you're against a clerk, even with the mechanic's slow vaulting speed, even with her limited kiting ability,
Mhm.
just that's how strong graveyard is. But it looks like we are going to be seeing that hide on the mechanic instead, opting
Oh
for
my goodness,
rescuer.
welcome back to 2020.
Oh, we're
Um,
getting sent back in time. But it
For
but it is
sure.
round 2, second half. My name is Sam. I'm with Mima. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, definitely going to be so intense. We are looking at the CPDD Hunter up against our CH4 survivors. And our Eve loading screen. I do love this game. It's just funny how long it takes.
I always love seeing the new crossover loading screens. I think they're such a fun addition.
Me too. Hopefully we'll see more since we'll get more announcements. But heading into our match here, we are going to have the clerk move towards the church, forcing our novelist off the cipher. But we did have a little check-in on the reception. Oh, it's Lockhart Mechanic, my beloved. And our clerk does, of course, switch to the mechanic once we get sight of her.
Yes.
I am not quite sure. She might not have deployed the bot, but we are going to be seeing the mechanic in close pursuit and getting a hit on the mechanic first thing.
Ooh, using that recording, but unfortunately just mechanic just opted instead to just run. We did not see the mechanic actually deploy her bot yet, so we do have that as an option for body blocking here. Oh, and we're gonna see it come out. She blocked that pallet while she gets the rotation.
Yeah, I definitely have to work with your resources, especially. Oh! Speaking of resources, we are going to see the clerk use that blink to down the mechanic. Now, unfortunately, since we did use the bot for a body block, we aren't going to be able to see the mechanic control it on the chair. But the ciphers do have a decent amount of progress here with the clerk checking in on our church cipher here that we know the novelist happens to be decoding.
Yeah, now that that mechanic is shared, we're going to be seeing a lot of pressure coming from that clerk now, especially where she shines most. Just opting to take that hit. We got Novelist who has activated his Tide Turner.
Oh, unfortunately, yeah, that dropping speed for the pallet just wasn't enough to shield Mechanic from this hit. So once Tide is up, we are going to be seeing Mechanic go down for a second time. Now, the clerk is keeping a close eye, so she's not quite going to deploy her bot once again, but instead keep watch of that church cipher.
Yeah, however, it does look like we've gotten about 2.5 ciphers done now. Kind of got our ciphers all spread across now that we've got about, I believe that's 6 ciphers started. Novelist getting pressured again. He just needs to finish that cipher. Throwing down the pallet using one of the recordings from earlier.
Yeah, good call to take it out of the equation. Our psychologist is going to go in for the rescue after getting hit, and the clerk is going to take in another hit on the psychologist, allowing the mechanic to transition towards the graveyard.
However, now that the mechanic is dead on chair, it might just be worth it saving your bot for the body block. Yup.
Oh, we are going
to.
to.
With it.
Yes, it definitely buys some time, but the clerk was able to pull up that pallet with a recording. Now, speaking of recordings, we do have to watch out for the possibility. Yep, we are going to see a wall vault recording preventing the mechanic from taking that vault.
However, she does have a recording of her breaking the pallet, so this mechanic needs to be careful of where she throws down a pallet. But it does look like she has a scale from the professor using her flywheel.
Oh,
gets the vault off.
Nice.
Oh, and the clerk misses the pallet breaking recording. So it looks like this mechanic is a little bit of extra time to loop around this area.
Great
Oh.
palette discipline here by the mechanic. If we can transition over towards the bot. Oh, unfortunately, it does look like our mechanic is going to go down. Novelist not quite able to use the metaphor just yet, but of course that's still available for the rest of the game. Now, unfortunately, mechanic is going to get sent back to the manor, and we're going to see Clerk use teleport, switching to teleport. Oh, and downing the psychologist.
Now we do need to be careful considering our professor is the only one with borrowed time here. We're gonna need to have that novelist either come in for the rescue, or we're gonna have that novelist prime that cipher.
And it looks like our professor is going to be the one pressured for that decoding, having the recording on by the clerk as the novelist closes in distance to the chair. Now they definitely have to be careful when priming the cipher, though it doesn't see. Oh, did we get a recording for that decoding? But of course, it was able to give novelist a free rescue.
Professor gonna, unfortunately, just really close. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to see that pop come out just yet because of his recording. Oh, did get the cipher lock though.
Oh.
Now our novelist is still in the air. Oh, might
Doesn't
have caught a
quite have a
sliver of
recording
that.
up yet. No, she doesn't have a recording up just yet, so our professor does get to build that cipher. Now it looks like we're gonna see. Oh!
Flywheel and metaphor. Oh!
Oh!
They got popped on.
Oh, this is a very rough spot for the novelist. Oh, unfortunately, it's gonna be double down here. Tried to use his flywheel to body block that for that psychologist, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Yes, and our psychologist is going to get sent back to the manor, being on third chair, while our novelist is going to get picked up and chaired. Unfortunately, Professor isn't quite able to decode this gate since Clerk is keeping a close eye on it.
Yeah, and we do have teleport ready up, so we're just gonna have to have this professor just try and stall and look for that dungeon.
Yes, unfortunately, unlike our first half, our dungeon is on the opposite side of the map over by the breakables, and this clerk is gaining on the professor but not quite catching wind of him yet. Until now, we see the blood trail.
We're gonna see him try to rotate through that reception area, but unfortunately, it's just a bit rough.
One flywheel, one scale, and a dream. The novelist is approaching the end mark of his chair. But, oh, beautiful flywheel. I think, oh, no, that wasn't a flywheel. Oh, now we're seeing the flywheel. And we're playing the winning game at the palette here. While the, oh, unfortunately.
That is
Yeah,
very
Clerk.
unfortunate.
Clerk is really good at hitting through those pallets, and we are going to be seeing a 4K elimination. Really well done by the CPDD Hunter, and well done by the CH4 survivors as well. This is a really close call, and really awesome to end off round 2 with a tie. This puts us at round 3 moving forward. The stakes are high.
Yes. Moving to that round 3, we have a draw for both teams, so very well played for both sides. Each of them held on for as long as they can, being able to both survivors were able to pop their ciphers, honestly getting those gates open, but unfortunately Clerk and the Shadow are just very good at pressuring those objectives that they need later.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all teams put up a really formidable fight, but it was also just as formidable to watch these hunters overcome that. You would think that with such pesky team compositions, for the lack of a better word, it would be tough, and it was. And I'm glad to have seen the matches get extended to these lengths and really push for that 4-man pushing each other. I'm really glad that we get to see these teams go up against each other.
Yes. I am hoping that later, now that we're gonna have that shadow globally banned, we're gonna be seeing maybe someone like opera singer come out even. I know we haven't gotten to see her a whole lot, but
Yeah, for sure. It would be nice to see opera singer once again. I feel like I kind of miss her.
I do
Well,
too.
I think she
She's
was the most used hunter in Koa, so maybe I don't miss her that much, but I miss her logging off league wise.
Yeah, unfortunately we just haven't gotten to see a whole lot of her recently.
But I do appreciate the picks that we are getting to see in lieu of Sangria. I do hope that it continues on into round three. I'm also manifesting possibly a bigger map. I think it's always fun to
Yeah, especially a
see
map like
such. Mhm.
Leo's memory maybe. Honestly, I'd hope for Leo's.
Me too. I do enjoy Leo's memory. I don't think we've seen it quite yet, but for season three, but it would definitely be really fun. I don't think we've seen much of Lakeside either,
I
but
would love to see a Lakeside, especially with the recent map adjustment down near shore.
oh, that's right. It's quite interesting.
It's it was an adjustment. I can say that. I think
Yeah.
first time I saw it, I was like, this, because I don't believe they changed anything else aside from the fact that they put a shack there and it has a
Hmm.
roof. But it still felt so weird, like it was a completely different area.
Roof of protection.
I
Oh,
think they
speaking
just
of protection and map adjustments, I do believe Moonlit River Park also received some adjustments. We
oh
saw it
yes,
yesterday as well.
near that second story, that back door that hunters used to body block a lot, that got widened up, so you can't body block that anymore unless you're playing. Oh, I don't know, someone like the fire investigator.
Yes, I'd love to manifest him too, but I don't want to jinx anything.
Well, considering
I'm.
how in later rounds we might see him come out. I mean, honestly,
You're right, though. I think he's very versatile regardless of the map, and there's a lot of support potential as well as kiting potential when it comes to Fire Investigator. And yeah, I do think that he's very well rounded. Otherwise, I'm knocking on wood. I don't really see them adding any changes because I feel like he's fair enough. I mean,
I
you take
think
the
I
airbags
agree.
out of
Honestly,
equation, and um, yeah, you take airbags out of equation, and he's kind of like pretty bare bones. But I think that's fair enough because if you don't take them out of the equation, then he poses such a big threat. So there are workarounds. Um, I'm glad to see that sort of state. I think um, considering the amount of characters we get released, it's always nice to have these releases that feel a little bit more fair and square. I think Florian himself was designed to specifically be someone who can help but also hinder, which is a really cool ode to his lore somewhat. But yeah, just in general, it's nice to be able to have that sort of character instead of kind of a character where you argue, oh, they're too busted or whatnot, if that makes sense. But yeah.
yeah, I believe that fire investigator currently is in a really good spot because I believe when he first came out, a lot of people thought he was like it was like, oh, he's too weak. He's like, this
Mm-hmm.
kid is stupid. But like you were saying with that Lakeside pick, it's just Lakeside is so open, but with that fire investigator, he gives his teammates an opportunity to rotate to better kiting areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And even himself, I do really appreciate the speed boost. I like that he just had only one adjustment, and that was to shorten up the time it takes to push off
Mhm.
from that airbag, as well as adjusting the decoding a little bit. The decoding wasn't too bad. The way it works is kind of he has a 10% decrease, but the more he's exposed to the hunter, it starts to
Yeah, I was about to
accumulate.
say.
Yeah, and for however number you have, it's equivalent to like the percent of a boost that you get.
It's
So
like a little
it's
stack on
cool.
the top, I think. It's like I think Florian somehow they managed to make one of their most balanced characters, which I think is hilarious.
Mhm.
considering the other releases we saw around that time, especially I believe I believe Opera Singer was a bit before Florian actually.
Mhm. I think Ivy got released right after Florian.
Yeah, I believe they were in that same batch there.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I'm excited to see who we're going to um, anticipate for the rest of the year too. Since the final stage for Koa is coming up, they always announce a lot of big things, and
yes, I'm
as of
so
late,
excited.
they've been revealing characters like one hunter, two survivors. So it's been really exciting. I I would also appreciate maybe a slower roll on those releases so everyone could get more adjusted to the rosters that we have. But
Definitely.
of course, it's always fun to have more options and more favorites, really.
Yeah, honestly, speaking of new releases, the Peddler, I've been playing her recently. She has been so
Mm-hmm.
much fun. I know when she was first teased, a lot of people said she was going to be OP or broken, and people still say that. But I believe she was a good change of pace for from our recent hunters.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely think that she's definitely one of those hunters that require a lot of precision and anticipation as well from both sides. So it makes for more exciting matches. Upon her release, I was kind of manifesting that she'd be a little bit similar to Clerkwise in terms of threats. I feel
Mhm.
um, that it's manageable enough that you can anticipate it, but you still have to be on your guard. You have to have
Yeah, you got to
that
be on your toes for it.
exactly. You have to have that awareness. But yeah, I think speaking of Clerk, she is going to be entering our global bans. We are going to be having two additional bans for the hunters moving into our round three. And of course, we are going to be having quite a number of survivors entering our global bans as well.
Yeah. So now that it is later in the round, we got all these popular picks out. We get to see some of these really like interesting picks out. Considering our map being moonlit, I would really like to see like a gamekeeper come out. And I I'm just saying,
Hmm.
I will always say this, I would love to see a Wuchang.
Yes, he got adjusted too.
Yes. With the lowered bell cooldown, I believe actually.
Hmm.
So I
And
would really like to see him come out because I am a big Wuchang fan.
absolutely, I do believe that they got some hitbox adjustments for both guards as well, which is cool. I think from a hunter's perspective. From a survivor perspective, it's a little less cool because they had quite a bit of reach, especially with that white guard. But it's always nice to have some adjustments, some buffs as well, especially for characters who kind of fall out of popular favor.
Mhm.
But
And especially
yeah.
we got that moonlit yesterday. We got to see that geisha come out.
Yes, that was definitely great to see. Uh, they'll definitely have to stay on top of maximizing their distance. I think a huge factor that came into play during that geisha match was the roller coaster, actually. I'm glad to see it
Yes.
utilized, but being able to turn off those stops is huge.
Yeah, and we also on that same map, we did get to see the undead come out. And
Yeah.
honestly, I have to mention on that because God, the communication between those survivors was just incredible in their teamwork.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see a four-man escape when it came to that undead match. I know I spoiled it for those of you who haven't had yet to watch it, but I absolutely recommend watching the VOD up on the Landbone Lunar YouTube channel. I recommend that for any of our tournaments, really, and any of our days, because it's always so fun to see what interesting things happen within our matches. And I think this has definitely already set the bar high in terms of like um enjoyability, intensity, and rewatchability. And I'm just certain that it will carry out into round three here as we proceed into our bands and picks. I'm already excited just from this phase alone.
Yes, I would. Considering it's moonlit, I would also really like to see that fool's gold come out, like you were talking about earlier.
Yes! I hope we see that Hester. Knocking on wood. I don't want to
Knocking on
jinx
wood, knocking on wood.
anything.
It's
I
okay.
just like to
But
mention our favorites.
yeah, especially considering Moonlit now, because it had so many little obstacles that would counter Fool's Gold, but now with that recent adjustment, we might be seeing him come out more.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely poses such a threat. And when it comes to such a clear-cut environment, there's a lot of areas that the Fool's Gold can basically snipe. Um, Especially with the elevation. You can even snipe ciphers if you're up high enough.
Yes,
Like,
that's true.
yeah, like from third stop, you can snipe the cipher bridge. I haven't quite memorized the names of the areas on Moonlit quite yet, but I feel like I'll forever call that cipher bridge. I know the
I'll just
circus. That's about it.
yeah, everyone. I called that one bridge. I think everyone knows bridge, but
I think it might be like North Bridge or something. I don't know.
North
They
Bridge.
they
Oh
use
Lord.
northeast, southwest, and I
Oh,
just
I can't do
give
that.
me
I can't do all
center,
that.
give me up, down, or else I will explode. But another thing to note is that they actually adjusted the way that the stops look on the platforms. They call it
The
the
little
platforms.
lights.
Yes, the lights.
Yes.
It's perfect. So if it's red, that means it will stop at that point. But if it's green, that means that the stop was turned off and it will continue. So that's definitely something to look out for in your matches, everyone. Another thing to note is just in general for every map, they've dubbed like the main gate as the original gate, the mechanical looking one, but the side gates, that's what they're called now, they're the wooden ones. So,
Oh yeah. I
definitely make sure to keep this in mind for your communications.
I I actually did notice. I don't think they even mentioned this in the patch notes, but like
Mhm.
I was playing quick match the other night, or like when maintenance had ended, and I was like, huh, they changed how the gate looks. And then I was told that yeah, they changed it based on the side of the map it's on, and I was like, oh, because I didn't realize they did that, which caught me so off guard because I thought did they get unique gates for each map? Because the first time I saw it was on Chinatown, and I was like, oh
Mhm.
wow,
It would be cool though if it was unique based on the map. I
I
always
would
love
love that.
little details like that. But I do think that this helps differentiate enough because sometimes you'll see people communicate or hear people communicate front gate, back gate, but that could be different for everyone. So you start to have to
Yeah,
get specific. Like on Leo's memory, for example, people will say, "Oh, moon gate," because you can see the moon, and then Christmas tree gate, that sort of thing. But I do believe Christmas tree gate might be the main gate. I think um, whichever gate is towards the north ends up being the main one.
I
I
believe
I
so.
could
Yeah.
be wrong, but that's what I'm noticing so far.
hmm Yeah, I will
Maybe not
say
sacred. I'm not sure.
I have a confession, another
Mhm.
one, but I used to get the gates in Moonlit mixed up. So I would always I would always say back gate, and then people would run to the back gate and realize it wasn't open, and it's like, hey, why isn't the gate open? I thought you said back gate was open. And I was like, yeah, I'm at back gate.
It's okay. We forgive you. Probably. I think for Moonlit, it does also help to be like, oh, first stop gate, last stop
First stop
gate.
gate, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I would always call first stop gate back gate because it just feels like the back of the map.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm shaking my head right now. I just like
uh,
to support you. Support my friends. But yeah, we are going to be entering the ban and pick stage now. Getting those choices locked in, we are going to be taking out Priestess and Embalmer, which are really solid choices, especially on a map as big as Moonlit River Park. The support potential for the both of them, able to buy so much time for the team, is huge. But in turn, for our hunter bands, we're getting them in right now. Oh, and Bomber as well, especially when it comes to the second story. Um,
yeah.
Definitely an ideal place to put your coffin, or any of the platforms, really. In terms of our Hunter band, we are, of course, going to take Hullabaloo and Goatman as our bands.
Two very strong contenders. I mean, there's a reason they showed Hullabaloo off on the on the Moonlit River Park. We saw the prospector coming out.
As soon as I saw the emote, I knew like that's the one. That's that's my guy. Sorry, I
So
love Norton. We love Norton here. This is a safe space for that.
this is the same space.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's Richard's here too. Oh, oh my gosh.
Oh, wait, you're winning. Wait, you're winning with this.
Yes, giggling, kicking, kicking my feet up in the air. Toy Merchant is also one of my favorites, and she is a tremendous support, especially when it comes to Moonlit River Park. We are going to be opting for a Barmaid and Antiquarian ban in turn, but again, Toy Merchant makes for an excellent alternative to the Priestess, and excellent assistance when it comes to the roller coaster. A strategy that I really like to do is spawning on the first stop, putting up a catapult that leads to it, and then turning off the
Yes.
second.
And for our decoder, it looks like we're going to be seeing that
Ah,
prisoner. Honestly, a very strong, solid pick, especially for Moonlit. You got your ciphers. They cannot. When you got those ciphers and you decode them on one side of the map and you got all of them on another side, it can be super dangerous to be staying at those ciphers. And with Prisoner being able to decode multiple ciphers at once, it can honestly just provide a more safety net for our survivors here.
yeah, absolutely. Especially if we end up in a cipher lock sort of situation as well. Um, yeah, the downside of Moonlit River Park is that it's split into two sides. So being able to have that coverage when it comes to the prisoner and decoding is really helpful. I do think that this is another one of those pesky team compositions. They might not be as tanky as previous lineups, but they are all definitely characters who can support one another.
Mm-hmm. And for our last two Hunter bands, we do have that Barmaid and Antiquarian coming out. We all know how strong Antiquarian is, just being able to harass so hard. And Barmaid with just getting all those super strong supports out of the way, being able to like heal and multitask, that Barmaid is a really big issue.
Yeah, definitely. Now, this team definitely does have to be mindful of their health state, of course, due to the large area of the map. I do think that the Prospector notably has a nice healing buff. Oh, and it does look like we are going to be having our Hunter pick. Sam, I'm sure you'll be happy to see.
Oh, who are we gonna see? Who are we gonna see? Oh, I'm so happy. I love opera gameplay. It's so fun to see her.
Yeah,
I
especially on a map like Moonlit.
Yes. Especially like just the way that at least I love watching opera gameplay because of how when you got a like pro hunter, you just get to watch them move so quickly, and it's so satisfying
Hmm.
seeing them hit those jumps. It's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's definitely room for some versatile gameplay here because ever since Opera's speed was nerfed, I've noticed that they've been bringing different traits. I've seen abnormal opera singers on this map and it's gone well. Oh, we have an interesting spawn selection here with the opera singer spawning outside of the two-story. It looks like we're going to have the knight and toy merchant on either side. This is going to be round 3, the first half, with our CH4 survivors and our CPDD hunter. My name is Mima and I am with Sam for commentary. Good luck to both teams.
So that
Run,
toy
Annie,
merchant
run.
run Annie run. Yes, I was just about to say that toy merchant opting to spawn instead of at that first stop where she's gonna spawn a little bit under it. She's probably hoping to go for that god kite, but
Yeah, the catapult and the glider can definitely help her transition to wherever her heart desires, really. But it looks like our opera singer is. Oh, we are gonna go for the knight who has kind of exited the two-story to try and still give tinnitus, but I do think that this spawn select helped out the prisoner from having distance, because it does look like our opera singer is going to be going for our prisoner for the first kite.
Ooh. Yeah, fortunately that knight was able to keep tinnitus for just a bit long enough for that prisoner to get this connection set up, but it does look like we're going to be throwing both of those pallets down, give the prisoner enough time to rotate. Unfortunately, this is a really tough area for opera singer inside this tent area because of how much limited space there is to dash with, but
That's right, and prisoner is keeping distance, but Sangria is going to opt for one of these shadow clones and closing in on the prisoner, who does utilize that severe current shock. Oh, and we're gonna see a blink to get the first hit on our prisoner.
gonna be throwing that pallet down. We just gotta focus on looping around the area. We're gonna be seeing the little too far back of a leap from the opera singer, so we're gonna be playing around with this pallet here. Got it. Yep, good play from that prisoner, forcing that opera to break that pallet there.
And really great cipher progress as well. Our prospector was able to decode. With those calibrations, it does boost his decoding a little bit, but our prisoner is hard at work, continuing to transition to a next area. But we are going to get a ball. Yes.
Oh, we're going to be seeing a harass coming in early, but the prisoner did pick up the magnet.
Oh. Beautiful stun by the prospector. Oh, and we're gonna see a beautiful pallet stun by the prisoner. Really well done. What great teamwork. We are seeing Norton with one more magnet, and it does look like our opera singer is going to get pulled back. Oh, we're gonna switch to this shadow clone.
Forced to jump back because he canceled the flywheel from the prospector. Prospector canceling her dash before takes a charge attack. I think loses the prisoner maybe.
Oh yeah, it does look like our prisoner has been transitioning away and is now long gone. Our toy merchant looks to be our next target, who does set up a catapult and launches herself to the second platform. Now, we did already use the glider, and it looks like our roller coaster is already here. Oh, and she is able to get on. Really great patience here, avoiding that terror shock and getting that coaster used.
We got that prospector still lurking around the area, unfortunately taking the attention of that opera singer, but she misses her dash, so the prospector has a bit more time to rotate. We're gonna be waiting on that magnet to come out real quick. We got a magnet ready.
Really excellent use of the catapult. Yes, they're really doing a phenomenal job of helping one another in lots of ways.
Stun.
Really great understanding of the magnets, but we are going to get hit through the pallet here, downing the prospector outside the two-story. Oh, and it looks like our prisoner is healed up. Oh, but our prospector might just be going... No, we're not going to see a basement quite yet. And instead, we're just going to be cheering on the inside. Let's have a look at those doors. Oh, really great door adjustments. This is my first time seeing it. But we're going to pressure on the prisoner, who was decoding outside. Really beautiful catapult.
We got toy merchant coming out, baiting up the rescue. We got... To hit on the toy merchant, we might be seeing a double down here. But our prisoner is the only one without borrowed time, so we do have both our prospector and toy merchant have borrowed time ready for that opera singer. We're gonna be seeing the teleport come out to pressure that prisoner's cipher again. Using that cat. But unfortunately doesn't make it right before she gets there.
I definitely love that toy merchant adjustment where you don't quite get canceled out of the motion, but you will get the hit. I feel like that's fair enough, but the prisoner is going to have to take care, since, as you mentioned, Sam, he is not carrying borrowed time. But it looks like we are seeing the prospector get healed.
Unfortunately, our toy merchant is close by, so she might get spotted. Doesn't get spotted by the opera singer, so we do have our knight coming in close by in case he needs to rescue.
And this opera singer hasn't caught the toy merchant due to just being out from the line of sight here, and the prisoner once again utilizing the catapult. Good call on the opera singer to finally break this catapult to first platform.
Yeah, so now that opera singer knows that roller coaster's gone, she has free reign to chase after this prisoner here. We do have another cipher that they started. It's now at 80%, so it's up to this prisoner to kite for as long as he can. We are going to be seeing him go down here, though. However, it looks like our knight is close by for that rescue. He does, I believe he still has, yeah, he still has a lot of his helmets ready. Oh, gets the shield off. Very well played.
Yeah. Ooh, they're just gonna go for the pop under the chivalrous. Yeah, that was a really great shock. Now the prisoner has moved over to the god kite, and of course, we did see opera singer switch over to teleport now that switching off of blink, but the charge hit does get the prisoner down. Unfortunately, that flywheel was just a little bit too early, and we're going to slug the prisoner.
However, Opera can't stay chasing for too long. She's either gonna have to go back or give up that prisoner. And it looks like we're just opting to give up that prisoner for now. We're gonna be pressuring this gate, considering it's been. Oh, we got the prospector on chase here, but he does have magnet. Oh, but no, not enough time.
And our opera singer is going to use that shadow clone to leap back to the gate where I believe it is going to be the toy merchant giving off tinnitus.
However, our prospector does still have exit path, though. I think our opera singer is just going for that chair instead.
Yes, now our toy merchant is going back to the gate, which does have a decent amount of progress. Teleport is still on cooldown, so it does look like it will be opera singer having to manually transition over towards the first stop. Oh, but getting the crows from the knight.
Oh, this could be bad.
Oh, and we're gonna miss both predictions. Oh, beautiful pallet stun. There's still quite a bit of time of detention left. About 10 seconds. Now, the knight has just one more. Oh, unfortunately, that helmet was still just on cooldown, so the knight is going to go down right here. And Prospector was since then sent back to the manor. It looks like we're going to see the opera singer teleport to the gate, and the toy merchant is going to get hit, but is going to opt for the escape. Now our... Oh, wait. Toy merchant is going to be waiting. Now, we do have the stops activated, but it looks like they're just going to take the tie.
All right. Congratulations to CH4 for getting that tie. We're going to be moving on to round 3, second half here.
Yeah, what an exciting and intense match. It was really great to see all the teamwork coming through from everybody on the survivors' end. And, you know, regardless of what happens, it's really great to see the opera singer make such a great recovery to secure a draw.
Yeah, the opera singer definitely utilizing her teleport, just opting instead of chairing that prisoner, just opting to instead pressure that gate. And it worked out for her, especially considering that knight wanted to go in for that rescue because they needed the 4-man, but fortunately it didn't pay off for them.
This definitely keeps the stakes up high for our second half. I definitely need to take a look at the points. I've just been enjoying the matches too much.
I have too. If I am not mistaken, CH4 had needed a 4-man escape last round to get the win. But if I believe CH4 needs a 3-man to take the third round.
I trust your word, Sam.
I don't know if I trust my own.
It's okay. I'll do the trusting for us. Either way, the stakes are high.
The
I
stakes are
really
very high.
do.
Both teams are neck and neck right now.
Yeah, I really do rely on the staff. When it comes to tallying everything up and keeping the information up to date. But as we are transitioning over to the second half, I do definitely want to give a shout out to all of our staff on board who are working super duper hard. All of our staff, all of our moderators, all of our hosts, they've just done an amazing job. And of course, my fellow casters as well. It's just really
Yes.
been a joy, and I appreciate everyone, along with, of course, our players and our audience as well. I really hope that everyone is enjoying and taking care of themselves as they enjoy this tournament. And yeah, we really have a lot um, to celebrate and to admire when it comes to our region. A lot more than people make it out to be. And I really hope that this tournament can be a testament to that. So thank you so much for your continued support and for everything that everyone contributes. And I really hope that it encourages people to keep up the support and look forward to anything else our community kind of cooks up.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to show that we do also care about competitive. We also care about how our server is viewed, especially considering we everyone knows that NAU is viewed as one of the weaker servers competitively, but seeing how many teams we have in store, we get to show the rest of the world how many amazing players we do have on our server.
Okay, so it does look like we were just informed of the win conditions. So it does seem that CH4 needs to get at least a tie if we want to, if they want to proceed. And if we get a three-man from CPDD, then we can go into overtime. Really high stakes here. Okay. Yeah, we are just going to update the global bans here. In the meantime, I do really love our layout. I hope that um, everyone does continue to appreciate them. One of our hosts did an amazing job doing all the graphics here, and I hope that you can also appreciate how we have different themes for our different seasons of Logging Off League as well.
Yes.
It's definitely something that we try and keep changed up throughout the seasons, and we try to also plan our little avatars accordingly, which is super fun.
Yes. Having everyone match ivory tower wise, I'm sure you all noticed now, but all of the casters here we're all dressed up as ivory tower skins.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We put our own little twist to the theme or designed our own outfits, and yeah, it was really fun. We have such a talented cast and like such a talented bunch who are contributing to this tournament by staffing and by playing. It's really great.
All right, now it looks like we're going to be moving on to our bans and picks here. Going to be seeing, let's see. Honestly, I'll bring this up again because
Hmm.
we know CH4's Hunter. We could I'm always one to hope, but we can always see the next boy come out.
Oh yes, if we're having Ling Hunt, you're really well known for that axe boy. And honestly, um, when it comes to a map like Moonlit River Park, there's a lot less that you can get that basic hit caught on. I find that sometimes the axe can get cut short, hit something, hit some debris nearby, and being able to get that final presence allows for a speed boost on the hunter's end and slower down for the survivors. And speaking of the survivors, it does look like we are having our bans and picks here. We are taking Seer, Priestess, and Prisoner off as our bans. And in turn, we are going to be having the Acrobat and Mercenary as our first two lock-ins. That's going to be fun to be able to see the Acrobat on his home turf at Moonlit River Park. I wonder if we'll get to see more of the Hullabaloo cast. I'm also manifesting it, maybe.
Yes, it's looking like we're gonna be seeing. Ooh, wait, Patient coming out today. We haven't. I don't believe we've gotten to see much of him. But I don't actually remember if he was played yesterday or not. But we're gonna be having that
Ooh,
Weeping Clown come out. Very
nice.
strong pick.
Half of a hullabaloo. That's
Half of a
awesome.
Hullabaloo.
We did see quite a bit of Weeping Clown yesterday, and he really makes for such a versatile rescuer since he's been adjusted to that role. But being able to utilize the rocket to make distance, to assist your teammates during their kite, to stun the hunter, or to even rescue your teammates off of the ballooning animation. Really great potential here. And from the patient, he definitely got a significant adjustment from the latest patch as well. I think there's some more optimization with that hook, especially regarding uh, vaulting over something that you're hooking or pushing off from it.
It looks like we are focusing more on a stronger kiting comp instead this time.
Hmm.
Opting for the mercenary instead of someone like instead of someone else who honestly like the journalist could be used for kiting, but we're going to be opting for more of a guaranteed rescue.
Yeah, for sure. And this team does make for a lot of distance all from their items and abilities. And oh my goodness,
Oh
we have our
my
hunter lock in.
god. I have not seen a Dream Witch in so long. I am so excited to see this game.
Especially on Moonlit, it can definitely be such a high risk, but also a high reward as well. Uh, really great to be seeing the Dream Witch out, especially with hunters with a sort of similar strategy like the Shadow in our global bans here. Um, yeah, I think our Fantastic Four is actually bans and global bans. So it's great to be able to see um, like an older reigning queen, one of the queens.
One of the queens.
But yes.
I will always forever remember um I believe it was like Koa 4 even.
Mhm.
I always that was when Dream Witch was dominating Koa meta. And I don't think we just honestly haven't gotten to see much of her since. So it's honestly it's so nice to see just a return for Dream Witch, especially considering how old and how strong of a hunter she is.
Absolutely. It does look like we are going to be proceeding in with our match. We are going for the little 2-and-2 spawns. Up and down are pretty standard Moonlit River Park spawns, but this is going to be the second half of round 3 with our CH4 Hunter up against our CPDD survivors. My name is Mima, and I am with Sam for commentary. Best of luck to both teams. This is going to be a match to remember, as all of the other ones have been, of course.
Yeah.
This is up
I will be
next.
judging very very harshly based on what skin Ling decides to bring. Oh,
Oh my
peak,
gosh!
peak. All right, yep, it's decided to bring the best skin. I love Ling for that. I forever love Envoy. It is one of her best skins.
Absolutely, and it does look like we are going to be having the patient as our first target with the leech in play. Now we could be seeing a standard situation early on, so
Oh,
patient just really forced
missed the hook,
away from
but
the
it worked out for
pallets.
him.
Oh!
Oh, throws that back down to the pallet just in time.
we're going to get that main follower up and away to bring it closer, and our mercenary is going to get forced off of the site for a little bit, but our patient is going to be utilizing another one of those hooks.
It's just pulling as much distance, rotating to a very good strong hiding area. We do have the Weeping Clown over here, just in case that patient needs to be supported.
And we are going to be seeing the patient. A really good call on dropping down that pallet to cancel one of the bites, and using the last of his hook to... Oh, that was a slow ball! Oh my god.
Scary for a second.
Right?
But however, that slow ball did manage to cancel out that patroller bite, so that was very well played on him.
Yeah, good call for waiting for that countdown. Now, of course, we could be seeing another patroller with our other two leeches active, and we are going to be seeing a little bit of a sandwich, but patient has successfully transitioned over towards the God Kite. Oh, beautiful pallet stun! Yeah, the Cypher progress is looking great as well. Now, our new target does seem to be the Weeping Clown, who is going to be utilizing a rocket to dash away.
Yeah, however, Dreamwitch's early game is just she struggles so much, but considering now we have all the patient's hooks out of the equation, we have free reign to chase him without any worries. No flywheel too.
Yeah, and eliminating these pallets. Oh, it looks like we are using Patient's Leash to get our first hit in.
Yes, and we do have that main body's patroller down in about 5 seconds here. So we could be seeing that main body patroller be, or main body leech be coming up here. Now this is where Dreamwitch really gets to shine with her camp.
Yes, we are going to be seeing the patient going down. Now, in the meantime, as the patient was being pursued, it does look like the mercenary and Weeping Clown were able to delete and now cover up this Cypher. We do have a Cypher getting pushed past half here, but there is one more to worry about, and we are going to be seeing a nice elbow pad over towards the God Kite here. Oh, and switch to Blink, getting a Blink on the mercenary. Now, we are buying some time, but this mercenary really does have to play his cards right, ensuring that he doesn't get a terror shock. But we're going to go for the hit and activating Tide as patient transitions towards the first stop.
This patient is not able to predict the flywheel. We do still have Blink up on that leech. It's going to be a double down here, but we do only have one Cypher remaining.
Yes, and it does look like our Acrobat is going to be moving in towards this side of the map. And our mercenary, of course, is going to get picked up as well by the leech.
We're going to have another rocket come out.
Rocket, but isn't quite able to land a hit on the Weeping Clown.
Gets the mercenary hit. We are going to be seeing that Tide Turner come out, though, for wasting even more time. We do have a Cypher being worked on, however, it was just opened, and it's going to be only at 30% here. We're going to be seeing that Tide Turner wearing off soon. However, patient has gotten back up.
Yes, and we have expanded some resources, so the Weeping Clown only has one more rocket to work with. We might anticipate getting that used as the Weeping Clown does close in on the mercenary, but it looks like our Dreamwitch main body is going to go for that newer Cypher over at the God Kite. Ooh, this waiting game does boost the progress on this Cypher, and the main follower has caught up to the main body. Really trying to watch out for the Weeping Clown's rocket here.
However, it's looking like we're going to be using that leech to body block the rocket. So
yeah. As well as keep up with the camping of the Cypher. Yeah, like
However,
you said, Sam, this is really where Dream Witch excels.
we're gonna see that Cypher Prime though. Everyone has borrowed time. We're gonna be seeing. Are we gonna be seeing the Cypher pop just yet? Not yet. However, we do not have a leech on the patient, so this could be an issue.
Ooh, great
Oh,
timing
we're
with
gonna
the
be.
E-Leech.
Oh,
4-man endgame. Now our hunter here does need to secure at least a draw to secure a win for CH4, and it looks like our mercenary, who is going to be dead on chair, is going to be our target, but we're going to see the mercenary use the last of his elbow pads as the gate is nearly decoded.
like we're gonna successfully go down that side. We're gonna have one gate open by the patient. Mercenary is gonna be going down. Weeping Clown is using his rocket, hopefully trying to get across the map to that open gate.
Oh, this is really intense if they get that 3-man. Oh, and it looks like they did. We are going to be seeing a 3-man escape for our CPDD survivors. The emoting, really well done by both teams. What a way to end things off. It is so great to be able to see an older character like Dream Witch get utilized. Now, unfortunately, it does look like this is the end of the road for CH4 here, but they've done a remarkably well done, as well as CPDD, who is going to be moving forward in our tournament. Congratulations! Oh, sorry, is it
Wait,
overtime?
no, it is overtime now.
Oh, sorry, those are the conditions to get into overtime. My bad, I'm so sorry. I misread. Sorry, guys. I know, I know there's gonna be a delay, so people are gonna be hearing. Maybe I'll say something in the chat once it happens, but my bad. But I'm really thrilled that we're going to be able to get into overtime. I think this works out a lot better because I'm having so much fun watching these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. But however, I'm gonna have to head out here. So good luck to Mima, good luck to CH4 and CPDD. I look forward to watching your games later. Have fun, everyone.
Thank you so much, Sam. It was really great commentating with you. Good luck with
Bye.
work. Bye bye. Okie dokie. So for now, it's just gonna be me. We'll see how this goes. I apologize again for my slip up. Uh, I think I'm gonna say something in chat in the meantime. Okay, sounds good. It does look like we are going to be having uh, Bones coming in to join me for commentary. It's always a pleasure to have Bones on board. And there we go. Hi, Bones.
Hello. I'm here a little early.
Yes, I'm so glad. No, I'm so glad that I get the opportunity to cast with you this weekend. I saw that we weren't paired up and I was like, oh, okay. But
It's all right. We're here for overtime. I did not expect to be here. Well, I didn't expect to be here, but I didn't expect to be, overtime in this match. It's been absolutely crazy so far.
yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad we're into overtime. Um It's just like
There
the
I am.
more we get to see. Yay, there we go. I love your PNG so much. I like that we
Thank
went for the
you.
kind of like sketchy look for our PNGs.
Yes. I wanted to go with like kind of like a crayon drawing, like childish for the kitty theme. But yeah, no, I'm so excited to be heading into overtime with these two teams. Just such incredible work from both sides. I really, going into that last round and looking at the win condition being, like all the hunter needs is a tie, and all we need is we need a 3 escape or a 4 escape to even think about going into overtime. Like, I thought it was over. I really thought it was over, but absolutely incredible job from CPDD survivors getting that 3 escape.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially against a hunter like the Dream Witch. It was so intense from start to finish, but they definitely did have a really good hold on that cipher progress, especially during the beginning. Um, I do believe that the patient basically did a world tour around the map. I like to call it
He
that.
did.
when,
He
when
really did.
survivors just go across because he did spawn at the fourth stop. But even as the Dream Witch was moving towards there, he had transitioned over to the circus and then all the way up in the second story. And then in the end, he was getting slugged in the corner of first stop. He did a world tour for sure.
Hmm. Yeah, it was just really it was amazing to see the coordination, the rotation between the survivors,
Mhm.
and the tenacity to not give up even in the face of such stakes. You and Sam were talking before about how NAU, like, we don't have a lot of independent tournaments. We don't have a lot of, like, hype building, but the
Mhm.
more the more we watch this, the more we put on these tournaments, there's just such incredible moments like this. And there were so many incredible moments like this yesterday as well. It's just been, even the first weekend of the tournament has just been filled with hype. I am so, so excited to continue on and keep seeing what these teams have for us.
Yeah, absolutely. I really couldn't have said it better myself. And to add on to that, as we continue into this overtime, I do hope that everyone is taking the time to make sure that they're staying hydrated, make sure you have eaten, and of course, take care of yourselves. Make sure if you're needing to go to the washroom, now would be the perfect time to go ahead and do that. I'm definitely going to take a swig of my water bottle, which I'm really
Yes.
glad I set up prior.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go and refill mine before we end up in the next bracket. But yeah, stay tuned. After overtime, we will be heading into GSL versus MSG with myself and commentated by Juliet, who was with Mima yesterday. So
Yes.
yeah, there's plenty more to come. Very excited to see those two teams head at each other once we're done with, this overtime. But even so, like, I I have no idea what we're gonna be in for overtime, because anything can happen. Really, anything can happen, and it's absolutely
Mhm.
incredible the comeback that we've seen to make it to this point. I love
Absolutely,
it
and
when teams
it's
come from behind and just overtake.
me too, and they've just been doing that neck and neck. It really goes to show uh, just how well the seating has worked out, even just from the uh, first days alone. I'm really glad that we're able to see all of the teams push their limits, and it really is like a bit of a shame that we can only spotlight 8 of them for the tournament. Uh, but of course, as we mentioned prior, like it really just goes to show how many remarkable teams that are out there in our server alone. And I really hope that we get to see more of that and definitely showcase it as we have been seeing here.
Yeah, and there are always other tournaments going on. I do know that LOU League will be happening over the summer, so stay updated.
Hmm.
And yeah, we'll be helping out with that as well. Some people from logging off, so check that out when that comes around. And there will be a lot more teams involved in that as well, so that's always very exciting. Um, and obviously future seasons of logging off after after season 3, the only place to go is season 4. So
Yes.
thinking ahead, thinking long and ahead for that. But there's always new players, there's always new teams and old
Mhm.
teams alike coming back around to show us their stuff. I mean, I've been doing this for a while now, and CH4 has always been around, CPDD's been around as well. So seeing these older teams kind of coming out with new strategies, new players, new characters, utilization. There's always something new and something interesting going on, especially in these non-professional tournaments where you've got a little bit less, I would say, hard meta. The pressure to adhere to the hard meta is less. So you get a lot more fun picks. Like I guess Ripper is kind of, I would say, experimental at this point
Mhm.
because of the rework, but you're not necessarily going to see that, and especially not right away. We have the advantage of playing on the live patches of the server
Mhm.
instead of on tournament servers. So we're experiencing this in real time just as we're experiencing it in the game, and it's always fun to see how teams are forced to acclimate to that in real time.
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope that we can continue to see this moving forward. I'm really excited, and it's gonna be so satisfying seeing the global band grid get cleared out and filled up with all of our choices. And with the hunters into consideration as well, we definitely have even more survivors to choose from. The survivor pool is already inherently bigger than the hunter pool, so I'm really looking forward to seeing who we end up locking in as with all of the bands into consideration.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see. We do have, what is it, 9 total global bans for
Mhm.
overtime. So that's a lot of survivors off the table, but what is that? Like 9 out of, I don't know, like 50 plus, 60 even. How many survivors are we at now? I know we were talking about that earlier.
Hopefully 50. I wonder if it's just a clear split, like 50-30. I
50,
hope
30.
so.
I actually want to look this up. I actually want to look this up. So while we have a second, I'm gonna go ahead and
Mhm.
do that. I want to
Thank
see exactly
you.
how many survivors we have to choose from.
Yeah, and with that into consideration, it is worth noting that our cutoff is the meteorologist. So any survivors and any characters in general that have been released since her, and including the meteorologist too, of course, are not permitted for this tournament. But of course, it still leaves room for a lot of other choices.
Yeah, so there's 48 survivors, and
Oh, okay.
why can I not find the amount of hunters that there are?
48.
Hello?
So,
Well, there's like 70 something characters total in the game.
yeah, I think Sam mentioned that it's 80. Peddler is the 80th.
Oh, wow. Okay, so 48. I can't do math. I need somebody to do 22? 32. 32?
Right.
Yes. Okay, 30, 32, 32 hunters, 48 survivors. So nine is like what? Like just a fraction of that. So yeah, there's a lot. So yeah, nine global bands plus 4 hunter bands, 11 total bands. Out of 48, you still have most of the survivor roster on the table to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's nice to see that even among these characters that are banned, we've seen some older characters as well as some newer characters as well. There's always like a big mix in our roster, and I can really appreciate that about our players, especially in NAEU. It's nice to see older characters, especially resurface and especially get reworked, um, both for the hunters and survivors.
Yeah, we've got I almost want to see the magician coming into play because he
Oh
did just
yeah.
get a pretty good rework, especially in these later rounds. We've got the disciple on the table if we're looking for a more stable tie, especially with all of the hunters that have been banned already. And we've got hermit, disciple. Both of those were just or not, they weren't adjusted, but magician was adjusted to specifically counter both of them for reasons that I can't quite comprehend myself. But That's I wonder if we will see that in overtime, if we'll see a magician pick, because I feel like that could be interesting to possibly dissuade from a disciple pick or a hermit pick, something like that.
Oh, absolutely. Even just I think the axe, but I think that was already in play, being able to tank the souls with the decoy, but um, it just goes to show how many hunters can be deterred by that magician rework or buff alone.
Mm-hmm.
I do think some other characters that we haven't quite been able to see since they've been adjusted could include, I think Explorer. He's one of the
Mm-hmm.
decoders we haven't quite seen yet. We saw a little bit of the Mind's Eye yesterday. We could be seeing. Oh, you know who I would really like to see? Some entomologist.
Yes, I would also love to see some entomologists, especially since she did get. I think it was the bees, the reduction on the bees when
Bees.
they get hit got reduced by a lot. So I think it's like
Yeah.
40% now instead of 50 or 60.
It went down to 35%. It was 40
Oh,
before. But 5% makes a huge difference. Just look at
yep.
mechanic. No, I'm just kidding. It's in hindsight, I really don't think it's like the worst thing in the world, but um I can't be as annoying about it as before. Like it's harder to
Yeah.
pop the cipher in the hunter's face, but I digress. Um I do believe that the cooldown for when you retract your piece is reduced as well. It used to be 20 seconds, which is quite a lot, but it's now going to be 15 seconds for the entomologist.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know. There's just been so many buffs and so many adjustments that are going through now, and I
Mhm.
feel like I don't know. It's kind of crazy to like be trying to adjust to it, um and just remembering, what's going on with every character. Like Wuchang got buffed, the Ripper rework, we've got Hullabaloo, Goatman adjustments, Ivy adjustments again. It's a lot. It's really, it's been really interesting as well to see how these teams have been adjusting to it, because like we did see a mechanic earlier as well. So
Mhm.
even with the nerfs, even with nerf mechanic again and again, she's
Mhm.
still one of the most played characters. We just can't. There's no way to get her out of that slot now.
Yeah, exactly. I will put down one more manifestation, like a completely unbiased manifestation.
Oh,
But I do believe that a character that got a significant buff as well is actually Lucky Guy. And I'm putting that out there because we do even see Lucky Guy in Koa. Um, I think it's like the chest opening speed has been increased. So it's akin to Annie's opening. So it takes 10 seconds to open a chest, but if you are the toy merchant, and now if you're Lucky Guy, it will take 5 seconds. And then there's some probabilities that have been adjusted. I think actually the flashlight is the one that has been adjusted. So I think if you wish for a flashlight, you're gonna get it.
oh yeah. Yeah, it was I think it was the usage time as well was adjusted for Lucky Guy. I think I
Mhm.
saw something about that, but yeah, I would also like to see a Lucky Guy or even, a coordinator. I feel like we haven't seen no guns today so
Yeah.
far. So there's definitely room for that in this last match, especially if we are looking at, maybe an opera singer coming out
Mhm.
from CH4. We might be able to see that because she's not global banned on that side. So
Mhm.
yeah, there's really it's fascinating to have such an open, it's both open and closed with all the bands and
Yeah.
all of the picks. We're looking at them on the screen right now, and it's like it's restricting in some senses, but it's also wide open because you can play any hunter that isn't one of the the big wigs.
The Fantastic Four
The Fantastic Four.
and
I did,
friends.
and Clerk.
Yes, and Clerk. Um, yeah, I hope they have more friends to their little clique because it would be fun to see more hunters dominating the meta. Um,
I will
yeah, and
always manifest the lizard pick.
yes, definitely. I feel like he's definitely well, definitely tell your point of view as the resident lizard main of Logging Off League when we're taking Leo's memory into consideration because it looks like this is going to be our overtime map.
Yeah, I Lizard is very strong on Leos, very kind of not exploitable, but I would say he has a lot of mobility, and the high mobility is very useful, especially around the factory area. He could just jump right around those stairs, jump through the windows of the factory, and all sorts of mind games are possible through that. So with that, I would say Lizard wouldn't be a bad pick at all. Fool's Gold as well, if we're looking at
Yes.
that factory. Fool's Gold can be very strong with the more confined areas on Leos. So yeah, a lot of really, yeah, the playing field is open, so to speak, for that hunter pick.
Hmm. Oh, it does look like we are going to be seeing a toy merchant ban, unfortunately. Which is curious enough considering the map as well as who we're leaving open in turn, because it does make room for Priestess, who I
Hmm.
mentioned earlier does make for Toy Merchant, she makes a really decent Priestess alternative. But taking into consideration the map here, when it comes to those catapults, you can really assist your teammates, especially over by the factory and that huge staircase outside. If you set up the catapult to go onto it, it's just deadly for the hunter. And we saw it even in our previous round where the Toy Merchant was able to utilize the catapult, not just for herself, but for her teammates. I believe the prisoner had used it maybe 4 times, or it took at least 3 before the operator ended up just
Yeah, I
taking
think
it
it was
out of the
3.
equation.
I think
Mm-hmm.
it was 3 jumps, but even so, it was really, really great usage. But we are going to get our hunter bands in. That is Opera Singer, Hullabaloo, and unfortunately, Hermit is also going to be banned, which is sad news
Oh.
for me. I always love seeing a Hermit, but he is he's strong, but I always have bad luck as him on Leo, so maybe it's a good thing that he's been banned and we won't be seeing him here. And we've also got the Weeping Clown once again, as well as Embalmers. So CPDD Survivor is really looking for as many escapes as possible, trying to lock in that Embalmer to hopefully increase the chances of a tie or at least a tie.
Hey, and speaking of coordinator from earlier, it does look like we are finally going to let her through as our third pick.
Yup. Unfortunately, it does look like we've got a prospector ban as
Wow,
well
okay.
as prisoner. I think it's prisoner.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. So a little bit unfortunate for decoding as well as for Mima with the toy merchant prospector ban. Is so
Right? It's
targeted.
okay.
Oh,
We saw. Oh
maybe!
my gosh, we did it! We are seeing that lucky guy as our fourth and final pick. I'm so
Seer
glad.
might have been banned, but obviously, we've taken on that role. So we've got, yeah, coordinator and lucky guy. I was just saying we've had no guns throughout this matchup, but here we are, double gun potential. As well as I really want to see with that toy merchant being banned. We do
Mhm.
have, that lack of items, but I wonder if Lucky Guy could also serve as kind of a secondary toy merchant opening chests for the coordinator after her gun is lost.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love that strategy of being able to sort of chaperone an item to another player, especially when you have that loose item slot. And actually, I think it could go in reverse, at least with Coordinator and Lucky Guy. Even if she still has that gun on her, Coordinator is able to dig up a chest and swap between the items and thus bring it over to wherever. And Weeping Clown, I believe, will also be able to do that once all 3 rockets are used. But speaking of the rocket, there's a lot of stun potential from this team. So even if we're taking out Prospector, there's still room for a lot of stuns and support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really excited to see who his hunter pick is going to be. And all
Oh,
right, it looks like we're going to get the Axe Boy from Ling. That is very
yes.
exciting. I think we've all been looking to see that Axe Boy here today. So very yeah, really exciting. Axe Boy. I feel like Axe Boy's just very he's been very stable for a while. Kind of high
Mhm.
not I don't know high risk, high reward is the right term that I'm looking for, but he's he takes a lot of skill, especially to play accurately. But good Axe Boys with that
Mhm.
prediction, there is no way to escape from that soul hit. So yeah, really, especially since this team is a little bit like we don't have a lot of tanky survivors. I would say probably Weeping Clown is the tankiest, maybe Embalmer, apart from the coordinator and the lucky guy having guns. But is that going to keep them safe from these soul snipes? I don't know.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see as we move on to our overtime, our first half. Now we are going to go for that uh, T formation, but our hunter is going to finish it off and turn it into a little P or a thumbs down, if you will. That's what I like to refer to it as.
Thumbs
But
down.
it's okay, thumbs up in my book because this is going to be another match to remember, a really intense match with, of course, high stakes as we are into overtime. Uh, really curious to see how this pans out. And yeah, this is going to be our CH4 Hunter up against our CPDD survivors. My name is Mima, and I am joined with Bones. Best of luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams here in overtime. It does depend first on result, obviously. If we end up with tied results between both teams, it will come down to whichever team either wins or escapes the fastest. So, yeah, the stakes are pretty high. And yeah, very intense matches up ahead. Looks like we're
I
going
love
with
this
Forgotten
skin.
Boy.
Yes. I used my memory speaker and T on it once, but we are going to be having our Axe Boy move towards, it looks like it's going to be the center, placing down Pine as our coordinator is transitioning away from the shack. We
Yeah,
are
we
catching
do have
sight of that
sight of
blood
that blood
trail.
trail. Yup. Commentator brain.
Yes.
Oh, it looks like we are going to change targets here over to the lucky guy who does have an elbow pad. He hasn't quite used that second item request yet, but we will. Ooh, nice dodge on the soul, and we're going to use the elbow pad right away just to get a little bit more distance, getting away from the Axe Boy speed boost.
Yeah, and we're going to be patient over at the pallet over here, and it does look like since we are, I think, exiting the corrupted area.
Ooh! Oh! Oh my god! Yeah, we're gonna get that gun off, but unfortunately the soul is going to hit, and Axeboy did bring excitement, but just the small hitbox. Lucky Guy is going to be able to escape. No blink here, we are going to be forced to break the pallet in Shack, and that did end up buying a lot of time. That excitement, unfortunately, just not quite as effective as Axeboy might have hoped there.
Now our lucky guy does need to watch out for the soul snipe, but does narrowly avoid it, and a beautiful pallet stun!
Wow! Really great opening kite from this lucky guy. We're gonna drop another pallet here. Ciphers are coming up on completion. Lucky guy doing an amazing first chase. We're coming back up on the soul, waiting to line it up. Not quite able to get it, but we are going to use the speed boost to get our first down. But that is a 2-cipher, nearly 3-cipher kite. Very well done from Lucky Guy early on.
Okay, for a second I thought we were going to push for basement there, but we are going to opt to share close by to the Christmas tree.
Yup, and it looks like we've got Weeping Clown in the area. We're gonna see that rocket come out. Coordinator as well. Coming up here, we're looking for the gun, looking to dodge the gun. Unfortunately, not quite able to get out of the way of that. Lucky Guy is going to get a rescue. Very nicely done from Coordinator.
Really great flywheel to avoid these soul snipes. Yeah, CPDD is doing an excellent job to avoid like really great anticipation, but we are going to switch targets to our coordinator, who is going to be kiting around the Moongate ruins. Oh, sorry,
Yeah, that-
Christmas Great. Oh!
Ooh. Great job with the snow snipe there. Oh, unfortunately, Weeping Cloud not quite able to get. Was that a rocket?
Yeah, it was, but it didn't quite collide with the Axe Boy, unfortunately. And we are going to see the Hunter change targets to this Weeping Clown as well. We're still on cooldown, and beautiful Soul to catch up and get that speed boost. We are going to be seeing Weeping Clown get downed here, and we're going to go for a chair right by the Christmas tree. What an excellent comeback.
Yeah, we are switching targets quite a lot here, trying to get damage on every member of the team. Embalmer right now is the only one who can comfortably rescue, but even so, there's a lot. Oh, barely missing that soul snipe here.
What?
Embalmer, nicely done on the body block.
Yes, really
And it looks like yeah, we're gonna switch back to coordinator here. She does have wanted orders.
Beautiful Soul Snipe. Yeah,
there
that
we
one,
go.
Definitely hard to avoid. It really just happened to be right there. Good call on the Axe Boy's part for catching that. We are going to be seeing some healing, but due to that wanted order, it's going to cut this healing party short.
Yeah, and it's not every day we're able to see map control from an Axe Boy. We do have Weeping Clown down, and oh, we're gonna switch to teleport, heading back to the chair. Coordinator is going to get rescued in time, though. But was that? I believe that was before half. I didn't quite see. Are we looking after? Oh, coordinator is gonna go down. Have we got an elimination? Not quite.
No, not
Coordinator was
quite.
rescued before half.
Yes, that's definitely one of the perks for coordinator for having a little bit longer chair time. I believe 10% nowadays. But unfortunately, the rest of the team just isn't up to health to be able to do this unless they work together, which we might be seeing here with our Embalmer working the coffin as Weeping Clown is closing in.
Oh, we've got two
we're
at the
extending the
chair. Yes.
Oh, we're also looking at
Nice.
Embalmer, nice body block.
Embalmer, great use of that coffin, just trying to stall as long as possible. We've got a beautiful flywheel into that soul. Weeping Cloud is going to go down, just buying more time for coordinator.
And Lucky Guy is decoding our last cipher, nearly primed.
Oh my god.
Oh, which chair are we gonna go for? It's going to be the Christmas tree chair.
Right next to the gate here. And yeah, coordinator can just come in for this. We do have a cipher primed. She does have borrowed time. She needs to get careful not to get the soul hit. They can't pop just yet, but they are just going to have to pop here. Weeping Clown is eliminated.
Yes, and our next target is going to be the coordinator, who also happens to be dead on chair.
Yep, I would say we're probably looking at a tie, but we do have teleport up. That gate isn't quite open. Axe Boy is going to teleport just in time. Survivor's already running away from the gate. We've got Lucky Guy here, who I believe is also dead on chair. We have all survivors dead on chair, and that is the benefit of playing those musical chairs with the survivors earlier in the match.
For sure, and Lucky Guy did... Oh, Lucky Guy goes down here, and... unfortunately, the Lucky Guy was able to utilize the rugby ball to make distance, but Axe Boy really closed it in fast. Embalmer has since then left the area and is going to go for the Christmas tree gate alongside the coordinator. Oh, we have another chair on the Lucky Guy.
Oh my god, he wasn't dead on chair.
Yeah, I believe he was lost.
Yeah, he was rescued once and then lost because of that gun
oh my
from
goodness,
the coordinator.
Are we going to be seeing...
Oh, it's gonna be very close. It's gonna be very, very close. Oh, we got the flywheel. Coordinator did get the gate open, but Embalmer the only one to escape.
Oh my goodness, this
so
is going to be
close.
Yes.
Wow.
What a way to end up. That was intense from start to finish. Really great work here. And of course, that is why Ling's Axe Boy is so famous. Or well known within our community. Really great work.
Notorious.
Yeah, notorious. I think that's the perfect word for it.
The notorious Ling Axe boy. But yeah, just what a great fight there. Really, CPDD survivors just giving it their absolute all. Just such an incredible match. You know, these survivors, these teams are fighting so hard. And in overtime especially, you know, it's more important than ever. We've been going for how long now? Almost 3 hours. These teams have been fighting so hard for this whole time. It's just incredible to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad that we are going to have even more to look forward to in our second half. This, like, every single match just raises the stakes higher and higher and higher. That it's just been a thrill. Even if we're not playing, it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really it's just so hype. Like this tournament is just so full of these high energy moments. It's really, really incredible to, and it's an honor, honestly, to be able to, you know, sit and commentate for us for these teams. And again, you
Yeah.
know, stay tuned. We do have coming up after this. We've got GSL versus MSG with myself commentating, as well as Mima's going to switch out for Juliet. So stay
Yes.
tuned. Make sure that we're all hydrated. Get some dinner if it's around that time for you. It's definitely coming close to that time for me. Get some lunch if you haven't quite gotten there yet. But yeah, it's been, you know, we're only just getting started. We're only halfway through the day, so you know, buckle your seatbelts.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what CPDD Hunter brings out here because CH4, if they're just able to get a tie with their survivors in the second half of overtime, they will win. If CPDD Hunter, though, is able to get a 4-man elimination, that will be CPDD winning from behind. So this really, really high stakes here, but we've seen such great survivor and hunter plays from both of these teams that there's really no way to, you know, try and make a broad prediction of what's going to happen because anything can happen. We've just seen tense match after tense match, and it's not over yet.
Yes, definitely more in store. Big appreciation for all of the players on both CPDD as well as CH4. And also shout out to our upcoming bracket teams as well, our GSL and our MSG teams. Especially since we're cutting into overtime. I appreciate everyone working super duper hard. Our staff, our hosts, our mods, our and thank you audience for being here as well. It's definitely longer than
Yes.
anticipated, but all the more worth it, you know. Um and yeah, I hope everyone can continue to hang tight for as long as they wish and as long as they can and to continue the support.
Yeah, and so much support here for the team, so much support for us as well. Thank you all again for just being here, for watching, for keeping up that view count. It's been, you know, just looking at the view count, I'm like, oh my god, it's been crazy to see, you know, how many eyes are on us. And it's just really an honor as well to, you know, be good enough that people aren't tabbing off, I guess. Where we try to keep it interesting over here in Logging Off
Yes,
League.
definitely. But I don't mind being a tab pal either. I don't mind hanging out in the tabs. No, people could be 5v5ing right now. I would love
That's
I
true.
did that yesterday actually. I was listening to your commentary votes and I was like, yes, squeezing in my 5v5s.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to squeeze in my 5v5s at the very end.
Wait, okay, cool. We can do it together later
Yeah,
too.
we can do it together after all the
Yes,
brackets.
exactly.
Yeah, join us for Logging Off 5v5 tournament. I guess that's kind of what this is already though. So
It is.
it's just 5v5, but like the most intense 5v5 that you've ever seen in your life.
Yes, high stakes 5v5.
Golden Apples 5v5.
Oh my gosh, yeah, place your bets everyone. No, I'm just kidding. we only eat golden. No, we save golden apples because
We
those
eat golden
OPH
apples?
skins. No, we have to surrender them back to NetEase because we have to trade them in for currency in our detested Apple shop, where they gatekeep really fun stuff. Oh yeah, don't forget to get a hold of your Koa graffitis if you haven't already. Um, you can add them to your collection, show your support for some of the teams. Uh, you can also save up for the upcoming OPH skins. I believe we're gonna see more than just the mercenary skin as well. And hold on to your echoes because OPH
Oh,
cheerleader and smiley face is
please.
also gonna drop upcoming maintenance. I'm so excited. I already
I
have echoes.
forgot. I
No.
forgot to buy the last two OPH skins. So I have to get Antiquarian, and I have to get Prisoner, and I have to get Cheerleader. I don't think I'm going to get the Clown one, just because I don't play him, like, at all. So I don't want it to, just collect dust. And I don't really play
Mhm.
Antiquarian, but the skin is so cute, and I want to play Cheerleader more, so I'll have an excuse to
Yes.
play her if I get the OPH skin. But, my wallet, please, my wallet.
I mean, at the end of the day, I do think that they're just going to be time limited. It's nice to see that the previous OPH skins are making a return as well. I did try and buy them as they were being released to like avoid purchasing them all at once because it is a really hefty sum with those
Yeah.
as accessories especially. But
Oh, but the accessories are so nice, and they
they
change your chase
are
music, and the chase music is so cool.
okay.
I
Has
literally,
anyone?
I
Yes. No.
Oh no, I was just gonna say,
Continue.
like, I actually saw, oh my god, I can't remember which team had it, but there was a Merc with the Cabinet of Curiosities skin and the
Oh
OPH
yes.
accessory, and I was like, oh my god, wait, I bring that loadout.
Wait,
That's
that's
me.
amazing.
They
Twin.
look, they really do. They look so nice together.
I love that. I wish I had Cabinet of Curiosities, but
You
it's
can skin share him
okay.
from me.
Ah, you're right. I love it. We have a little like round table of skin sharing over here in our staff and cast. I love
We
it.
do, and then I
You
have
know
to hold
what?
Sam at gunpoint to let me use Warden.
Yes, when we 5v5, it's so funny. I love it because when we 5v5 and Sam's there, I skin share the SS Seer and I immediately get my game to crash.
Oh,
It's so funny, like every single time,
does
but it's
it
worth it.
always?
Like it's so worth it. Uh,
Yeah,
you know
it,
what?
it
You
really
know
is
what
a
I
nice
skipped
skin.
out? I have to say it before the bands go through. No, wait, let me speak. No one's
Go
stopping me, but
faster,
I'm gonna
faster.
say it anyways. Okay. So I didn't get Cabinet of Curiosities because Spirit Fox ruined my life and stole my wallet.
That's
Um,
so
yes,
fair.
in
That
2 days
Sherlock
it's
did the
gonna be
same.
yes. Oh, Sherlock,
That's
my
why I have skin
detested,
share now because of Sherlock Orpheus.
right?
He
Sherlock
came
and
home.
Spirit
He came home
Fox.
at 199.
Okay, that's not too bad. I love that for
It's
you.
not too bad. I
Like
didn't have to go to pity. That was in the 250 pity, so
you did have to break the bank a little bit though,
I
which
did.
is par for the course when it comes to Orpheus to Ross. But
Yo,
yeah, it's almost been 1 year of oh, I guess it's been a year of Cabinet of Curiosities, and in 2 days it's gonna be the 1 year anniversary of Spirit Fox. I can't shut up about it because I love Florian so much. I love Spirit Fox. But okay, we are going to move into our band picks, and we are going to be having our Seer and Mechanic taken off the table for our survivors.
yeah, Seer and Mechanic banned. We've got Prisoner locked in. Oh wait, I shouldn't have said that yet. We've got Prisoner locked in, and I totally didn't say that too fast.
Not
But
at all.
no, not at all. I didn't hear anything. Nobody else heard anything, right?
I don't know what you're talking
But
about.
Prisoner and Barmaid here for our first two Survivor locks, and we've also got Goatman and Hullabaloo as our bands, as well as is that an Aeroplanist band just for
I'm so
me?
sorry.
Wow. But honestly, not a bad thing to ban Aeroplanus, especially on Leo's memory. He does have a lot of usage on those stairs, and we've got a female dancer coming in. Always happy to see her. She's so good on Leo's memory as well, with using the
Mhm.
boxes to break off those paladin areas within the walls as well. Just such a strong pick. I'm very excited to see this team.
Absolutely. I definitely uh think this is going to be a really fun team comp. And even if the prisoner ends up getting chased, we're going to be seeing the other half of Hullabaloo here with Wildling as our fourth and final pick.
Yes, the wildling coming through. We do. I, hmm. I'm honestly okay. This is gonna sound crazy, but I feel like we could go gamekeeper as the hunter here, and it would be a good choice. I'm
I
gonna
can
I'm
see
gonna
your
put
vision.
I'm putting a little bit of money on Gamekeeper. I was saying this yesterday, but I want so badly to see a Gamekeeper pick against a Wildling. I want to see that Gamekeeper picked in response because what is Wildling going to do? What is Wildling going to do against a Gamekeeper? It would be such a strong pick here, especially with CPDD Hunter needs a 4-man elimination. Can't really take that Wildling, just getting on board and dashing away. So I really want to see just a strong Hunter pick, maybe a wizard smiling. But more likely in line with that gamekeeper, um, fool's gold even. If we're gonna get a little bit daring,
Yeah, that's what
but
my hat is in that ring always.
yeah, I'm just so excited to see who this hunter pick is going to be.
Oh, it's gonna be the shadow.
Hmm. I I'm a
Oh,
little surprised, honestly. I I don't know
I
because
thought I
I
made
prisoner.
I thought I made a mistake for a second. Again, it wouldn't be the first time. But you know what? You do bring up a good point. Like, especially with Prisoner in play, uh, we saw a lot of Ostracon coverage on the ciphers in a previous round, where the Shadow was just dominating across the map, keeping watch of these ciphers and pressuring people off. But when you have the Prisoner in tow, you can definitely boost some decoding elsewhere on the map, especially on a map on slightly bigger scale than Leo's. I like to consider Leo's as a bigger map because it has 5 dungeon spawns as opposed to the regular 3, despite being a 3x3 grid. But yeah, now that we're moving forward, we are going to go into our area selection here.
Yep, we've got the classic plus spawn here, not opting for the thumbs down as Axboy did. But yeah, I do wonder, are we going to go for Barmaid first chase? We could also possibly go for Prisoner, but Prisoner very likely going to just hop up on those stairs, try and avoid the Yithing. Wildling also in the area. I feel like there might be some rotation coming in here, but heading into the second half of overtime. Once again, I'm 206 Bones here with Mima for the final half of CPDD versus CH4. Such a hard-fought battle from both sides. CH4 survivors need they need a tie to guarantee a faster, would it be a faster one-man escape to win? I believe. And CPDD Hunter needs a 4-man elimination in order to win here. So best of luck to both teams. Thank you all for fighting it out so hard today, and we're gonna get right into it.
Yes, so we're gonna have our Shadow move our Yithian towards the factory where our prisoner already is trying to get out of. And the female dancer has put a beautiful setup over at the shack, but we are going to opt to start to break it.
Yeah, that's a lot of boxes here, just wasting a lot of time from that Ivy, but we do have Prisoner. We are going to go ahead and get him right on the stairs there, so that does mean that the corruption will not stack if and when she teleports over. But we do have Wildling in our sights now, getting beautiful
Nice
pallet drop there to
drop.
avoid the corruption.
And we're gonna get on
right
the board.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was worried about with that Wildling pick, the ability to just hop right on that boar and run away, and Ivy is going to be forced to change targets here, right back over to that Dancer, who does still have a box in play. We're just going to go ahead and yith her off and head, looks like we're heading back towards Prisoner here, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, nope, we're gonna go ahead and teleport over to the Dancer, who's already rotating out of the area.
Yeah, good call for anticipating that and picking up her last music box. We definitely want to be able to utilize that a bit more now that we've transitioned. Oh, we're going to see a blink on the female dancer to get that first hit. But we have since then put down our fast music box this time. And it does look like our shadow is bringing insolence, so that final presence is starting to approach.
Yup, I'm just looping around here. Nice flywheel from the dancer, trying to avoid the corruption. And heading into the fast box here, good job of the pirouette as well to move out of the area, heading back towards the Christmas tree walls here. And we're looking for the scare from the Yith. Are we going to be able to land it? Nicely done, using the scare from the main body to avoid that pallet hit.
Yes, that's right. And we're going to be active on that Yithian as we cheer the female dancer at the Christmas tree. This Yithian is going to go ahead onto the prisoner as we have the wildling moving in to get that first rescue.
Yep, Wildling coming in. We've got the boar as well. Prisoner not quite breaking that the tablet as well. Beautiful rescue from Wildling, but we are unfortunately going to get hit right on that dancer. And the Yith heading back out, searching for another target, trying to disrupt this decoding. And we have we been able to keep an eye on Dancer? Dancer going away and dying in a corner. Did we lose her?
Okay, I think our shadow does quite anticipate this.
Oh,
not
no!
quite. We didn't get tinnitus?
No tinnitus. She's already downed.
Oh, right, that's
and
right.
A little bit too far away to see her. It looks like we have completely just lost
really well
sight
done.
of the dancer.
Oh, that's right. Our wildling has since then been gone. We are going to be seeing a cipher pop in the middle as female dancer does utilize that exit path.
Yup, and now switching targets to Barmaid in the middle here, but...
We're going to be seeing a heal from the wildling onto the female dancer. Now, that Yithian is going to return over to the Christmas tree area.
Are we going to be able to spot out the wildling and dancer? It doesn't look like we
they
have
moved.
just yet. Oh, just a moment too late! Dancer has been healed all the way back up. Really nicely done from CH4 survivors.
And beautiful pallet stun.
Trying to get more corruption on the wildling. Final cipher being worked on. It's only at about 40%, but we still got wildling full health here. He does have about 90 stacks of corruption, but yep, he's back on that boar, so nothing Ivy can do.
Yeah, really
Playing
well
the
done
shadow
on
into a
that
comp like
time.
this, really bold.
Oh, okay, so we are going to continue with the Yithian, avoiding the female dancer, and rather going for that prisoner working on the last cipher.
Yup, not quite oh wait, no, I think, yep, we're gonna teleport over, leave the Yith
There
in
we
the
go.
area in order to continue camping that cipher.
Nice.
Trying to
Oh, and
use
Barmaid
Ivy's
has a
map
different-
control.
Oh, there's a little bit of an interruption from the current, but our Yithian is still going to be active and now infecting the survivor. Yeah, every time she gets electrocuted, it brings her out of the Yith form. That's so funny. We are going to be seeing the shadow go for our wildling.
Oh my
Another
God.
beautiful pallet stun.
Yeah, really well played from this Wildling. Wildling as well, it does have to contend with a slightly slower movement speed than other survivors when he's not on that boar. So trying to, use those pallet stuns, get a little bit of distance whenever he can, especially since he's only got Tide Turner to work with. While that boar is off cooldown here, but even so, he does have to be careful. Switching back over, looks like we're, teleporting... Ooh, okay, teleporting, back to Prisoner. And we are using the blink to get a hit on Prisoner. Still just pressuring these ciphers. Ivy is so strong here in this endgame. We do have a Prime. I believe with Barmaid, is that the Prime cipher?
getting hard to tell. It's getting really, really intense here. Oh my goodness.
Yes,
It
the
just looks like
constant
we're seeing.
swapping is just
Yeah.
Ivy dizziness.
Oh, and we're going to. Oh, we're going to get a hit on the barmaid who does. Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
that
you're
was
right,
the
Bones.
5!
Oh,
99
right on the 90.
corruption! Wow!
Narrowly avoiding. And we do have that flywheel to work with for the barmaid as well. We just need to watch out for a scare here, but it does look like we are seeing the Shadow keep a close eye on this gate. Oh, and max
Yes.
corruption on the barmaid, who does a nice flywheel. Oh, and Shadow getting caught on the gate here, but is going to get a hit on the barmaid to downer.
Yup, but unfortunately that gate is already open from Wildling. We do have potentially... It doesn't look like any of the survivors are actually at the gate, though.
Ooh,
We've
and we
got
are going to
prisoner
see...
down. Okay, we do have the tie here from CH4 survivors, so that is going to be CH4 victory after 4 rounds. Absolutely incredible from both sides here, and such a privilege to be able to hop in at the last second and commentate for. But yeah, that is CH4 victory. They will be continuing on to the next bracket. And thank you so much to CPDD as well for showing us all that you are made of and for participating in this tournament.
Yes, definitely hoping to see more of you all in the future. And I don't know, I'm just really honored and really proud of both of these teams and happy to have gotten to witness it. I'm definitely going to be handing it over to Bones as well as Juliet, who will be swapping off with me. But we will be seeing MSG versus GSL for our next bracket for today.
Yes, thank you so much for commentating,
Mhm.
Mima, and thank you to Sam as well, who unfortunately did have
Yes.
to head off to work, but it was so much fun to see you guys. And stay tuned, obviously, keep it up for GSL versus MSG in just a few.
And we're back. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking with us for Elo League Season 3. We had a very intense first matchup today. If you know, we're a little late only because these teams were so evenly matched. We had a phenomenal overtime round. Some really awesome plays here, some wonderful survivor coordination. Congratulations to CH4 for advancing and CPDD for their wonderful effort they put in today. But now it's time to go ahead and face our final playoffs round, which is GSL versus MSG. I'm Juliet, and I'm here with Bones as my co-commentator today. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Looking forward to watching these matches today.
Yes, so excited to see these two teams. You know, GSL obviously been around for a minute here. Very well known. I'm seeing a lot of their supporters in the chat already. It's so nice to see everybody. Obviously we've got Zeus on there as well. So thank you all so much for inviting people to come and watch. It's really, you know, I'm watching the views just go up and up. It's crazy. So thank you all for coming. If you've been here since the beginning as well, thank you so much for sticking around. And we've got so many more matches to come. GSL, MSG as well. It's I believe a newer team, but with a lot of older players that I recognize. So really, really excited to see what they're capable of and what they're going to bring to the table. So yeah, I am so excited to see this matchup. Obviously, we did have very high octane matches to start us off today. So if you weren't able to see CPDD versus CH4, go ahead and check that out once this bracket is done. But yeah, for now, we're going forward and we're going to see GSL versus MSG.
Yeah, we've already had this is our fourth playoff round in Logging Off League's playoff session. We've already seen Rui Potatoes move on ahead, as well as WWW. And then today we've just seen CH4 move on, and now either GSL or MSG will be finishing up those playoffs and then moving on with us to the semifinals next week. They will
Yes.
be coinciding. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. Keep going. I was just going to say I'm very excited.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm very excited because we'll also be getting into our COA finals at the same time. So we'll have plenty to look forward to in terms of competitive play. You'll be able to see what the worldwide meta is like, but also here you'll be able to see some of the current meta in the NAU region specifically, as well as getting a sneak preview at what those reworks are going to mean for a lot of these characters. If you look back at the earlier tournaments and matches we've seen quite a few Ripper plays with that rework of his, and it's been quite interesting seeing Ripper being a first round pick once again.
Yeah, seeing round one Ripper in the last match was just so exciting. I really do hope we get to see some more of that Ripper action, but if we, if we don't, there's always other hunters on the table. And speaking of those adjustments that you were mentioning, Juliet, we've got the Hullabaloo nerf in action. He's only got 2 of those dashes instead of 3. Goatman nerf as well. It takes him longer to gain that resentment before he hits max presence. So yeah, and Ivy got nerfed as well. She's got the Dream Witch treatment now. When a survivor is eliminated, it takes way less time to dismantle those tablets. So very exciting to have these sort of wrenches thrown at these teams just a few days before this tournament started. But all of the teams have been adjusting really well, acclimating very well to those changes, and the adjustments are just so quick in real time. And I feel like that's also the benefit of having the benefit for the hunters to play the Ripper. Not everybody has been able to kind of figure out their way around that Ripper buff. It's very, it's a huge adjustment from how he used to work. So a lot of that formulaic kiting of Ripper, trying to kite around the cooldowns, you can't really do that anymore because now he stacks chip foggies every like 8 seconds. It's absolutely insane. So yeah, really excited to see if we end up seeing that today. If we end up seeing maybe Hullabaloo will be finally let out of that ban jail. Well, we haven't really been able to see that Hullabaloo action. I think we got him once yesterday, but I don't believe he was played yet today, unless I am blocking out the first round.
I think in
believe
the
it
first
was,
round it was Goatman and Ripper, wasn't it?
yeah, Goatman Ripper.
Yeah, Goatman and Ripper. Then it was Clerk and Shadow. Then it was Opera Singer and Dream Witch. Then it was Axe Boy and Shadow again.
Yep, yeah. So
Yeah.
no hullabaloo going on today. So maybe we'll get to see some clowning around. Probably we will get to see that Goatman coming through. And yeah, I'm really excited. You know, maybe hey, I'll put it out there now. Maybe we'll see that lizard.
I mean, you'll put out for Lizard. I want to see Nightmare again. We've started to slowly see Nightmare.
Yes.
We have
Hey, I'll
slowly
agree with
started to
that any
see.
day.
We've only slowly started to see Nightmare get picked up here and there in global tournaments, specifically in the Japan region. I've noticed he's particularly popular. Both Maraikon from Scars and Aka from RC have picked him up, but I would love to see more Nightmare, especially um, hopefully. I know he's gotten a bit of a buff a little while ago. I wouldn't mind him getting another buff again. I mean, I might be a little bit biased as a Nightmare main, but we are headed into the first half of round 1. Looks like GSL is hunting with MSG surviving, and our first map is going to be Leo's Memory. That is a pretty common first map I've noticed going into this competitive season, and even once Opera Singer started showing up, Leo's Memory started to be used a lot because it was somewhat of a counter to her. It's also quite a bit of a counter to a lot of the current meta hunters right now. So really no surprises that we have Leo's Memory on the map first and foremost.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see Leo's Memory. You know, I was just campaigning for a lizard pick in the last round when we got Leo's Memory. It's a little bit early for that now, but I'll always put that lizard back on the table for Leo's Memory. He is really strong on this map. But we do have Goatman open as well. We've seen a lot of really fun plays with Goatman around that factory. His ability to place the cage and just go right through that wall has been incredible to see in tournament. It's been terrible to see in my rank matches, but it's always fun to see when a hunter like Goatman, like, you know, even Hullabaloo can kind of get through those weird little areas on Leo's Memory. So there's a lot of mind gaming that can be done with this map. I'm really excited to see if GSL's Hunter is able to take advantage of that. But for our first two bans, we will be seeing the Mechanic as well as the Seer get taken off the table. So pretty standard here, I would say. We don't want to see that Seer, and we definitely don't want the Cypher Rush to come through in this round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really goes to show just how reliable Mechanic has been. I mean, she's been nerfed constantly. Just recently, she had a slight buff on her decoding debuff when someone is injured get reversed, so she's back to square one in that respect. But even so, with that, she is still the immediate first ban for our hunter. But meanwhile, the MSG survivors are going to be locking in Puppeteer and Antiquarian first. Now, remember, everyone, we are following the current Identity V official rules. So the first 3 survivors picked each round will be globally banned by the team playing them, and each hunter for the first 3 rounds will also be banned too. And speaking of bans, sorry Bones, but it looks like we do have that Aeroplanist locked in as the next ban.
Yeah, which is not surprising at all with how well that Aeroplanist can be utilized on Leo's Memory. I was just talking about the factory and those stairs. Aeroplanist and Patient are the only, well, I guess Meteorologist as well. And we do have up to Meteorologist. If we end up seeing our first Meteorologist pick, I'll be very excited about that. But other than Meteorologist, and I guess Toy Merchant as well, Aeroplanist is one of the strongest characters that can utilize that factory. So I'm not surprised he's banned here, but we will be seeing that first officer come out. So he unfortunately won't be seen in future rounds. He will be global banned in that 3rd slot. But first officer, one of, if not the strongest rescuer right now, very, very effective against Hullabaloo, Goatman, Ivy, Opera, you know, you name it, he can rescue against it, unless it's a disciple. We don't talk about first officer versus disciple, but that's okay.
And it looks like our final ban is going to be that psychologist, wanting to get those healers out of the way. Very important, especially when you have a puppeteer out on the map and his unique healing capabilities. But instead of going for a healer, we are going to be locking in that Embalmer as our final pick for the MSG survivors. Overall, this looks like a pretty strong team. You have the puppeteer who can kite and tank a lot of hits if he uses those puppets right. Antiquarian, you know, always a strong harasser, able to get close combat, not only stunning the hunter, but basically disarming them for a few seconds, buying precious time for decoding and kiting. First officer, he has all those hypnotic capabilities for both kiting and rescue. And the Embalmer does have the coffin, which he can use on himself or his teammates to gain some serious distance and waste some hunter's time.
Yeah, very exciting to see as well that the Embalmer is in that 4th slot, meaning that he won't be global banned in future rounds, and he will still be on the table if MSG wants to lock him in later. He will also be obviously potentially banned, but that does free up other survivors. So very advantageous here for MSG being able to lock in that Embalmer, not have him be global banned, and keep him open for future rounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy that's going in now that the global ban system has been introduced. And speaking of the
Oh,
global bans, GSL has decided their first hunter global ban by locking in that Hullabaloo. It looks like we are getting that clown action you were hoping for, Bones.
yeah,
Hullabaloo
but
is a very strong hunter, folks.
He's very, very strong, but I was just about to say, if we are looking at a Hullabaloo, that Antiquarian might be a problem, because the only thing that Hullabaloo can do is swing. I mean, he can move and he can swing, and I guess that does apply to all hunters, but it especially applies to Hullabaloo, because he does need to get those 3 hits in order to get a single hit on a survivor when he's disarmed, and we did see this yesterday when Hullabaloo was picked versus the Antiquarian. He can be disarmed for a very long time, and there's nothing that he can really do about it. So if we're able to get, obviously that red bomb area needs to be looked out for when you're Antiquarian. You don't want to have your items locked off, but there's a lot of opportunity here for Antiquarian to come in for support, or even to just support her own kite with that stick and with that disarming. We also have Puppeteer, obviously can take many, many hits with the use of the puppet. And I do believe that the Undaunted trait for him, where he does that little crunch, does negate the Hullabaloo's damage if it's timed right, a little bit like a flywheel. So we might be able to see that as well working against the Hullabaloo. Overall, Hullabaloo is very strong, but this is also a very strong team comp against him. It's going to be very interesting to see how this first match pans out.
Yeah, there is a lot of exciting factors in play here, and we do have our spawn in. It looks like we have that classic Tetris spawn, with Hullabaloo spawning in right in those ruins up above the gate. He has plenty of options for first kite. It looks like he might try to aim for that first officer baiting, then moving on to either Puppeteer or Antiquarian, getting either of those strong kiters out of the way as soon as he can. Use up that flute as much as possible by having her use it to gain distance from him, or just to hit him away, or get that Puppeteer to slowly chip himself down by using those puppet decoys of his. Overall, there's a lot of strategy that can go into this round 1, a lot of options in order to get points on the table for either team.
Yes, very, very exciting. I'm very excited to see if we end up seeing that first officer get baited out a little bit. We see that a lot, where the hunter will go for first officer first, just wait for that pocket watch to come out, and then nope, we're gonna turn right around and head to another target. It's not worth chasing this guy. He's got too much going on. But heading into the first half of round 1, I am 206 Bones here with Juliet, commentating for the first half of GSL Hunting versus MSG Survivors. Best of luck to both teams. Thank you all for coming to watch this, and we're gonna just get right into it once we've gotten away with the beautiful Eve loading screen.
Yeah, I do love the crossover screens, and it's really nice that we were able to get this crossover layout overlaid during our tournament. But we are loading in right now with our GSL Hunter, and it looks like we are on our way towards the Puppeteer, heading towards the shack. Oh, we are going to make a bit of a turn, switching our target to the Antiquarian, chasing her off the Cypher as we get that clone up, getting a red ball on her already.
Yup, and with that red bomb, I feel like it might be a little bit unfortunate to get the red bomb first. A lot of the time we have seen, without that red area in play, that stick can be used, the flute can be used to get a lot of stuns here, but looking for the second, we are going to see our first stun come through from Antiquarian. Hullabaloo disarmed for just a few seconds here, but that is going to be enough time to continue to extend the kite. Nicely done. Oh, we do have excitement. We're going to get the All right, we've got our first hit in, and the red and the black back on Antiquarian, looking for the white bomb hit. Are we going to be able to get it here? Very well done from GSL's Hunters. Such a quick down here. We've got about halfway through our first 3 ciphers.
Yeah, very, very well done getting that first down so quickly, being able to avoid so much of that potent flute. We do have a significant amount of cipher rush so far. We have the first 3 ciphers all over halfway. One of them being left behind as the Puppeteer goes in for rescue, but he is getting terror shocked on the rescue. But he is able to get it through, but he is going to be downed, and it looks like the Hunter is aiming for a double down at this moment. But the Antiquarian is able to get a hit in on her flute, being able to disarm him temporarily. He jumps, he's just waiting for that jump. And a flywheel from the Antiquarian is not enough to avoid. This will be a double down, but it looks like the Puppeteer has reached a cipher, being downed by the cipher as the Acrobat goes to chair the Antiquarian for a second time.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. Right out the gate here, we're on second chair, Puppeteer down, waiting for possibly a rescue here, or we could sell. We're gonna see, but it does look like First Officer is going to come in for this rescue. Hullabaloo not quite able to get a hit. Oh no, we are going to get the red and the white on, looking for the black color here, trying to get that hit to connect, but First Officer is actually going to manage to get a clean rescue. Very nicely done. Antiquarian back up with Tide Turner as well. And oh, Red Bum is going to lock off her flute for just a moment. We've got the Black Bum on, looking for more. And not quite able to connect either the flute or with the Hullabaloo. We've got the red on now, looking for white. Ah, very, very close.
She's a
beautiful flip. Oh my god.
Oh, very well done on the Antiquarian's part, but unfortunately, after such a phenomenal kite, she will be being sent back to the manor. We have 1 cipher decoded so far, with 3 more over halfway, another nearing that and being decoded. It looks like Puppeteer did not have to use his self-heal to get back up after being down, so all 3 of these survivors still have their self-heals to be used against this Hullabaloo, but it looks like our next target is going to be that First Officer, who still has 1 watch available. Let's see if he will keep it on hand. Oh, he will go ahead and use it right now, and it looks like Hullabaloo is going to maintain chasing him for the time being.
Yeah, First Officer really needs to just kite as long as he can, and it looks like Hullabaloo is going to just break some distance, let that watch run out, and then catch up afterwards. Very effective strategy here from Hullabaloo. We got First Officer with that second pocket watch shake, but he is out of range, so there won't be any delayed image here. Nicely done on the timing with that pallet drop. Do we have 1 more watch shake in us? No, we don't. And First Officer is going to take a hit. We've got the red color on because we are at full presence, looking for the overlap, but we do manage to get it. 2 colors at once. First Officer is downed. We have 2 ciphers remaining. Now they are almost complete, but we do, we still need to come in for this rescue. We still need to make sure that Puppeteer as well is injured and doesn't end up seeing a chair, but Hullabaloo heading out looking for the Embalmer. Are we going to be able to cut him off to the chair? No. Beautifully done. Embalmer sneaking around to the First Officer's chair. Clean rescue. And First Officer with no items just going to have to survive as long as possible, which is not very long, unfortunately.
Yeah, we are at a bit of a down to the wire situation. Both of those tides had been used on the Antiquarian to prolong her kite. We still have Puppeteer working on a cipher best he can, but we've gotten it on a trait switch to abnormal, cutting that cipher down. We don't need to worry about warp or teleport. We just need to, and we don't need to worry about excitement now that Antiquarian is no longer in the competition. But we are going to go pursue that Embalmer, just trying to get a hit on him, make sure everyone is injured, and a flywheel to get out of the way, but it's not enough to avoid that red bomb.
Wow. And Hullabaloo just going through again with that double color, just catching Embalmer in a sandwich, and nowhere for him to go with that flywheel having already been used. Coffin, we do have Coffin though, and I would expect it to be used here. Yep, because all survivors are injured. We don't want to have to force anybody to come in to save right now. So Embalmer Coffin is up. We've got 2 survivors working on ciphers, but First Officer actually pulling off, seeing that Hullabaloo is looking in his direction, does not want to catch any of that. Embalmer has rebirth though, and Hullabaloo is going to just hop right back on this target.
Yep, heading just right into the shack to go ahead and keep hiding the hullabaloo. We are just trying to avoid a red bomb, but we are able to get the red bomb. The Cypher is nearly primed, but it looks like we were downed just above basement. So the Embalmer is unfortunately being tiered in basement, but we do have we have the Cypher popped already and someone working on the gate. Everyone is just trying to focus on getting as many people out of the gate as possible. Hullabaloo, unfortunately, having switched to abnormal, is not going to be able to teleport or warp to the gate, which is nearly open. First officer will be getting out, but Puppeteer has yet to reach it. However, he will be able to use a puppet to maybe get away. There he goes.
Yup.
Hullabaloo is not going to make it out. We are going to draw for the first round.
Wow.
Very, very well done to both teams.
Really well done by MSG Survivors, just scraping away with that tie. Really well thought through on that Cypher pop, just popping right away. And Hullabaloo, unfortunately, not heading straight for the gate. But even so, that nerf just really, really hurts. Having only 2 dashes to work with, as well as I believe the distance on the dashes was shortened a little bit as well, and you could just see that in full force at the end there. Even with the momentum from the early game, the Survivors were just able to take it back in the end. And yeah, that's going to be a tie for our first round.
Yeah, very, very well done. Yeah, that nerf is definitely hurting Hullabaloo, but Hullabaloo did definitely have a very strong gameplay, very good at keeping those ciphers pressure. The switch to abnormal definitely saved the cipher pressure, but unfortunately, because that first officer gets that decoding debuff eased up by the time he uses up both his watches, he does have much less of a cipher um, decoding debuff than he usually does. So overall, just very well coordinated, very good job just forcing that pop and getting out of there as fast as possible. Very good move, switching, keeping excitement for that antiquarian, aiming to chase her first and then switching off. Very well done, just overall. Excellent gameplay here, and very exciting to go into the second half of round 1 with a draw this time.
Yeah, and that puts both teams a little bit on an even keel. We do have MSG's Hunter coming up, and obviously the stage is open. No Hunter bans in round 1, so any Hunter can come out to hopefully get a 3K or a 4K, secure the round for MSG. But GSL Survivors do obviously will be pushing for that tie for even a 3-man or a 4-man escape. Having a tie in round 1, or just, you know, a classic draw, 2 for 2, it really does, you know, it sets the stakes, I would say, pretty high, because it's not a 4-man elimination. You can't exactly, you know, predict either a win or a guaranteed round 3 from here. It really is anybody's game heading into the second half, so I'm very excited to see not only how MSG Hunter kind of takes this opportunity, but also how GSL Survivors are able to step up to the plate and, you know, here's the stakes, here's what's offered for them, if they're going to be able to kind of rise to that and possibly even come through with a 3-man escape and secure that win. There's always opportunities for it to go either way.
Yeah, there is just so much possibility for strategy and team comp here. Honestly, one of the most exciting things this tournament that I've seen is the amount of survivor coordination, rotation, and support. With all these well, I wouldn't say overpowered, very, very strong hunters. I mean, we've seen such powerful hunters: Hullabaloo, Goatman, Shadow, and Opera Singer. Even though they've been nerfed, they're still incredibly strong and almost guaranteed picks in some cases. But knowing that these hunters are so strong, survivors have learned to have to work together, heal at the right times, decode properly, take over the cipher when, keep eyes out on the gate, keep dungeon strategies. It's very exciting to see all these survivor efforts here. I mean, thanks to the efforts of the MSG survivors, they were able to pull out a draw out of what could have been a potential 4K situation. And I'm so excited to see how GSL survivor coordination is going to go as we move on into our second half. MSG hunting and GSL surviving. Remember, first 3 survivors picked will no longer be playable by GSL, and whichever hunter MSG plays will no longer be playable by MSG.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see, we did see a lot of great picks in the first half of the round. Keeping in mind those global bans, we'll see if GSL is able to kind of answer to that. And if we end up seeing, some, I would say, how do I want to phrase this? Because I have a phrase in mind and then I don't know how to say it. The reservation of strong survivors that we saw with Embalmer in the first half. I'm very curious to see if we're going to see some of that same work from GSL in terms of their survivor picks.
Yeah, like I've been saying, there's a lot of strategy that goes into our band picks. And speaking of, we see our first band picks already. We have the Seer, and I cannot make out who that is.
I think
Are you
that's
able to see who that
Explorer.
is, Bones?
Yeah, that's an
Explorer. Oh,
Explorer
okay.
ban. And I
All
was
right,
actually thinking
Explorer.
about this. I was thinking about this before because if we're looking at Hullabaloo, Explorer did just get buffed to be undetectable by the Hullabaloo clone, which has been one of the strongest facets of Hullabaloo. He can basically just detect survivors from anywhere on the map. So banning Explorer here might mean that we're looking at a Hullabaloo, but we are going to see the Magician as well as the Enchantress being locked in. I feel
Very
I feel like we're trying to dissuade a hermit. I feel like we're looking at kind of two different strategies going on here from the hunter and the survivor side.
Yeah, this is a very exciting team comp so far. Locking in that Enchantress. I'm so glad that she's round one meta now, as well as the Gravekeeper, who is our third pick. Um, these two survivors you will see so often because of that Gravekeeper rework with his shovel, the Enchantress being a strong harasser, being able to just uh, deal with the Hullabaloo and Goatman very well. And then Magician, we've just seen that he got quite a significant buff lately. So it's going to be really exciting to see how that buff plays out. This will be my first time seeing it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that magician buff coming through, and we are going to see that puppeteer as our final pick. We are working. This is really really interesting because we've got magician, enchantress, and now gravekeeper are all. Oh, I just broke my pen.
Uh-oh.
Magician,
Oh
magician,
no.
gravekeeper. I'm fidgeting so much. I'm so excited for this match. It just snapped.
Oh, I know. I had
But
to grab an Omanju.
yeah, the having Magician, Enchantress, and Gravekeeper all locked out, this is a very strong comp against Hullabaloo, but those three are going to be banned in future rounds. Now, Puppeteer is reserved. We are seeing a little bit of that, reservation for future rounds, or preservation for future rounds with that Puppeteer. But this is three very strong survivors to lock out so early on. It's very high, I would say, again, high risk, high reward here from GSL survivors, and I'm really excited to see how MSG's Hunter answers to this.
Yeah, there are a lot of options here. It almost feels like they're daring out a Goatman or Hullabaloo pick with such a strong counter comp to them. I mean, we've seen how strong the Puppeteer is, how he was able to last against the Hullabaloo for so long. Gravekeeper, has the use of those shovels, being able to extend shovel time. And there we go. We are gonna go select that
Yes!
Goatman. I'm very excited to see this Goatman locked in. Goatman is a very strong hunter, able to lock off certain small areas of the map, basically turning the entire map into a small little circle for him and whoever gets caught in with him. So it'll be a lot of fun to see the Enchantress try to fight him off, the decoys in play, the shovels to try and circumvent him, and of course those puppets. There's a lot of potential for both teams to do really well here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that Goatman. I'm very excited to see if we're able to see some of that factory mind gaming here. And an interesting spawn as well. It looks like we've spawned oh wait, we haven't gotten there yet. My bad.
I was about to
I'm
say, where are you seeing the
I'm getting too
spawns?
excited. I'm getting way too
There are your
excited.
spawns, Bones. Go ahead.
There we go. There we go. We've got Gravekeeper in the factory here. Magician in center. Uh, Enchantress over at the ruins, and we've got Puppeteer in the shack. Gravekeeper in factory. Obviously this is for rotation, but it is it's bold. It's really bold here. I'm so excited to see if this team is, or which team is able to kind of come out on top here. We've got full flywheel as well, double tied with the magician and the gravekeeper. Just such a strong comp from the survivor side, and of course the Goatman, arguably one of the strongest hunters in the game, if not the strongest hunter in the game right now. We've seen him time and time again in tournament. And always just so fun to see, how different hunters are able to utilize that Goatman.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential for this round, but we are getting into the second half of the first round. GSL surviving with MSG hunting. I'm Juliet. This is Bones. Good luck to both teams. We are in for a treat today.
Yes, and just as a reminder, the previous half of the round was a tie, so if either side is able to get more 3 or 4 point even, then they will take this first round as their victory. But Goatman heading towards Puppeteer for our first chase, and we're looking to set up that first cage. Have not quite gotten there yet. Basement is in the shack though, and Puppeteer hiding, but that blood trail is still visible, and we've got peepers as well from Goatman. And looking for our first hit. Are we going to take it, or we're just going to wait out the puppet here? And nope, that is going to be our first hit from Goatman. Looking for our second cage, and our second hit immediately. Puppeteer not able to get the puppet out. He is now at 1 chip damage, meaning that Goatman does not need a cage to down him. Very well done by Goatman.
Yeah, very good job by Goatman so far. Just taking that hit on the puppet just to build up the presence. He's already at half presence. He has these peepers as Puppeteer guides him into a very tight hiding area, just trying to survive as long as he can. Puppeteer managing to avoid Goatman's attack, just trying to rock hide. Oh, but he will be downed already for the first down of the game. We do have very good cipher progress so far. Looks like we have 2 ciphers over halfway, and one of them has been left behind by the magician going in for that first rescue. A Goatman. Looks like we have paused the deduction real quick, folks. So we will be taking just a pause to make sure everything is all right. Overall, very good work here so far. First down and coming in for our first rescue. Very exciting gameplay so far, being able to see just how strong that Goatman is, even on a map like Leo's Memory. I mean, these first 2 matches have just shown us why Hullabaloo and Goatman tend to get locked in for round 1 and then banned after, whether by global or by survivors.
Yeah, it's really, really intense for this first bit of the match. We're probably pausing because of lag. I'm hoping that everything's okay on the survivor end as well. But yeah, just really, coming right out the gate here, 2 very, very aggressive hunters. And Goatman, you can get so much out of this early game aggression, only using 2 cages it was 3 cages for the first down, right? So we do have a little bit of resentment to kind of recoup as Puppeteer ends up sitting on the chair. But yeah, it will be interesting to see, if we're able to come and get this rescue, and hopefully hopefully proceed lagless into the second half of the later half of the match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Lag is one of the biggest killers, even in just casual. I remember back when I was first playing, I hadn't upgraded my phone yet, and you remember how bad it was, where I would just be playing, and then all of a sudden I would just start spiking to like 900 ping, and I would have my game would crash. I would have to load back in. Oh, are we starting? We are starting back up again,
we're starting
folks.
back up.
Thank you for
all right.
Thank you for patience. We have Magician getting a hit in, but still aiming for that rescue. He hasn't been paged out, able to get that first rescue in on that Puppeteer, and using a flywheel to gain further distance from the Goatman after that first rescue, as we get the first cipher pop by the Enchantress and the second one nearly pop by the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, very nicely done here on that rescue, taking advantage of the fact that Goatman had no cages left. We're looking to set up another cage now, and Puppeteer, ooh, beautifully done with the pallet stun.
Very nice pallet stun.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some longer pallet stun in there as well. Goatman already has a very long pallet stun animation, and we're just looking for the Puppeteer. Beautiful puppet there, just blocking the hit. We're looking for that redemption kite, and it looks like we are moving towards it. Mind gaming with the pallets here as well, forcing Goatman to start breaking them if he wants to stay alive in this fight. Puppeteer cutting out the cage as well.
Yeah, very good job from the puppeteer here, prolonging this kite, taking advantage of having that free chip hit in, making up for lost time after that shack hit. But the Goatman is continuing to just try and catch him, but he does finally down that puppeteer. But the puppeteer was able to buy enough time to get a third cipher popped. We have all 5 ciphers started. We have one nearing 70%. The other is not being touched right now, but it's about 30%. Overall, this is still anyone's game. We might end up getting to an automatic round 3 condition with a tie.
Yeah, and we've got Gravekeeper looking to come in for the rescue. Gravekeeper does still have Tide as well, so that's going to be another... If we're able to get this rescue off, which, you know, it is Gravekeeper, so if nothing goes horribly wrong, we should be able to get this rescue off. And, oh, but we are going to use the cages to just force Gravekeeper away from the chair. We're going to get the basic hit in, and that will be a rescue on Puppeteer. Now, we do have 20 seconds of Tide Turner. Cypher is at around 70%, so they just need to buy time. Gravekeeper taking the hit as well, just trying to keep Puppeteer alive, and Puppeteer does have borrowed time if we're able to just kite through to the Cypher pop. But Goatman approaching, we nearly have a cage up, but it looks like he's actually going to change targets over to the Cypher that we're priming.
Yeah, we are going to go ahead and just try to pressure that Cypher, downing the Magician right next to that nearing prime Cypher. It's only at 87%, just a bit more, not enough to prime it, but we do have Gravekeeper getting healed up by that Enchantress, not using up any self-heals yet. The survivors will be going into the next round of self-heal, and we've gone ahead and swapped to Abnormal, taking that nearly prime Cypher down in half, cutting off that Cypher progress as Magician has been rescued by the Enchantress.
Yep, and we're looking for another cage here. Survivors have not yet started another Cypher. They need to get to starting that because I believe they were probably healing here. But even so, oh no, we're not healing. We're just looking to get back to that Cypher, but it was abnormal, so it's not going to have the progress they were looking for. But it does look like Gravekeeper is going to return to the Cypher, and Goatman knows it. It's just going to go right over and down the Gravekeeper here. They need to get another Cypher started now if we want to look at even popping the final Cypher.
Yeah, this is a very tricky situation now. We have Enchantress. She's built up some of her stuns, getting a few stuns in, just trying to prolong this kite and protect the Puppeteer best she can. Oh no, the Magician best she can. Right now we do have Cyphers are not being worked on just yet. Gravekeeper is healing up right now. Will he be getting healed up by the Puppeteer? It looks like he is just aiming to wait and not use up that self-heal. Excellent flywheel from the Enchantress, being able to just mind game the Goatman throughout this cage. Excellent use of stalling for time. She's doing a wonderful job with this kiting, this harassing. You can see why we wanted to go ahead and get her right off of the lock her into the global ban right away. She's such a strong survivor right now, especially against a Goatman.
Yeah, and we have gotten that other Cypher started, nearing 40% here. Goatman still on the Enchantress. Are we going to return to that Cypher camp? Because now we're looking at a situation where we might... Okay, we do have Enchantress down, so we will be able to get her in a chair, but that Cypher already nearing 60% all the way across the map here. The Cypher that was abnormal heading back to 50%. Gravekeeper is healed up for this rescue. We could be seeing GSL make a comeback here with their survivors, just keeping up the coordination. Puppeteer Cypher nearing 80-90% as Gravekeeper heads for the rescue, and Enchantress does have a 3-stack as well on Goatman, so they will be able to pop this Cypher, possibly. Yep, we're heading back onto Enchantress. Cypher is primed, and unfortunately not able to get the 3-stack in just yet, but we will see that Cypher pop. Enchantress back up. Survivors, all except for Magician do have borrowed time here. And we are seeing that 3-stack in action. Exit gate already being opened. Is this going to be a 3-man escape for GSL?
The Enchantress is fighting for her life, able to use that stun. The Goatman is trying so hard to land an attack, but but she's able to bait him out right before he's able to. Automatically, GSL has won with a 3 escape, but will we be getting that a full-on 4 escape, getting that extra point and going into round 2? The Enchantress is continuing to fight. We still have over a full minute of detention yet left, but it's not enough. She will not be able to make it to the dungeon all the way across the map. Excellent, excellent work by the GSL survivors being able to turn that around and win the round 5-3. Excellent work.
Yeah, just so well done from GSL survivors. That was so close to nearly being over there with that abnormal and not getting another cipher started, but they were just able to keep Goatman on his toes. I feel like it's almost the AWG strategy of just running around the hunter and praying praying that something works, and then it ends up working. And we've seen that time and time again in official tournament. We've seen that in NAU tournaments especially, and it's always nice to see a survivor team kind of be able to bring it together like that, really locking in and kind of tormenting the hunter with the team coordination. That's what you're able to do when you're a coordinated 4-man VC team. Just really well played there in the later half of that match.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. And I mean, we talk a lot about band pick strategy and strategy when it comes to persona webs, but when you're actually in the game, there are so many factors and so many sudden changes. I mean, we saw that Goatman switching to abnormal and going for the magician on his cipher really changed the game and nearly cost it. But then that enchantress pulled off a phenomenal kite, managing to not only keep the magician from being downed again, but allowing the another cipher across the map to get primed. Overall, just and being able to keep the Goatman busy throughout his detention while the other three made it to the dungeon. Overall, just excellent work on both sides. Beautiful displays of in-game strategy and tactics and coordination, and just working with sudden shifts in everything. Just really phenomenal. And I have very high hopes going into round 2 that we're going to see even more excellent gameplay from both these teams.
Yeah, I'm having such a high octane round 1 really just means it's only going to get I would say bloodier, I guess, in the later rounds. Just fighting harder and harder. I really, I do not want to see that energy falter from either side here. Just so well done from both survivor side and also from both hunter sides. It's just been a joy to watch these first two halves, and heading into round 2, we've got even more in store. We've got the global hunter bans as well as one hunter ban, but we've still got plenty of hunters on the table. I'm really excited to see what the hunters kind of come back as, because this has started off as a pretty survivor-sided matchup. I almost want to see the tides turn to the hunter and for some more hunter eliminations. This is where we start asking for the nightmare play. This is where we start asking for the nightmare
Please,
trust.
please, please,
Nightmare
please.
4K next round.
I'll if you play Nightmare, I'll put you into the Nightmare lottery. I promise.
The Nightmare Lottery. Yeah, we've got a Nightmare Lottery specifically for this tournament.
This is the year of Nightmare. I've decided we're gonna get a new essence every season where he gets every skin, every S tier, every A tier, every B tier, even the new C tiers. It's just all Nightmare all the time.
Yeah,
and then nobody's
it's
allowed
all
to
Nightmare.
complain about skin distribution ever again. This is my evil plan.
Yeah, this is your evil nightmare plan.
Exactly.
But it has been pretty awesome to see Nightmare get played. I do hope we see Nightmare at some point in this tournament. Even if it's not today, even if it's later on, I want to see just one Nightmare pick at some point, please. He's meta, guys. He's meta. Trust. He's definitely not counterable if you just run around a box really hard.
Listen, we live in a world where Ripper is a viable option. Anything is possible at this point. I mean, we've already seen a Hellember played. We've seen plenty of Rippers. We've seen an Undead played, Smiley Face, Geisha, you name it. We'll probably see it before the end of this tournament's up. I can only imagine that MSG and GSL have some really exciting hunter picks in store for us going forward.
Yeah, it's been so intense so far. It's only going to get even more. And again, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. The view count's scaring me, but you know what? It's fine. We've got just I mean, you guys are all here to see these incredible matches, and that's exactly what these teams are giving us. So I feel like, I feel like it's deserved. And I'm very happy that, everybody's showing up to support NAU, to support the independent tournament scene. It means a lot. So genuinely, thank you to all of you who have joined for this matchup. Thank you to all of you who have been here since the beginning. It's so nice to have this much support and this much hype for just our little tournament.
Yeah, we keep saying, we could not do this without you guys, spreading the word of mouth, sharing our links in your Discord servers, getting teams together, signing up for these tournaments, participating in them, just bringing so much energy, so much fun, and really supplying the ever-growing demand for fun competitive tournaments at the grassroots scene. Because as fantastic as so many of our players are, only 2 teams at a time get to represent us on the global stage. So being able to see what we have cooking at home is always such a delight. I mean, I'm seeing matchups here that I've never seen anywhere else, and I couldn't be happier as a fan of this game and a fan of esports in general.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just been so fun to watch so far, and we are going to have some subs coming in for round 2. So for the side of MSG, we're going to sub out Uni for Snap. So our puppeteer, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye. But beautiful kiting and rescuing in the first match. And for GSL, we are going to sub out Dreamer for K. So new hunter coming through from GSL. And yeah, that does just bring, a whole new set of mains and a whole new set of, you know, the ability to battle to the table. And we might be seeing that Ripper come through, from this hunter. So I'm very excited to potentially see that. And I'm sure everybody else is as well. Or, possibly not excited to see that Ripper. He's been the bane of my matches lately, no matter what mode I'm playing. If I'm playing rank, he's there. If I'm playing quick match, he's there. And if I'm playing duos, he's there and double teaming me. And that hasn't been fun. That hasn't been fun. I'll say that. I'm adjusting to the buff. I'm adjusting to the rework. Ripper and duos, double teaming, invisible. Come on. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
I feel so bad because I haven't played Eve or Iber. I haven't played that game yet, but I know I'm gonna go into it with a grudge against that poor Gary man, because I keep getting downed so fast by those horrible Gary players in duos. And I am just so sick of it. And I know when I face him in that game, I am just gonna have the biggest grudge. But we are going into round 2 in our first half. We have GSL surviving again with MSG hunting, that new MSG hunter, out to play. And our global
GSL Hunter,
bands going
MSG, same Hunter.
MSG hunter. My bad. They both have G in their names. That's going to trip me up because I am terrible with abbreviations. But our global
three
bands
letters with
for
a G.
our global bands are going to be Goatman for MSG and Magician, Enchantress, and Gravekeeper for GSL. And our our map for round 2 will be that infamous Red Church.
All right, and here is where I start hoping for no hermit ban, because we are on Red Church. We've got 3 very good hermit counters already on that global ban list. Please, there's still Hullabaloo on the table. There's still Opera Singer on the table. There's still Ivy on the table. You don't want to deal with those, do you? So let's ban those first. All right, let's ban those first for our hunter bans. And for our survivor bans, that also leaves it pretty open, I would say, for the potential. We've got Seer, obviously we want to take off the table, maybe even a mechanic ban as well. So yeah, I would say I feel like it's pretty good choices here for those first 3 picks in terms of who the hunter has to pick first off to ban. Because, Gravekeeper out of the way. Other than that, we've still got many rescuers. But it looks like our first 2 bans are going to be Coordinator as well as Guard. Who is? Am I small
Yeah, I do.
preview? Yep, Gardener.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
kind of
since
setting up for an opera singer here.
Yeah, those are two very staple band picks from the 2024 competitive era. Usually, if you see those two band, you are preparing for either an opera singer or a shadow, potentially something else too if you want to switch things up. But we are going to be blocking in that Hullabaloo ban, so that means we have anyone but Goatman and Hullabaloo on the table, and we are locking in first officer and psychologist, just getting two very strong survivors into that global ban, but making sure we lock them in to try and just get as many points as we can as possible.
And if we are potentially looking, if we're looking at Hermit, Opera, Ivy, two very tanky survivors here, able to take a lot of hits. Obviously, Psychologist able to take 3 hits. First Officer with that Pocket Watch, an absolute menace. So, not bad picks at all. Very good picks here from GSL survivors. And, just waiting to be answered by MSG Hunter.
Yeah, overall, a lot of really good use here. The first officer, he does have that excellent pocket watch usage. He does have the ability to lighten up a 20% decoding debuff to about 6%. And it looks like we are locking in our next ban. We are going to finally ban that puppeteer. We saw just how strong he was in the first round. Cannot blame anyone for wanting to ban him, but we are locking in the aeroplanist, who is a very good survivor to gain as much distance as he can from the hunter, aid with Cypher Rush a little bit, and we also will finish off with an antiquarian ban as well.
Yes, and we will see a cheerleader locked in for our final spot. And please, 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 what I want to see so badly in this match is the Aeroplanist and cheerleader team up. I actually think I was talking about this yesterday as well. Aeroplanist has a very long cooldown. He has 15 seconds on those jetpacks. Cheerleader with her Inspire is able to just immediately reset that cooldown. So good in combination with that aeroplanist. You can make a lot of really good plays. She can extend his containment. Just really, it can really be a good pick here. So I'm very excited to see if we end up getting that synergy between the aeroplanist and the cheerleader.
Yeah, overall, the cheerleaders Inspire can help a ton with any of these survivors. We have the first officer's watch cooldown, the psychologist's whistle cooldown, and like you were saying, the aeroplanist jetpack cooldown. And she also has that motivation skill, which lets her gain really fast distance. And the Red Church has plenty of walls and pallets in order to help with that 4-second slowdown she has afterwards. Looks like we are looking for survivors who can take hits and gain distance, potentially anticipating an opera hit or an opera player or a shadow pick, as those are two very strong survivor hunters. But overall, these survivors can take on just about any team. It's a very well-rounded team, very minimal Cypher rush, but we are Cypher debuffs, but we are going to be looking at a shadow pick. Very exciting. I love seeing shadow playing, especially on the Red Church. It's one of my favorite matches to watch her do her thing. And yeah, it looks like we are getting a very cool team in here. Shadow has been nerfed a bit, quite a bit. As Bones was saying earlier, she has gotten a nerf where she basically follows Dream Witch rules, where she gets where as soon as someone either escapes or is eliminated, they are sent off to you can destroy her obstacons a lot faster. It oh, oh,
Oh no, continue.
oh yeah. I was just gonna say that is a nerf, but even so, she is still a very strong hunter. If you're able to get that snowball going, she will do some significant damage. And we are getting into our spawn points here. Looks like we have a bit of an S formation. We have the aeroplanist or psychologist to take on first as the hunter is loading in into the church. And we are getting into the first half of round 2 for Logging Off League Season 3. GSL is surviving, MSG is hunting. I'm Juliet, this is Bones. Good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. GSL also in the lead here after having won the first round, so they will be looking for as many escapes as possible in order to try and close this up in 2 rounds. But of course, that puts the pressure on for MSG, looking to get as many eliminations as possible as we head into this first round. Yith heading towards the reception area, looking to lock off some Cypher progress, possibly sniff out the first officer here, possibly the aeroplanist. And we are heading to the back walls here and heading onto Cheerleader. So not a bad first chase here. Cheerleader obviously prepared for that with that no borrowed time full kiting build. And the Yith also looking to lock off first officer Cypher here. Good to see Pirate Radio. Yeah, yes.
I'm very happy to see Pirate Radio in play here. I mean, also Sanrio Lily at the same time. Overall, very fun skin choices and very fun hunter picks. But we do get that first bit of full corruption on the Cheerleader, but she does have a slowdown while the hunter is in attack recovery, which does get her a bit of distance, not having to worry about the hunter finding her too soon after that. But we do have both the Yith and main body in pursuit of that Cheerleader, dropping down those pallets, just trying to gain distance, hugging the walls, trying to get as far away from the rocket chair as possible as the Yith heads towards the shack to go and potentially lock onto the aeroplanist while the shadow continues to chase after.
Ooh.
And a second corruption will send the Cheerleader down. We have 1 Cypher nearly primed, 2 more about halfway through. A very good first kite, and we will be going into our first rescue soon.
Yeah, really well done there. And the red light tricks from Ivy, just very effective there, getting Cheerleader to maximum corruption. Now, obviously, that was a 1 Cypher kite here. Good progress on the other 2 Cyphers, but we are going to go ahead and leech off the first officer again, just to delay some of that Cypher progress even further. Now, we do have Tinnitus here. Aeroplan is coming in for the rescue, and he does have Tide Turner. Just needs to not get corruption here, looking for the before half rescue, and he does get it, as well as the flywheel. Nicely done. And we are going to get a hit on Aeroplanist here with the blink. Cheerleader escaping though, and the Yith is hot in pursuit. Yep, we're going to go ahead and just teleport right into the middle of the shack here. Cheerleader trying to contain outside, and not quite able to dash out of the range of the corruption here. Cheerleader is going to go down for a second time.
Yeah, Cheerleader is being chaired. She was rescued before half, so this will be her second chairing. We do have solid Cypher progress so far. We have a second Cypher nearly popped. Looks like we were chased off of it because the Cheerleader was chaired right next to it. Oh, nope. We are, yep, Psychologist is working on that now, nearly popping it. Just as the Ostracon is formed, we have a third Cypher on the way. First officer going in for that rescue. He also has Tide. He's able to get a rescue in, but he is unfortunately injured, and we will be in pursuit of that first officer and Cheerleader trying to get that final down.
Yup, and it does look like Cheerleader was narrowly able to avoid the corruption from the teleport here, but we're looking at the Yith right now. Still attached to the Cheerleader. Are we going to be able to get the scare? Not quite yet. Cheerleader at about, I believe that, oh, there we go. There we go. The scare goes off, and Cheerleader is down once again. She will be returning to the manor shortly. We do have 2 Cyphers remaining here, looking a little bit slow. We're going to need a very long containment here, or at least a semi-long containment. A little bit more of that kind of scrambling work here from GSL survivors that they have shown to be very capable of in the previous round. We'll have to see if they can do it again here. Cypher approaching 80%, but it looks like, yep, we are going to go ahead and force Psychologist off of that. Yith returning though, and going to camp the Cypher in Graveyard. Are we going to head on to Psychologist here? It does not look like it just yet.
Yeah, it looks like the main body and Yith have both headed into the reception area. We are aiming towards first officer, who is decoding right above dungeon, which is just off to the side, in that little corner ruins area with all the breakable walls.
Oh,
ooh,
we got that 100
he got the
corruption.
corruption, but he was able to recover from it just before the hunter could hit and get that pocket watch in. He was healed by the aeroplanist during the Cheerleader's final kite. We do have 2 Cyphers being decoded. Right, we have 1 Cypher currently being decoded. Another has been chased off of it. We are just looking on Aeroplanist and Psychologist to get to that decoding.
Whoa.
Yep.
Nicely done with that psychologist play with the empathy heal right in time, right before Ivy's able to sniff out that aeroplanist. So very well done there from GSL.
Oh yeah, excellent work from GSL here. Just aiming to get that survivor coordination as much as possible. Just trying to buy as much time. You can see why these 3 survivors were sacrificed for a global ban. Oh, Blink just hitting on the tail end of that hitbox, but hitting right inside of a pallet, so the aeroplanist is able to launch a pallet strike, gaining a bit more distance against that psychologist. The Yith is able to lock onto the first officer as he's destroying an Obstracon. Remember, with her nerf, that destroys in quite a fast amount of time. We don't have any ciphers being worked on right now because that's Ivy cipher pressure once we have that first survivor eliminated is just so strong.
Yeah, and just waiting on that final cipher, but the pressure here from Ivy just absolutely incredible, not allowing these survivors to even get close to that final cipher prime. We've got both ciphers sitting at 50 or just below 50. Does look like we've been able to return to that cipher in graveyard, but the Yith hot in pursuit, heading up towards Psychologist here, who no longer has her shield. She did use that shield while while healing the aeroplanist, and first officer right through the wall, getting down there right at the edge of the Ivy hitbox. MSG Hunter doing such a good job of just knowing the length of Ivy's hitbox here, and heading back onto aeroplanist. But it looks like we're actually going to turn around here, possibly heading back towards the reception. Are we going to chair first officer? No, it looks like we're going to stick around in the graveyard looking for psychologist as well as aeroplanist who are both somewhat in the area, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like we did have psychologist transition out to go heal the first officer. Aeroplanist was giving tinnitus up in the ruins. It looks like the main body is on the way to the reception area trying to find the first officer or the psychologist. Looks like we are gonna pick up that first officer. Are we gonna go ahead and share him now? Yes, we are. This will be the first officer's first share, but he hasn't used his self-heal yet. Yith is in the graveyard with the aeroplanist, and we have psychologist in the area giving tinnitus, potentially going in for this rescue.
Yeah, just very, very well done here. We've got just so much pressure on these survivors, and still unable to get more progress on that cipher. Looking for the rescue here from Psychologist with no Tide Turner. Again, no Tide Turner left in the match. We do still have a Pocket Watch on First Officer, though, so I'm assuming that will be popped as soon as we stop stalling this chair. Looking for the Terror Shock, unfortunately not getting it. And First Officer not quite popping that Pocket Watch yet, but we do have Aeroplanist back on the final cipher, nearing 80% with Ivy distracted. Are we going to be able to get the Yith back there in time? It does look like it, and Aeroplanist is leaving that cipher behind. And we will just be going right over there. He does have one final jetpack remaining, and he will be using that just to get a little bit of distance here. But, that is very, very close to max corruption. And are we going to be able to get the scare?
Yes, we are, and the aeroplanist goes down.
Right inside that pallet too, just accidentally glimpsed at her face that 99 into 100 corruption.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing the aeroplanist chair for his first chair. We do have psychologist on that cipher that the first officer had opened above dungeon. She does sense the Yith on the way, the main body on its way as well, and a blink is going to send the psychologist down. The first officer running to get that rescue in on the aeroplanist. It looks like he will be rescued before half, so they do have that. And I do believe the first officer had also been rescued before half, so these two survivors have been rescued before half. The psychologist is going to be on her first chair. We still have a lot of time, and two ciphers very near primed. This still can be anyone's game here.
Yup, we are looking to cut off the first officer, though. Yith in the area, looking to try and just get the first officer down before he manages to reach that nearly primed cipher. Psychologist sitting on chair here, and aeroplanist coming in, looking to rescue. We do have first officer, and he is leeched, but it looks like we are going to look for the aeroplanist down beforehand. Are we going to be able to get the cyber pop? We are, but unfortunately not quite able to get the rescue. Aeroplanist is going to go down once again, and first officer is leeched here. We know exactly where he is, following his body with the Yith, And we're just going to go ahead, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and share Aeroplanist. Just want to get as many eliminations as possible here. Not really want to take the risk waiting for that timer to go down on first officer as well, so we're able to get a second Yith. And we're not going to chair Aeroplanist. We're actually going to drop him down on the ground here, looking to get first officer down before we do anything else. We're looking at a 4-man elimination here.
And an unfortunate vault down brings the first officer down. The Yith has infected the aeroplanist, keeping an eye on the first officer at the same time. Will we be able to chair the aeroplanist? Yes, we will be able to chair him before he can struggle free. And it looks like we are going to be teleporting right over to that first officer, going through the window, picking him up. This will be a 4-man elimination as we have a chair right there. Excellent work to MSG. Very good job to GSL survivors, fighting so hard to get to that pop. But unfortunately, even with that nerf, the shadow just has such a strong snowball effect. Very, very well done for both teams. And that'll be our first 5-point match on the board for MSG.
Yep, and doesn't that just raise the stakes here? We went tie for 3-man in the first round, and now UKJ answering that with a 4-man elimination. He's like, all right, you guys 3 escaped me the first round. That's not going to happen again. We're going to just turn that right around. And just absolutely beautiful, beautiful Cypher pressure throughout. Really just incredible Cypher pressure throughout, especially in the early game too, going out of his way to get the Yith out and leeching off individual Cyphers even while, you know, focusing on that first chase. Just very, very well done, very well thought through, and really just showing, you know, just how strong Ivy still is. She did just get nerfed the other day. Again, we were discussing the tablets take even less time to dismantle once survivors start getting eliminated, but not a problem at all. The map control capability of Ivy, especially on a map as small as Red Church, just on full display here. But of course, very well played from GSL survivors as well. A lot of really good teamwork used, and just staying alive in those final moments, keeping that pressure up, forcing, you know, just forcing UKJ to pull out all the stops there in order to stop that Cypher rush, in order to cut those survivors down. So just very, very effective. And, you know, heading into the second half of round 2, now that this does guarantee that we will be heading into round 3, the best that GSL can do to answer this is a tie with another 4-man elimination. But with that new Hunter K coming through, they're definitely in position to be able to do that. So anything can happen again coming into these later rounds. And as I always say, it's never over until it's over. So we've just got more and more to come in the later half and in the later stages of this match. And it's always exciting to see as well MSG able to kind of stand up from the loss in the first round and bring it back with such force. Really exciting to see.
Oh yeah, this is one of the exciting things about Tournament, is just how hard it is to tell how something is going to go right up until the end. I mean, I've seen matches where it hasn't been decided by right up until the final round, where win conditions completely flip over because of a spectacular match, or like a play by a certain survivor team or a hunter player. I mean, as it is, we already saw the first match today. It had to go into overtime because of how tight everything was. And just recently, we did see in Tournament a match that was decided in overtime by just 1 second, getting the survivors escaping 1 second faster than the other team's survivors. Like, it gets so close, and especially when you have teams at this level. I mean, you saw just how wonderful the GSL survivor coordination was in the first round, going from getting a 3 escape through excellent coordination to that excellent coordination unfortunately not being enough to outlast a very strong hunter that basically just wore out their resources and wore them down, and at the very end just made one move at that church by sending the Yith to the aeroplanist and sending the main body towards the first officer. That pretty much decided everything. It just, I mean, it just shows one play can just change the entire outcome of a match. And I am so excited to see what these two teams have going interest in the second half, because yeah, we do have that new hunter playing for GSL, and we also have a new survivor swapped in for MSG. So really, we're going to be seeing some new plays, some really fun, just so anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that Survivor sub in for MSG as well. It's coming out with, both a new hunter as well as a new survivor can really change things up. You don't know what to expect. It's not going to be the same team as the previous round on either side. So that definitely switches up some expectations and can really, kind of shake things up in terms of, where we end up going in the later rounds. It's always it's always so exciting to see, especially when teams allow their subs out of jail. That's something that we don't usually see on the professional stage. But again, non-professional tournament here in NAU, homegrown. We've got really everything in store, but as well as people being finally let out of sub jail and able to play.
Yeah, I am very excited to see what new gameplay we can expect from these hunters and these survivors. I mean, we could already see even with last round we saw Shadow play twice. Last matchup we saw Shadow play twice. This time we've seen her again, and we didn't really see her at all yesterday. It just goes to show just what all these different teams have in store for us. I know you've been wanting a hermit so bad. Maybe we will get to see that hermit. Maybe we'll be able to see a clerk again. We might see an opera singer. I know Red Church isn't one of her favorite maps. But there's always a chance for an opera singer. She is still a very strong hunter, even with the map and constant nerfs she's been undergoing. But th- there's just so much potential. I mean, we've seen a Bloody Queen, we've seen a Clerk, we've seen plenty of Ripper. I mean, there's just so much potential for what's coming up in this round 2 and beyond. Red Church is a very powerful map. You have a lot of tight hiding areas, a lot of corners to play with, quite a few buildings. I mean, we saw how many windows come into play. We have that. Oh, we are going into the second half of round 2 now. GSL Hunting and MSG Surviving. Antiquarian, First Officer, and Puppeteer are our global bans for the MSG Survivors, and Hullabaloo is our global ban for the GSL Hunters.
Yeah, I would definitely expect to see a possible Goatman ban, or even, something as crazy as maybe even that Ripper ban coming through. Anything can really happen, but we are going to have our first 2 survivor bans in. That's going to be the Embalmer as well as the Seer. GSL really not wanting that extra escapes to happen, not wanting the Seer as well. Nobody wants to have a Seer in their match from a hunter perspective. Obviously, you want to see her in your match from a survivor perspective, but as a hunter, nope, you do not want to see that guy in your matches. So yeah, we are going to see a Goatman ban here for our hunter side. So no Hullabaloo, no Goatman. Obviously, that does still leave open Ivy, Opera, Ripper, Hermit, Disciple even. There's still a lot of options on the table. And for our first 2 survivor picks, we are going to see the Knight as well as the Psychologist. Excited to see more Knight gameplay today.
Yes, I am super excited to see that Knight played. Is one of the survivors who got a nerf fairly recently, but he is still a very strong contender. Very fun for a rescue. Love having an RN, basically having to do a predict in order to make your ability work. And I mean, we've seen how strong the Psychologist is in the past couple of games we've seen her in. In just this last match alone, she's been so strong. And sorry to Mima if you're watching, but it looks like we do have that Fire Investigator ban locked in. Really no surprises there because Red Church is such a good map for him. Those airbags can be absolutely lethal to a hunter when you're kiting around the shack or the church. But we are locking in that Gravekeeper as our 3rd global ban and overall 3rd pick for round 2.
Yup. Yeah, and having Gravekeeper here, obviously, just such a strong pick, and especially if we are I feel I don't know. I'm kinda gunning for that Ripper pick here, especially with the Knight, Psychologist, Gravekeeper. It looks like we're locking in these tanky survivors. Now I do want to see Knight versus Ripper now since the rework, because with the rework he does have a secondary ability button, I believe. So Knight, I believe Knight isn't an immediate counter to him anymore.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if we can get a Knight versus Ripper matchup. I think um yeah, with the recent nerf to the Knight and with that recent buff to the Ripper. It does even out the playing field a little more, but we are locking in that mechanic ban as our final ban. It makes a lot of sense wanting to get that mechanic and her bot off of the map as soon as possible. And we're gonna lock in a different Dakota. We're locking in the prisoner this time. Even though we don't have that second body with the mechanics bot, we do have the ability to decode 2 ciphers at once by sharing the transmission with that prisoner. Overall, a very solid team. It looks like we are aiming to take a lot of hits, keep the hunter busy while decoding as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, I feel like we're with that prisoner lock as well. We're kind of returning back and kind of side eyeing the Ivy, going, I don't really want to see that either. So, I feel like it's a very well balanced team comp, especially for this point in the rounds. You know, you're looking at Ivy, you're looking at Opera, you're looking at Ripper, you're looking at Disciple. Having that Gravekeeper on lock, great for Disciple as well. Tankier characters, obviously, you know, always applicable, and the prisoner to kind of either facilitate that cipher rush or even handle a bit of the kiting. I would say it's very likely that prisoner is going to have a full kite build here, flywheel as well as broken windows. Now the hunter can obviously exploit that a little bit, you know, choose to chase the prisoner during endgame knowing that he doesn't have borrowed time, but with that additional kiting help, it can be very useful for the prisoner to have that, you know, in his kit. And looks like, yep, we are going to see a second Ivy. Very excited to see, you know, kind of on the flip side of does Knight counter Ripper, does Knight, what is Knight going to do against Ivy? Because we've seen a lot of mind gaming with the Ivy versus the Knight, using that skill, using that attack, kind of predicting the predict from the Ivy side. So I'm excited to see that matchup in particular here.
Yeah, there is a lot of potential for really fun mind gaming, really fun attempts to outplay each other. As we get our spawns ready, we are going to go with a bit of a Tetris spawn, but instead of spawning in the center of the map, the Ivy is going to be spawning in by that side gate. She could potentially chase after the prisoner or the knight first. Either way, those are some very strong first kites. You do have that stun for the prisoner built in. You do have the ability to lock off the hunter for a bit. And we are heading into the second half of round 2. This is going to be MSG surviving with GSL hunting. I'm Juliet, this is Bones, and good luck to both teams.
Yes, best of luck to both teams. Once again, the result that GSL is looking for here is a 4-man elimination. Anything less than that, and MSG is going to take the victory for round 2, tying us up in rounds. And we'll see, you know, if we're able to kind of break that lead here for break GSL's lead from MSG's perspective. That's a lot of G's in the same sentence, but a lot of G's and a lot of S's. But yeah, heading right into things, it looks like we are going to send the Yith in the direction of the Knight here, catching him right at the shack. Main body heading towards the graveyard. Are we going to switch over to Knight? No, it looks like we're going to continue, and we have spotted out the prisoner in graveyard here. So the Yith looking for food, looking to leech here, very hungry, is going to go ahead and leech off the prisoner.
Yes, and the prisoner is taking on this kite. We are going to nearly get the knight cut up while he's over in the shack, but we are going to get that stun in on the main body, gaining enough distance to get that pallet down over by the ruins. We are just waiting on... we do have insolence equipped. We will not be swapping off whatever trait we are loading in with. The Yith and main body are both trying to catch that prisoner, just scare him and get that first hit in. He is about 66% away, and flywheeling to just get a distance, but it's not enough to avoid that first hit, bringing the Shadow to half presence.
Yup, and Blink is also off cooldown now. Prisoner unfortunately not able to force out the trait right away. And we are going to see that 100 corruption, and Prisoner is going to go down. It's nearly a 2-cipher kite here. We've got 1 cipher fully decoded, other ciphers at around 70 and around 60% here. So definitely not a bad first chase here, but we weren't able to force out that Blink, and that's going to be crucial heading into the rescuing here. We do have that skill still up, so yeah, it's going to be something for MSG to keep in mind. Now we do have Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue, going to shovel from a little ways away. Are we going to leech here? No, and unfortunately Gravekeeper actually missing the knockback, but we are going to get a hit on Gravekeeper anyway. Prisoner's stun back online, and just looking for the Yith, looking to get a scare in here potentially, or at least just line up for a blink.
Yeah, we have Prisoner currently kiting. He has just been infected by the Yith, just trying to avoid as best he can. Oh, but the blink is up, and the blink will be used to down that Prisoner. We do have 2 ciphers decoded now. We are looking to get a 3rd one, but it looks like the Knight is just trying to avoid the Yith as it comes toward the shack, and as the Prisoner is chaired right besides the shack. We do have a 4th cipher started. We need to get that 5th cipher started as soon as possible. We need to get that cipher rush going. Having our decoder chaired and taking on the first kite is a bit detrimental, not able to utilize the prisoner's connections all that much. But we do have the Knight coming in for the rescue.
Ooh, we were actually able to get that skill lock there. And Knight is going to get his little mini tide going on the Prisoner. So if the next hit is taken within the time the shield... Okay, unfortunately the shield has run out before we've taken our hit, and Prisoner is going to go down. Unfortunately, not quite able to utilize that flywheel to get out of the way of the corruption, and he will be sent back to the manor. Now we are looking for a 4-man elimination from this Ivy. She's definitely in a position to be able to do that if we see the cipher pressure that she is so capable of. If GSL's Hunter is able to kind of utilize that, we are going to switch targets over to the Gravekeeper now, and he does still have Shovel up. Okay, that didn't connect, did it? Yeah, that didn't connect. Very risky.
I know, I was like, I needed a second to figure C.
Yeah, Gravekeeper just narrowly getting out of the way of that, but we are seeing the Yith over at Psychologist here, and we did actually use the Psychologist shield once again, I believe, to heal the Gravekeeper back up. So he is at full health, but Psychologist unfortunately lacking that shield. She has a little bit less of that tanky capability heading into the later stages of the match.
Yeah, and the main body has just teleported over to the Obstracon that it was built by the Psychologist. Dungeon didn't spawn into that area over by reception. It looks like it's down by the graveyard here, and we do have the Yith in the church just trying to find a so it was decoding. It looks like we have Knight up in the graveyard getting that cipher pop, trying to get that cipher finished. We have 2 ciphers at about nearing halfway point. That nearly primed cipher has been moved off of. We won't be seeing a switch to abnormal because we didn't bring trump card. We brought insolence and tension instead. But we are getting the main body disconnected, trying to get through this area back to the graveyard, just trying to keep the cipher pressure going as we pursue the Knight.
Yup, and Knight back on this chase. Now this area was a little bit used by Prisoner, and it was very, very
so
close. Baiting out the blink here as well, but we've got Flywheel online, using it a little bit early, and unfortunately the helmet just not quite online in time to predict that attack. So Knight is going to go down here. Gravekeeper still on a cipher. We've still got those 2... Oh no, we've got 1 cipher remaining. Yeah, we've got 1 cipher remaining here. Both of those ciphers have progress on them, but Ivy, again, that cipher pressure. Survivors need to stay on top of those ciphers, as well as just avoiding these hits, and Ivy is just so difficult to do that against. We've got returning back to the Knight here, looking for his first... Oh, Knight actually using the self-heal! Just staying alive a little bit longer!
Yeah, that was very, very close to being a pallet stun on top of that, a very dramatic switch. And we do have the Obstracon destroyed. We're just waiting for that to load up as the Gravekeeper is able to get some free decoding in. Still staying in the area, just stopping to decode. We are headed down to the graveyard to get another Obstracon Psychologist in the graveyard. We are working on just trying to get a double cipher prime as best as we can. Both ciphers are over 80%. We have one over 90 now. This is getting really close. We have it looks like we are looking towards a 3-man end game. And are we going to pop that cipher? We have a cipher primed already. The cipher primed Psychologist. Is she going to pop that cipher? The main body is chasing her around. It looks like she is being chased off that cipher for the time being.
She broke the Obstracon here, but... Oh, it looks like we are just going to go ahead and pop the other cipher machine, and an exit gate already on lock. This is huge for MSG survivors looking to win this round and get themselves back in the game for round 3. Ivy heading towards the gate, and we can Yith off the Knight, but we're not actually switching to the Yith, and that unfortunately not quite able to catch up, and Knight is out the gate here. We have one exit gate open, other exit gate has not been touched yet, but the survivor is just heading around the field. Oh my god, wait! The Knight's predict from before he left actually
my
the Ivy! Oh my goodness!
This is huge. Already MSG has won this round by getting that one escape in. And now it's just a matter of seeing if they can get any more escapes on the board.
Yup,
We do have Psychologist currently hiding, while Gravekeeper, I cannot see his location, but I do believe he is headed towards the reception area. Both the main body and Yith are up by the Psychologist, just trying to kite around. We are about halfway through detention, and she is at full health. If she can continue to rock height this, we might be able to bait out detention, maybe get down to the graveyard before the Gravekeeper can get there. The Gravekeeper is already down at the reception. It looks like he's waiting for the Psychologist as she is heading into the church. She flywheeled. Oh no! Corruption is unable to. She's unable to flywheel from the Corruption, but we are going to get a draw, bringing the points here 7-2 for round 2. Bringing MSG into the lead point-wise, but tying us up in terms of rounds. Very exciting play. Wonderful use of the shadow for both MSG and GSL, and wonderful survivor coordination from both teams. It just seems like it worked out in MSG's favor a little bit more this time.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible work there in the end game. The Knight just using that self-heal at the last moment. That's gotta be, we've got to clip that. We've got to put that in the highlights. That was absolutely an incredible play. If that had been a pallet stun too, that would have been
Oh my god.
just insane. But even without the pallet stun, just getting a little bit more distance against Ivy, all you need is time. And seeing MSG survivors really honing into that, just trying to force her. This is why in the early days of Ivy, if anybody remembers when Doctor was a meta pick against her for like a week, just because the only thing that Doctor did against Ivy was buy time and force her to stick on one target instead of being able to spread out and Yith onto everybody. And that's exactly what we saw in the first match against GSL, and that's exactly what we saw in the second match also against GSL. Just the ability to kind of bring together on the survivor side and not allow the Ivy to kind of, as long as you're able to lock the Ivy onto one target, not allow her to change targets, kind of trip her up with placing those tablets, getting tripped up with the cooldowns as well on being able to Yith the survivors. Just beautifully done. MSG keeping GSL on their toes and bringing things back around to a round 3. I'm always so happy when we get to go to round 3. I don't think we went to round 3 in either match yesterday, but even so, I mean, incredible matches yesterday, but I'm just happy to be able to sit here for longer and yap.
We were fortunately able
talking.
to. We were able to go to round 3 for WWW versus Persica Simp. That was a fun match.
We did, yes.
Yes,
we
did.
And
we and I am very glad that we get to go to a round 3, just because it means we get to see more of the incredible gameplay of these two teams. We are honestly very, very close when it comes to points wise, but getting that 4-man elimination is always going to give you a bit of an edge, because you get an extra point and the other team doesn't get any points for it, which does matter significantly, especially as we go into round 3. I don't believe there is any situation where we would be going into overtime. It really just depends on how these teams play and how things go, that we will see who ends up taking the prize and moving on to semifinals.
Yeah, and just pointing out here from the chat, Vivi pointed out that the Knight Predict is a debuff, not an item, so it does stay after the Knight has already left the match. That's just absolutely incredible, and such just I feel like I don't know if anybody knew. Like, I mean, obviously, I mean, some of us knew that could happen, but like, just incredible to see that coming into play in this tournament matchup, and just what a way to flip things around. It's just incredible play. You know, I'm gonna be replaying this match afterwards. I want to see it from the viewers' side of things. Being able to commentate for that was so much fun. Just wow. Just wow.
I mean, talk about such dramatics. Just in both that surprise self heal and attempted pallet stun, and in that lingering like hold on the hunter. Overall, just I mean, we can certainly see why they wanted to lock that knight in. He basically helped turn the tide around with those incredible moves. Very exciting. I love that we have so many survivors with fun kits. I mean, we saw in the first round how the Enchantress and the Puppeteer were able to turn things around in GSL's favor. And in this round, we were able to see how the Knight, Psychologist, and Gravekeeper were able to just manage to survive long enough to get that much needed draw. It was very exciting to see. And I am so excited to see what we have going for us in round 3, especially since we have 2 of the Fantastic Four globally banned for both sides, and 2 bans open for the other 2, which means we might be getting to see some of those unique picks going into round 3.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the picks going into round 3. There's still, like as you said, so many hunters on the table. Obviously, we still have, you know, while we've got Goatman and Hullabaloo, you know, in jail, as well as Ivy on both sides. Still Opera Singers open. Possibly still a Goatman or a Hullabaloo, if they somehow don't get banned. But I would assume, that we're going to see a Goatman and Hullabaloo ban, but maybe not. We did see GSL survivors able to get a 3-man escape, and MSG survivors able to get a tie in the first round against that Hullabaloo, against the Goatman. So, is this hard meta really a hard meta? We'll have to see heading into round 3 if that's, what we end up going with.
Yeah, there is just so much potential for anything to happen. We have some really interesting survivors locked off, globally banned. We have plenty of potential for more survivors to get banned as well. I mean, we have such a wide pool of character choices on either faction and such a small handful of bans to give out each round that even with the global bans and hunter bans going into play, we're still going to see that's just a fraction of what we have playable. We have so many different survivors that have been reworked, so many hunters that have been reworked, so many buffs, so many nerfs. There's just so much potential going into this next round for some really exciting gameplay here. Overall, I'm so excited. I'm still holding on to that hope for the Nightmare pick. A Girl Can Dream. I'd love to see that Nightmare. I mean, I know you've been wanting to see that Hermit real bad. Maybe we'll get to see a Hermit for
Yes.
round 3. It
And I
all
was
depends
actually
on maps too.
Yes, it
Go
does
ahead.
depend on the map, but I was also going to bring up, speaking of that Hermit pick, I do just want to point out that GSL's global survivor bans right now are Magician, Enchantress, Gravekeeper, First Officer, Psychologist, and Aeroplanist. Aeroplanist, I would say not necessarily a Hermit counter, but all of those other survivors are Hermit counters. And they're all global banned for round 3. Now, we do still have Barmaid on the table. We do still have, if Antiquarian somehow gets let out of ban jail, Batter as well can be very effective against a Hermit. Entomologist a little bit as well.
And I believe she
There
also got a
are...
buff too recently.
Yes, she did. Her bees take a lot less. They take. I think Mima was explaining this to me before. They take 35% decrease instead of 40, if I'm
Yeah,
recalling correctly.
and you can get rid of them while you're down, so you don't have them just sitting there
Yes,
for the hunter to get, which is
I
like
would say that's the
huge.
biggest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, overall, all these reworks have been so awesome. I would love to see a few more reworked characters in play. I mean, we didn't get to see the Explorer out during the first round against the Goatman and Hullabaloo. Maybe we'll get to see him in play again in the third round. We saw a Mind's Eye yesterday, believe it or not, and
We
in that
did. We
match,
saw
the
Esnaj
team managed to get a
Mindai.
tie too. And she has gotten a buff recently. It was a lot of fun to actually see her get played. And overall, there's just so many options for different kinds of plays, different kinds of things, and map pick too. I'm kind of hoping that we end up with a larger map for the third round, just because it's such a different playing field than the smaller maps we've seen already. I mean, Leo's Memory does have a little bit of size to it, but to the point where it needed to be expanded, like just blown up even bigger when it got introduced to duos. I would love to see a Lakeside pick or a Moonlit pick. We've been seeing Moonlit a lot, but I would love to see Lakeside. It is one of my favorite maps.
I would honestly, I mean, I would love a Lakeside pick. That is Lizard City, so I would be a little bit campaigning for that. But I would love to see maybe Chinatown even. We could have a lot of fun on that map.
Yes.
Eversleeping as well. We haven't been seeing, but we are going to get our first map ban, or not our first map ban, but our map ban in for this round. And that's going to be Hospital. So yeah, definitely do not want to pick or do not want to let Hospital out, especially when we're
Oof.
looking at these teams with such strong survivors. Hospital would be, in theory, a very good pick because you want to prioritize your survivor team when they're already doing well. Hospital is, I would say, the most survivor-sided map. So good to get that off the table when you're thinking about preserving your hunter. I feel like that's a really big decision to make, especially in these later rounds when it comes to having that map ban, map pick capability. You can always pick Sacred Heart Hospital. It can be very advantageous to your survivors, but you still have to worry about your hunter side. So it's nice to see, keeping the hunters in mind here, not picking Sacred Heart and not forcing your hunter to suffer in this situation.
Yeah, Sacred Heart is a very, very tricky map, very survivor sided. And as we've seen from both these teams, they have some very strong survivors, some very strong survivor coordination too. Excellent kiters, excellent rotation, and Sacred Heart just ramps that up, giving you plenty of options for rotation, plenty of options to avoid the hunter, plenty of distance between both of the exit maps. So there is just exit gates. So there's just a lot of potential for uh 3 and even 4 escapes if you on a particularly bad day. It just really depends, but I cannot blame wanting to get that map out of the way and potentially picking something a bit more even, something that will give your hunter a bit more of advantage, but it'll also not be too detrimental to your survivors either. That's one of the tricky things about map picks is trying to figure out, all right, do we want to make sure our hunter is supported the most? Do we want to make sure that they carry the most of the brunt of the work by having to work on a more survivor sided map? Are we going to try to make the survivors work a little harder by stretching them out across a bigger map and forcing them to really think about rotation? It really just depends on what sort of strategy you want here. And it looks like we absolutely want to give our hunters a break for a little bit.
Yeah, Ever Sleeping Town is our map pick heading into round 3. And speaking of, those hunter picks that I've been talking about, Ripper and Hermit, both very strong on Ever Sleeping Town. And especially with the Ripper buff, we've seen such great usage of those Foggy Blades being able to just traverse the entire map. So, yeah, I'm very excited to see if we end up seeing either of those hunters. Now we do have 2 hunter bans going into this round. In terms of MSG banning hunters here, global bans are Hullabaloo as well as Ivy for GSL. So we could see, Goatman, Opera, just get those out of the way. But we could also see maybe some more niche targeted picks, maybe even banning that Ripper, getting him out of the way, not wanting to see him, and potentially just taking that Opera Singer. Opera Singer has become a tie hunter. Finally, the nerfs are catching up to her, and we've seen time and time again in professional stage, but also in LO, that we've seen ties, 3 escapes against the Opera Singer. So I feel like that might be the strategy that MSG wants to go with, is ban the niche pick, get the Ripper out of the way, and potentially, just tank the Opera Singer and hope to get as much as possible, setting up for their hunter in the next half of the round.
Yeah, overall, Eversleeping is a very strong map choice for a lot of hunters. A lot of very good hunters here, very strong hunters. I mean, we've all been talking about the Guard 26 buff that's happened recently with his rocket chair bomb. He tends to be a popular pick on Eversleep, and I wouldn't mind seeing him. I wouldn't mind seeing a Disciple pick again. Geisha tends to get picked on Eversleep and every so often, as long as you can utilize those butterflies really well. So we don't necessarily have to go with the Opera Singer or Ripper just because they currently are the meta. there are plenty of strong hunter options to play with here, as well as very strong survivor options. The priestess is infamous for pretty much owning Ever Sleeping whenever she's allowed on. She tends to be one of the very first bans there. We do have
Oh.
we do have our first bans, and it looks like we are banning the Weeping Clown and the Seer. Now we have been seeing the Weeping Clown a lot more recently. He's been a very strong jack of all trades a bit in this tournament. He's very good at decoding, I mean, at kiting, harassing, rescuing. Decoding is the one thing he's not the best at with that decoding debuff, but his other gains are just so good that you can forgive the decoding. But we want to get him out of there, want to avoid those stuns and gaining distance, and we want to avoid that Seer tanking hits from himself and his teammates.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised to see that Seer on the bans, but I'm very intrigued to see that Weeping Clown coming out first. Because he's a very popular pick, but I feel like there's not really a specific hunter that he counters, so really just leaving it open here. Not wanting to see that clown, or I guess Weeping Clown, I would say, Mr. Survivor Joker. Um, he's very he's been very strong on Eversleeping as well, with all of these. Really, any hunter or any survivor that relies on having straight lines is very strong on Eversleeping. We see that with Ripper, we see that with Survivor Clown, we see that with Hunter Clown as well. Soul Weaver, I would say even Fool's Gold can do very well. I feel like the only hunter, I mean, Wax Artist definitely isn't bad on Eversleeping. I feel like Wax Artist does get tripped up on Eversleeping due to his speed as well as the amount of pallets. There's a lot of areas that you can just end up looping him in. Lizard as well can be very give or take when it comes to Eversleeping. You've got the covered areas that are just, impossible. Impossible to not get looped around. So yeah, but I'm very intrigued to see who MSG is going to be banning for these hunter picks, because it can just go any way. You might want to get the Goatman out of the way. He is very strong on Eversleeping, but are we going to ban the Opera Singer? Are we going to ban the Ripper? What are we going to ban for our other hunter? It's up to MSG survivors.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very difficult choice here because, as we've been saying, there are so many hunters that are tricky. I mean, nobody on GSL has played Goatman yet. We might want to get that Goatman band locked in. We could always go for that final Fantastic Four as well by getting that Opera Singer locked off. But there's so much potential for using Eversleeping. It's one of those maps that's a very even playing field for both survivors and hunters alike. I mean, heck, even the Wheel or the Night Watch, who have kind of fallen off in the meta in the past few years, they're still pretty effective on Eversleeping if you want to go for an out of pocket niche pick a little bit, if you're confident enough to pull it off. There's just so much there's just so much potential in what comes through, and just so much strategy as well. I mean, we do have such tight corners, all those 2 stories, plenty of potential for survivors if you want to get those survivors like Aeroplanist or Toy Merchant who can get up onto those toy stories, get through those windows. If you want to get someone like the Priestess, like I was saying earlier, who can cut through all those buildings and gain plenty of distance. Survivors like the Forward, who is able to buy time with that ball of his. We haven't seen a Forward yet, which, I mean, if we did ban the Weeping Clown, I would say the Forward is a good alternative if they want to lock him in.
Forward, batter, cowboy. Hey, MSG does have that cowboy icon, so maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to bring out the cowboy. I would say it wouldn't be Salt Bay because it's MSG, so it would be MSG Bay. MSG Bay Cowboy. I
Yeah,
feel like it's time.
I actually stayed across from that when I was in Vegas a while ago. My hotel room was across from that guy's restaurant.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Did you go?
it was like, no, because it's super expensive, and also I hear he's kind of a jerk. But it ended up closing down a few months later, which killed me. But we
Wow.
are getting our hunter bands, and we have locked in the final Fantastic Four members, Goatman and Opera Singer, which means we are looking at a different hunter than those top 4 for GSL to have to take on.
Oh,
And we
it looks like, yeah, we're getting what we asked for. We are gonna get that entomologist here, as well as the mercenary for our first 2 survivors. So very excited to see this entomologist. I'm really excited to see how we're able to utilize her with the buff of being able to dispel her bees while she's knocked down. That is absolutely huge for her. Means that she can conserve her bees way better. I feel like we're not quite back to the immediate post buff entomologist back in the day where she just had infinite bees all the time and you couldn't get rid of them. But I feel like it's a little, we're a little bit closer, you know, not having to kind of have the bees run away and hide as soon as she gets knocked down, only for them to get hit anyway. So very exciting to see her picked here. It's been a while since we've seen entomologist.
Yeah, I am so excited for that entomologist pick. I love the entomologist, and I'm so glad I get to see her in action. We are going to ban that fire investigator as well, and then lock in that embalmer, just trying to gain more distance. We do have quite a very strong gaining distance group here. The mercenary has those elbow pads to help him get away. The entomologist has those bees to help her and her teammates avoid the hunter and push the hunter back. The embalmer can use those coffins to get halfway across the map. And we are also banning, oh, and finally, like I said, that toy merchant, you know, all those 2 stories, those catapults, and that hang glider she has is very useful on a map like this, especially since the mercenary and entomologist can both deplete their items, and the embalmer too, actually, once he runs out of coffins. You'll be
Yes.
able to get plenty of items on hand. So this is overall a very good, strong team going on to Eversleeping. Good for buying time by just prolonging kites and gaining distance as much as you can.
Yeah, I'm definitely that magician band scaring me a little, I will say. 'Cause I feel like, you know, we could be looking really anywhere. We could be looking at Disciple, we could be looking at Hermit, especially with that recent magician buff to counter the both of them. We could also again be looking at the Ripper. Magician decoy can lock or block areas and tank those foggy blades. So definitely a strong ban here if we are looking at the Ripper pick, but of course I will say I am cursed when it comes to predicting Ripper picks, so maybe I shouldn't take this very seriously. We will have to see who this hunter decides to lock in, but Ripper's still very strong here. I'm very excited to see what this hunter selection is.
Yeah, we have a lot of. Oh, we're actually going to
Oh!
lock in the wax artist. That is very exciting. The wax artist is a pretty solid hunter on this map, like you were saying before. He's able to kind of circumvent a lot of the open areas by getting that wax on. He's able to avoid, basically try to counter those all those pallets and windows placed around by locking off survivors in that wax for a little bit. And if you play your cards right, you can aim enough and lock off your ciphers far away. I will never forget ACTUA all the way back in COA 6, lock it off a cipher all the way over by the corner house from the
Yes.
graveyard. That was one of the craziest plays I've ever seen a wax artist pull off.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we get to see some of those crazy wax artist plays. Just using the distance again. I was talking about earlier, those straight lines on Ever Sleeping. There's nowhere you can run against the wax artist. There's nowhere you kind of just have to zigzag your way down. But even so, the wax just accumulates so quickly. It's very important to be able to transition. Now we do have characters that are pretty built to do that. The weakest target here obviously is that Embalmer, but Toy Merchant, Mercenary, and Entomologist are all very fast or have, you know, the catapults or the elbow pads able to transition immediately into a better kiting area. So that will definitely be something for wax artists to look out for, is this transition kiting potential. But yeah, heading into the first half of round 3, we've got wax artists spawning over by the Fake Gate house. Entomologist spawning right there at Fake Gate and the walls. Mercenary in the center, as per usual. Toy Merchant over by the Graveyard Gate, and Embalmer ready to go into the Graveyard. So very exciting here. And I do want to remind everybody, MSG is actually up in points right now with their success in the last round. Right now we are 10-7. Yes, we are 10-7 right now in favor of MSG. So MSG needs to just tie this round, and GSL needs to win this round in order to win. So Once again, very, very tense heading into the first half of round 3. I'm 206 Bones here with Juliet for MSG Surviving versus GSL Hunting. Best of luck to both teams. Thank you all for sticking with us and just, experiencing the show.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with us. And don't worry, we are, well, fortunately and unfortunately, we are in a situation where we don't have a Oh, we are going to go pause real quick. Looks like we might be experiencing lag or something else, but not to worry, we'll take care of that right away. But as I was saying, we don't have overtime conditions possible here due to the points and the teams winning on both sides. Whoever ends up winning this round will win the game. And if we do end up tying, that will go to MSG because of that point advantage Bones was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are. Yep, we are going to just have a quick restart here. Thankfully, right away, not in the middle of the match here. So, yep, everything's still in order. Again, thank you all for bearing with us. And thank you again. Huge, huge, huge thank you to all of the staff that we've got working on this, keeping things together behind the scenes. Love you guys so much. Just keeping things up, keeping things running. And obviously to every single one of our viewers, especially if you've been here since the beginning, just a huge thank you to everybody who's been watching. We've been going for about 5 hours now. Yeah, we've been going for 5 hours here. So yeah, long day for everybody. Make sure that we're all staying hydrated. Get some food, especially once this is done. And yeah, I'm definitely so locked in that I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just ready for this next match.
Yeah, I'm super excited too. We have a lot of exciting potential coming in. I can certainly see why the hunter banned the way he did, wanting to get all those survivors that can gain distance and block off those wax hits as best as he can. But we are still left with survivors who can gain a lot of distance in a short amount of time. We have the mercenaries' elbow pads, the entomologist's bees, the embalmer's coffin, and the who was the fourth survivor? Oh, who was the fourth survivor, Bones?
It was mercenary
Entomologist.
toy merchant.
Toy merchant. Yes, she was the last one
Yes.
picked, and she has her catapult and hang glider to help gain distance. So overall, some very strong picks in order to just try and counter the map control that the wax artist can get based on just how much open space and wax he can offload in throughout all of Eversleep in both the terrain and the obstacles around him.
Yeah. I definitely I definitely feel like it's going to be a little it's gonna be difficult, I feel like, for wax artist here. There's as we were talking about, all the transition potential, all of the just the facets of the map. Again, we do have the open areas, but with survivors that can just get right out of those open areas, it's really, it's going to be a very tough fight for the wax artist here.
Yeah, overall, the wax artist is going to need to eliminate as many survivors as possible without focusing. We do have a significant cipher rush potential here with only the mercenary having a decoding debuff right out the gate. The embalmer will only get a decoding debuff when he decodes with someone else. So we are just going to have to try to focus on getting those kites cut short as soon as we can, just making sure that we don't have to worry too long about getting our first elimination and not allowing the ciphers to get decoded through that rotation, because rotation is a lot easier on Eversleeping than it could be on other maps. Ciphers are pretty well spread out around the map. There's plenty of space to focus on decoding and just getting through while avoiding that hunter. Overall, it just really depends on how you play the game, where you go, what you do, and just how you're able to at least outlast a hunter, because there is quite a bit at play here on the survivor side, not just the hunter.
Yeah.
And of course, who
Sorry,
can forget?
I've been
Oh,
keeping up
sorry.
to date with the with the behind the scenes, trying to see where we're
yeah.
at with that.
No worries. Yeah, don't worry, folks. We're still
We get
hanging in
Perry and
there.
you.
Yeah, we'll be getting back there soon. But in the meantime, just make sure you're staying tuned, getting hydrated. It won't be too much longer now. We've just got a little bit more to go, just making sure everything is worked out, all the kinks are worked out. And then we'll get right back to it. I was very excited, I will say, to see Wax Artist wearing his A tier from the Professor's Essence, that shower skin. It's very rare to see Wax Artist in a high tier outfit.
They
Usually
do
when I see
always
him
play
play,
the shop B tier
they do either that or they
with
just
orange
play him
socks.
default. But yeah, I am very happy to actually see a high tier skin, especially because I honestly do really like the new S tier he got for the anniversary recently. The effects on the Wax sister are just so beautiful. I love that. It's like very similar to the binary star effect for the Blackguard, and I just love seeing that so much when they get really creative with the S tier capabilities nowadays.
Yeah, I honestly I feel like my favorite wax artist skin is the Logic Path 1 Curio. I
Yes.
I've been playing a little more wax artist lately because I bought the accessory. Well, I spent fragments on the accessory because I had a ton of fragments. Because I just thought it looked good with um oh my goodness. Curio, yes, because it's blue.
Yes.
So yeah, I thought it looked very nice. It would have been nice. It would be nice to see one of those skins being played, but shower's classic.
Yeah, showers are very fun. And oh, we are getting. Looks like we are. Oh, ah, hold on, folks. We're just a little bit more. Just getting ready here. We will be starting up in just a bit. In the meantime, we're just hanging out here, just waiting to get back in. I am very excited for what we have in store coming up. Remember, we do have announcements coming up once COA finals are right between the third place match and then the actual finals match. We're going to get some new survivors and possibly new hunters announced. We're going to be getting some new crossovers, I'm sure, announced, some reruns announced. Hopefully, some new essences, hopefully, some new events. Potentially some new shop skins. I'm sure we should be getting the summer skins soon. There's a lot coming,
Oh
so have a
yes.
lot to talk about when we go into semifinals.
Yup, but we are finally getting back into the match here. It looks like we're going for a bit of a different spawn, I believe. Yeah, Wax Artist is going to spawn in the graveyard instead of in the corner closer to the north gate here. But yep, we are going to get right back into it. So once again, this is GSL Hunting versus MSG Survivors. MSG, once again, is in the lead by points. They need to tie or win this round in order to win. And if GSL is able to win this round, then they will win. So again, no overtime, but I am 206 Bones here with Juliet. Thank you all for sticking with us, and well, it looks
It
like we're
looks like
pausing again.
yeah, it looks like we have just one more pause, folks. Thank you so much for bearing with us as we are currently working on our just making sure everything works all right. We are just getting things right away, just making sure everything was lined up with how it was originally picked out. Thank you so much again for your patience as we get ready for this last round for our playoffs this week.
Yeah, I'm at this point. I'm just excited for the match to start. So I feel like I'm just getting like dangled over the cliff right now.
I know
Like
we've been
I'm being
talking
like
of
held
hyping
by
this
the
match up
scruff
so
over
much at
the
this point.
edge. Yo,
But I am still very excited to see what this match has in store for us. Considering we've had these two pauses already, this match had better be good and worth the wait, and I'm sure it will be. That was a
oh
joke, I
no, it
promise.
definitely will.
I am very excited to see what we have in store here. Hopefully, we will be loading in very soon. Thank you again so much for your patience, everybody. We are just working out some technical difficulties, just working out some kinks, making sure that everything is as fair and by the rules as it needs to be. just making sure everything is running as smoothly as possible.
Yeah, I think we should be unpausing fairly shortly. We're just working on a little bit. I think it's the spawn change of the wax artist that we're figuring out. But yeah, wax art. The reason why it was paused in the first place was because he was lagging throughout the entire band pick screen, and so wasn't actually able to select a spawn. So yeah, we will we should be getting back into things shortly.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long at all. Just sorting things out. As we know, lag is one of the biggest killers, and it's something that's unavoidable even on the professional stage. I mean, who can forget the infamous hour-long pause during that one match at, was it Koa 7 last year? It was I think it
I
was
think
Koa
it was
7 group
Koa
stage last
7.
year.
It was a Koa 7. Was
Groups
it a
I
Doma
think it was
match?
groups. It was group stage. It was a ZQ match. It was one of the ZQ. I think it was Regesi who had the issue. He wasn't able to pause.
Yes,
Yes,
and it was but didn't the
and
ref that was the one where the ref got fired.
yeah, cause like, and there was that whole hour-long delay.
Yeah.
I
Don't worry,
mean,
we're not
you
we're
want to
not
talk?
gonna we're not gonna take any of our staff out back for this. All
No,
of
no,
our staff are
everyone will
very
be.
safe and well taken care of and well fed. So don't worry about it. If you hear any rumors about like a logging off basement, that's not real, all right? Can confirm. There is no basement that we keep our staff in overnight. They are all fed, they're given blankets, they're given food. So, they're given
But how would you
enrichment.
know this if it wasn't overnight?
Well, don't even worry about it, all right? It's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything is cool, everyone. Don't worry here. We're all having fun.
Yeah. And I am having fun, and I'm always very happy to be able to commentate, especially for logging off League. I mean, this is my third run around for it, and it's always just such a blast, so much fun. I mean, I feel like I'm becoming a broken record thanking everybody, but genuinely, thank you to everybody who's watching. Thank you to everybody who's put together the tournament. It means the world to be a part of this, and it means the world to also, be able to kind of bear witness to these teams, and the teams, they can't exist without you. So thank you for playing IDV, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much again, everyone. I know we thank you guys a lot, but that's because I feel like it is important to encourage people to come out here and show support for our players, come out here and show some love to the local scene. And it looks like we are about to show some love to the local scene by getting right back into the game. It looks like we have chosen the graveyard as a spawn for the wax artist, and we are locking that in. And our first pursuit is the Embalmer into the main area of the town, who has already been able to down his coffin and lead the hunter towards the corner house.
Yup, and we are heading up to the corner house, but in that open area, we were able to accumulate a lot of wax here, looking for the wax prime, but unfortunately, we are going to go ahead and just get the 100 wax here. We do often see, 99 wax and then heading to get a double hit, but that's not going to be the case here. Embalmer rotating back into the pallets. Basement is not here, so he does have full use of the area, doesn't have to worry about getting chaired in basement. And,
we are
yep,
just looking. Sorry.
Oh no. We're gonna get a little more wax here, and that is going to be our first down on Embalmer.
And he hasn't gone ahead with the rebirth just yet. We will likely be seeing it on the coffin, but knowing where that coffin is, the hunter is bringing the Embalmer right to the chair right next to it, closing that distance from the corner house. And we are going to lock off the cipher over. Oh, we are not going to lock off the cipher. We were baiting that. We are instead of waiting for the rescue. Currently, we have all 5 ciphers currently we don't have any ciphers fully decoded just yet, but we do have the mercenary in here for the first rescue.
Yep, beautiful elbow pad here, and very nice rescue. Wax artist not quite hitting the chair, but just being able to get that rescue in during the attack recovery and eating the body block there as well. Beautiful rescue from the Mercenary. Embalmer does still have that coffin left to utilize as well, and we are heading up on 100 wax and just waiting for that to be possible. And we're going to see Entomologist actually coming in with a little bit of harassment, trying to buy a little more time for Embalmer before he gets shared. And again, time is always of the essence. The more time that you're able to buy for your team, the more obviously that you will be able to succeed here. We're looking for the warp to get back to the Embalmer's coffin, and we are going to be able to get to it. This is also going to reveal the dungeon location to both the Survivor and the Hunter here. It's over at the graveyard. But we've got, looks like Toy Merchant has actually placed the catapult here, and it goes right over the wax artist, breaking off that window. Beautiful teamwork here from MSG.
Yeah, very good work here. We were unfortunately unable to get that pallet stun in, instead getting that wax in, but he has to break that pallet before he can, but he will down the Embalmer. This will be the final chair for the Embalmer. He will be going back to the manor. That is one elimination with 3 ciphers still remaining to be decoded. We have the Mercenary, we have another cipher pop just now. I believe we have 2 more being worked on. Both of them have just pinged. They are getting towards the 50% mark, but Mercenary, the only one injured, is in the way. Instead, we are going to focus on getting those 3 ciphers locked off or finding our next target. And it looks like that next target will be the Entomologist up over by the fake gate.
Yup, I'm going to hop on Entomologist here, and we do have those bees obviously able to be used. And it looks like we're going to drop them for a moment and then continue here, trying to impede the wax artist a little bit. And heading into the covered area over by Fake Gate. Definitely a really strong area to work with here. We're going to go ahead and just use the pallet right away, force him to break it, break the bees, or dismantle the bees as well, and resummon them over at this corner just to slow him down a little more. Beautiful usage of the Entomologist, just leaving them at these corners. But we are going to see, unfortunately, taking the hot wax hit, and unfortunately not quite able to get out of the way of the second hit. Now stuck within the bees. Are we going to see them dismantled? No, we're actually not going to dismantle them just yet. Can we dismantle them from share? Okay, looks like we can. So those bees are...
They've been recalled now.
Yes.
Yeah, and we've locked off that, we've tried to lock off that cipher down over by the corner house, which we have done. We have Mercenary in for the rescue, but he does have that delayed damage. We have the bees that have been just called out. We're going to land the wax. We are not going to be able to land a hit on the Mercenary just yet. And we are going to be able to parachuck the Mercenary, but the cipher was primed, and he was able to rescue the Entomologist just after half. This will be a 3-person endgame, but we do have detention in play. We still have trump card, but warp is also up now if the Hunter wishes to use that.
Yup, and we are going to go ahead and use that warp now. We do have both survivors at this gate. We're going to go ahead and drop the pallet. Now, the main thing to keep in mind here is that Wax Artist is actually running out of wax. We're seeing that wax get dangerously low here. Oh, unfortunately, Toy Merchant just dropping the pallet on herself, losing that mind game. We've got Mercenary heading to the other side. Entomologist already at the other gate, and we do have Trump card here, but unfortunately, with Warp already having been used, there's really no way for him to get to that opposite gate. So this is looking like a guaranteed tie for MSG survivors. This is very, very good for them heading into the second half of round 3. Yet we are going to go ahead and just take that tie. Very well played there in the end game. Just really, really well done. Once again, MSG survivors showing that they can and will just force the Hunter in kind of all sorts of ways, just spreading out that cipher progress, keeping up on that cipher progress as well. Just very well done.
Yeah, wonderful use of that cipher rush there by the MSG survivors, locking in a draw heading into the final round. That means all their Hunter has to do is get a draw, and they will win by points and move on to the playoffs. But GSL survivors still have a chance to bring home the win if they can get a 3 or even 4 escape. And we have seen such excellent gameplay from both of these teams. I mean, such excellent coordination from both survivor sides, such excellent coordination from the Hunter sides. At this point, anything can happen. I'm very excited to see what the GSL serves are going to try to do to pull off that win, and with the odds stacked against them. And I'm very excited to see how the MSG Hunter is going to try and get all those eliminations on such a Cypher Rush heavy map.
Yeah, and definitely we just did see that Cypher Rush coming into play against GSL's Hunter. So it really is up to GSL survivors to turn that, kind of take that for their own and turn it on MSG's Hunter. And again, speaking of Cypher Rush though, I'm not gonna let this one go. I'm not gonna let the Hermit go. I'm gonna die on this rock, and if I do end up dying on this rock without a Hermit, it'll be okay. No, it won't actually. But I mean, it wouldn't be a bad pick. It really would not be a bad pick, especially, Hermit, I feel like maybe a more stable pick would be better, Maybe a more stable pick would be better, especially when you want to avoid that 3-man escape at all costs. You want to avoid a 3-man, 4-man escape. You want to at least be able to secure a tie. But survivors will be expecting, tie hunters. They will be expecting, presumably if we're going to end up banning the Hullabaloo and Opera Singer. Yeah, it'll be Hullabaloo and Opera Singer. That does leave it open to Disciple, Bloody Queen, Hermit, another Wax, Lizard even. But, I mean, pretty much any hunter right now, or not any hunter, but like a lot of hunters right now are viable tie hunters. So as long as MSG Hunter is able to secure a tie, they will win. And that's going to be the most important thing. And it's going to be the most important thing for GSL survivors to secure a 3-man escape. So I'm definitely going to expect Embalmer to get banned right away here. I feel like I'm smelling that Embalmer ban coming up as our first 2 bans. Probably Embalmer Seer, something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, second half of round 3, the tension has never been higher.
Yeah, there is a lot riding on just this match alone. I mean, yeah, I would not be at all surprised to be a Seer ban, an Embalmer ban, pick another mechanic ban, even a priestess ban there. But that just goes to show how dangerous this map is for these survivors. And GSL has put themselves in a very good position right now by having they did lock in some very strong survivors, but they also locked in some survivors who are very situational for the first 2 rounds in those Fantastic 4 hunters. So there's still plenty of potential. I mean, they didn't lock in they haven't lost the Antiquarian, they haven't lost that Seer, Embalmer, Mechanic. There's really just so much potential here going forward. And especially since we only have Goatman and Shadow globally banned on the hunter side, but there's still just so much potential in round 3 for really good a really fun hunter pick, really fun survivor picks, just trying to figure out what hunter to anticipate here and prepare for and what strategy they want. Do they want to focus on kiting? Do they want to focus on Cypher Rush? Do they want to focus on taking hits, gaining distance? It really just kind of depends, and we'll have to see what the hunter bans as well in order to get an idea of what kind of strategy they want to discourage from the survivors.
Yeah, overall, just really, really exciting, really tense here, and a lot of strategy needing to be taken into account for both GSL survivors and MSG Hunter. I do feel like MSG Hunter kind of has the advantage here just because, getting a tie as Hunter can, it can be the simpler outcome, but we did already see GSL survivors 3 escape against MSG in the first round. So GSL survivors definitely hoping for a repeat of that, definitely looking to kind of bring back that coordination from the first round and make it, kind of take this tug of war back in their direction.
Yeah, overall, there is just so much potential for anything to happen at this point. We have such strong survivors banned, so many strong survivors to pick still, and overall we've seen such good coordination from the GSL survivors. Even in that match against the Shadow where they ultimately did get the 4 escape, they fought so hard for that. Unfortunately, it just came down to the Shadow's ability to wear down survivor resources. The longer you're in a match with the Shadow, the worse your chances for ultimate victory tend to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if we tried to see a comp that focuses on Cypher Rush, even with that Shadow gone, just trying to get as much decoding as possible. Maybe trying to get a few tankier hunt survivors. We still have that Puppeteer open if that Opera Singer doesn't end up banned. And plus he is useful for other things too. it really just depends on what sort of things we want to see happen, what sort of survivors or hunters we're going to be seeing here, and what sort of strategies are in play. And of course, we always have the unpredictable Tram, that secret sixth player in all of this.
The third hunter, or the second hunter, I should say. But
Or the fifth
yeah,
survivor, depending.
the third survivor, yeah, really just a great asset to either side of the team. It's gonna be. I do hope we see a tram hit. We did get to see a tram hit yesterday, so I hope we get to see a tram hit today before the day is out. But even if there is no tram hit, that tram is still very much a threat. But I want to circle back to a point that you made, Juliet, about the using items and using resources, because I definitely feel like that's going to be the most important thing for GSL in this round, is being able to manage their resources, being able to manage and kind of keep up with the lack of resources later in the match. I feel like that's been a bit of a downfall for them in the last rounds. They kind of lost momentum towards the end. So being able to kind of learn from that and come back around, and that's what I want to see coming into this round, is kind of keeping up the momentum that they have in early match, because their early matches have been very, very good, and I just want to see that all the way through to the end. And getting that 3-man escape would be huge here. But even on the opposite side of things, MSG getting that tie, getting even more than a tie here, that's what they're going to be fighting for. We've seen just how hard MSG has fought after that first round. So it's not going to be easy by any means for GSL or MSG to come out on top here. It's absolutely going to be a battle.
Yeah, and I think that's the sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the tragic thing, I think, is that these teams are so strong, and there's just so much potential for either of them to win. It's still anyone's game. I mean, the win conditions are pretty evenly split for the most part. MSG just having that slight advantage of being able to get a draw to win because of their point difference. But I think that's the thing that I hate most about tournaments, is the fact that no matter what, one of these teams is going to be eliminated, and I really don't want to see either of these teams go. I've been having so much fun watching both these teams play. Such strong survivor coordination. I love seeing the coordination in survivor teams recently. The fight to outlast that hunter, the fight to get those ciphers popped and those gates open. We've seen such good gameplay from both sides so far that I'm going to be so sad to see them go, but I really hope we get to see these players again in future competitions, no matter how this match turns out.
Yeah, I'm very very excited to see the picks, the selections here. I'm still holding out on that hermit, man. I'm still holding out on that hermit. I want to see that hermit. I'm not even gonna doubt myself anymore. I just want to see that hermit.
Yeah, I still am holding out for that nightmare pick. Hopefully one of us will be happy
I'll
with.
put money on nightmare too. I'll put money on nightmare too.
Nightmare, all you need is a draw, and Nightmare can be a draw hunter. But if we are talking draw hunters, I would be very happy to see a Naiad pick. But we do have our first two bans, and sure enough, it is the Embalmer and Priestess. Really no surprises there. As we've seen, the Embalmer was very strong, being able to take up the majority of the Wax Artist's time last round. And the Priestess, I mean, she really no explanation. Those portals are just notoriously lethal on a map like Ether Sleeping.
Yes. Sorry, the Hunter bans have been locked in. We've got Hullabaloo and Opera Singer off the table, which does mean my dreams aren't dead, guys. My dreams are not dead of seeing our hermit here before the day is out. And with that, we do have Seer open, but it looks like no, we're actually not going to lock in the Seer here. I do hope Mima is still watching, because we finally gotten our Fire Investigator. Is this the first Fire Investigator that we've seen?
We saw one yesterday, but this is the first one we've seen today.
All right,
I mean, in
first
this
one
match
today.
especially.
Yeah. Very excited to see the Fire Investigator. Very strong on Ever Sleeping, strong on a lot of maps, but especially on Ever Sleeping, he can place the airbags in the middle of any of the stairwells, in the middle of the graveyard as well. Very strong area. Using the airbag as basically a replaceable palette has been so strong for airplane, Fire Investigator. And it's always very nice to see kind of the capability of the Fire Investigator put on display, because he's a very he as we were kind of talking about earlier, how he's been underestimated and how he's been like, kind of people made fun of him when he first came out because of his dorky skill, but he's just so effective here. We are going to see a Barmaid for our third lock. We're going to have female dancer banned as well. That Barmaid on the field, I think we're on the same page. I think we're on the same page. I think there's a smell of burnt flesh and electricity in the air.
I don't know. I honestly, with that Barmaid, there is also the potential for a Dream Witch pick. I forgot about the Dream Witch completely, especially on Ever Sleeping. She can be very dangerous if you're not careful. But that just, I mean, Dream Witch or Hermit would be such a fun pick. I'm still holding out a bit for that new Guard 26 play, but we are locking in the Coordinator as our fourth and final ban. No surprises there. That stun is deadly. And she also only gets a decoding debuff if someone is off the chair. But we're locking in that Weeping Clown as our final survivor. I mean, we were talking about him earlier when he got banned last round. So it'll be really exciting to get to see him out to play again. But I am a little concerned in terms of we have a few survivors with decoding debuffs here. So that could potentially harm GSL if they're not able to keep their rotation going well enough.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be something for them to contend with, especially if it is a Hermit. We are looking at a lot of Cypher disruption and a lot of just very slow Cypher progress. So as long as they're able to kind of keep their wits about them, keep those Cyphers going, won't be too much of a problem. Again, Hermit, if I need to not put as much weight on the Hermit pick, because again, it can really go any way. So if we do end up seeing the Hermit, that's going to be very slow Cypher progress in the early game. But even so, if we do see that Dream Witch, if we do see even a Wax Artist, even something a little bit less traditional in terms of Cypher pressure, like the Geisha, Naiad as well can pressure off those Cyphers. Breaking Wheel can pressure Cyphers. So having that Cypher pressure will be very, very good. And it looks like, okay, we're going to go Wax
Ooh.
Artist for Wax Artist here.
All right. I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised. The Wax Artist is a very strong hunter on a map like Eversleeping, especially. He is very dependable, and if you are looking to get a draw, he is a good pick to get at least a draw, as long as you play your cards right and just keep going. And he will have to contend with the distance of the rockets from the Weeping Clown, the elbow pads from the Mercenary, the airbags from the Fire Investigator, and that speed boost from that Devlin base that the Barmaid carries around. So overall, a very strong team to go up against a Wax Artist. We'll just need to see if they can kite long enough to circumvent those decoding debuffs, and if the Wax Artist will be able to overcome all of those kiting boons that they have.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there's a lot of potential support here from the Fire Investigator, because those airbags can block the Wax. So being able to have that Fire Investigator come in for some support, there's a lot of support potential on this team. I feel like the strongest support here is going to be if Barmaid's our first chase target, we can have Weeping Clown come through with the rocket and extend that kite, gain a lot of distance for her as well if she's got that Devlin going. But with the support potential on this team, again, they're going to need to be very cautious of those ciphers. And especially with the Wax Artist potential to lock off cipher progress, there's a lot of opportunity with that. They need to be careful with not only their keeping on their cipher progress, but also not cipher locking themselves, because cipher locking against a Wax Artist, especially on Ever Sleeping, where there's not that much distance, if Wax Artist has got warp going on, it can be very, very crucial to avoid getting in a position where you can't decode your ciphers. But heading into the second half of round 3, once again, MSG needs a tie in order to secure their victory. If GSL is able to get a 3-man or a 4-man escape, they will win. If MSG is able to get a tie or better, on the Hunter side, they will win. There is no overtime scenario. Best of luck to both teams. I've been Bones. This is Juliet with me, and thank you all for sticking through to the final round of MSG versus GSL.
Yes, thank you so much, everybody. We are here for our final matchup now. We have three ciphers open now, and it looks like our first target is going to be that Barmaid as she heads up into the corner house. We do have Wax Artist in pursuit. Now you got me saying Aeroplanist, Bones. As we are just trying to wax off. Always. But yeah, we have Barmaid down on the ground now, just trying to lock off that window up on the 2-story building with the wax. As we continue to pursue the Barmaid, she's buying her team plenty of time to get decoding in. We have 2 ciphers at over 40% with a third at over 30. If she plays her cards right, this could be a 3-cipher kite.
Yeah, really well done with the containment so far, not allowing Wax Artist to get a good amount of wax, and avoiding the area as well where Embalmer got caught out last match. So great work by the Barmaid here, continuing this loop around. It looks like we are going to transition over to the covered area. We are... Ooh, and that's what I was talking about last match. We've got that prime on the wax, and the warp coming into play as well, just trying to get this down as fast as possible. We also have Insolence coming through with the larger wax splat, I guess, and downing the Barmaid. Now that was nearly a 3-cipher kite. 1 cipher has been completed by Fire Investigator. Mercenary can come in to rescue here, or Fire Investigator. I would say, you know, getting that tied through. It does look like Mercenary is going to come in, hiding around that corner, just trying to give Tinnitus, and we have locked off that middle cipher.
Yeah, and it looks like Weeping Clown is in the area trying to get that cipher decoded, but unable to but we do have the Mercenary using one of his elbow pads, getting the Barmaid out with Tide. She, unfortunately, because of the wax use in getting her down, she was unable to use that. That Dovelin was canceled out. She would need time to mix a new one. But we do have the Wax Artist just leading her away, getting her into the graveyard, using that wax to stun her, and then finally getting her down far into the graveyard. We do have 3 ciphers decoded so far. We have a 4th one about 20% of the way there, and we don't have our final cipher open yet. But Barmaid, unfortunately, was downed over basement. It looks like we will be going to the basement for her 2nd chair.
Yeah, and definitely a good choice to pick basement here. Now, they can go ahead and sell Barmaid, but they need to get a 3-man escape, so it is going to be dangerous to sell here, but this is exactly what UKJ wants right now.
Ooh.
We want them to sell, and we did actually lock off that cipher, and it looks like we have caught Weeping Clown here in the graveyard trying to get the rescue. But unfortunately, it does not look like we're going to allow this rescue to happen. We did get we got the rocket out with a little happy birthday, but unfortunately did not connect on the Wax Artist, and Barmaid will be returning to the manor. Now, Weeping Clown looking to keep Wax Artist in graveyard, but we're actually going to go ahead and swap onto the Mercenary, who was decoding this cipher. Unfortunately, he is going to be chased off of it. And another lock as well, and it looks like we're actually heading towards where the Fire Investigator is decoding. Not quite taking the opportunity to lock off that cipher yet, but Mercenary, just stuck in this area right now, needs to be able to find a way out. Oh, we're using the map against Wax Artist here, forcing him to waste that wax. And, nicely done with the no attack recovery.
Very good on the hot wax, getting the Mercenary through that window, cutting that kite short. Now we are going to go try and use the warp to just cut off the Fire Investigator as he continues to decode, using that airbag to get...
Airbag!
Yep, using that to block off and force out a charged hit from the Wax Artist. He's left the Mercenary on the ground for now, continuing to pursue the Fire Investigator. Weeping Clown is still injured. It looks like the Weeping Clown is focusing on decoding rather than healing up the Mercenary. The Mercenary will be left to self-heal. But the Fire Investigator has left Corner House and is heading into the 2-story in order to get the next leg of the kite.
Ooh, very well played by Wax Artist there, just trapping the Fire Investigator in between. Oh, and also locking off that pallet, cornering Fire Investigator in this area. Really well played from Wax Artist.
Yeah, very well done from Wax Artist, managing to get the Fire Investigator down, but the Fire Investigator did buy enough time in order to get a 4th cipher popped by the Weeping Clown. We still have 1 cipher at about 3/4 of the way there, but nobody is decoding it just yet. We are locking it off. I believe it was the Fire Investigator cipher over at the Corner House. But we do have, I believe I saw Weeping Clown in the area giving tinnitus, but we do have Mercenary coming in for that rescue now.
Oh, and a terror shock on the mercenary
Oh,
immediately
man!
going down. There's no time for Weeping Clown to prime that cipher.
And
And
Weeping
we
Clown
are just
is in
gonna
the
go ahead.
area.
Are we gonna be able to get the stun? No, we are not gonna be able to get the stun. We will get the rescue though. The stun allowing enough distance, but it's not going to do anything. We've got the hot wax up. Weeping Clown is going to go down here, and everyone just gathered around this final cipher, not able to do anything. Mercenary already utilized that self-heal. We're looking at a 4-man elimination here for MSG.
Oh man! Oh, just barely missed. Oh, but walking off the fire investigator through that wax. Are we heading back to pick up? I don't believe he knows that the mercenary used self heal, so he's going to go pick him up now. Going to go ahead and chair that mercenary, I believe, right in front of the village gate, and then heading back to get that fire investigator on the ground. Either way, this is looking to be a 4-man elimination once he picks up that fire investigator. Getting the hot wax ready just in case the fire investigator stands up, but it looks like that won't be the case. Crossing over, just making sure we avoid, and just going down into the basement since it's right there.
Yep,
Very well played
chair.
by MSG and GSL. GG's all around, but congratulations to MSG for pulling off a resounding victory. Fantastic job. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible matches. So well played, and just unfortunate at the end there. Just not able to get that final cipher decoded, and yeah, that was it. MSG, just incredible job coming back from a point deficit and a round loss first round, and just immediately bringing it back around for their team. And I'm very excited to see, you know, next week we're going to be heading into the semifinals. We've got 4 teams remaining. But of course, thank you so much to GSL, and thank you as well to everybody who came out to support both teams today. It's been so exciting to see not only the viewer count, but also everybody in the chat cheering on and supporting your favorite players. Thank you all for coming to support our independent NAU teams. It means the world. So yeah, do be sure to tune in next week. We've got Rui Potatoes. Let's look back at who we've
WWW.
got going.
We have Rui Potatoes, WWW, MSG, and CH4 all moving on to moving on to our semifinals next week.
Yeah, it's gonna be so exciting to see these teams again. And of course, we will obviously every team that has been eliminated thus far in this tournament. Hopefully, we will see you again in other tournaments in NAAU. Do not stop fighting. These matches have been absolutely incredible. So yeah, thank you to everybody who's played so far this weekend.